Rise of the European Emperor by Taishang Laonyo.
Chapter 2151 The Arrival of Dutch Immigrants. What big move! Of course, it is to fool Adler. Marin found Kohler and asked him to help act out a play. In order to act, Marin also forged a fake letter for help. The next day, Adler discussed the matter of sending troops with Marin again, and his attitude was very firm. If Marin did not help, he would take 100 men to Lithuania to participate in the war. Just as the two sides were arguing, the actor, Kohler, suddenly ran into Marin's office with a letter in a panic and said, "Oh no, Your Majesty, Master Simon is in danger in America and sent a letter for help, asking for support." What? Marin and Adler stood up together in unison. Of course, Marin was pretending, and Adler was real. Then, Adler, who had no scheming, fell into the pit. In this letter for help, Simon said that the troops he originally brought to Savannah were attacked by the enemy and suffered heavy losses, and Savannah was also surrounded. "So, I hope Marin will send reinforcements quickly." After Marin repeated the contents of the letter, he looked straight at Adler. Adler really volunteered, "I'll go save brother Simon." Then, the eldest brother was also fooled to go to America. After sending away Adler, who was full of fighting spirit, Marin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether Adler would come back to settle accounts with him after discovering that he was deceived, Marin didn't care. At most, he would get beaten up. What else could he do? It's better than watching him die. Moreover, if old Hoffman was called, Adler would not dare to act rashly. Adler and Simon, both of them, have no scheming or bad intentions. In addition, now everyone has their own fiefdom. Marin is not wary of them. Moreover, Caesar is gradually growing up, so there is no need to worry about any problems. Speaking of which, the Hoffman family is also a strange family. Among the four sons, Adler and Simon belong to the strong and brainless macho faction. They inherited the characteristics of old Hoffman and look rough. Marin and Albert, on the other hand, are delicate-looking, more like Lady Mary, and more intelligent. Compared to Adler and Simon, two rough men who don't like to use their brains, Marin is actually more worried about Albert, who is more inclined to civil service. After all, Adler and Simon have been sent out to be lords, and they are not good at power struggles, so they are not a threat to Caesar. And Albert, although not sophisticated enough, is not bad in ability. If Marin unfortunately died early, and Albert took control of the military and political power, something might really happen. Just like what Richard III did to his nephew Edward V. Of course, the premise for this to happen is that Marin died early. If Marin can hold on until Caesar comes of age, and successfully let Caesar form his own team and not give his uncles the opportunity to be regent, there will be no problem. At the port of Emden, Adler was puzzled. "Marin, why only give me 2,000 infantry? Moreover, these people don't look elite. Simon is in danger, we should send more troops and more elite troops to support him." Marin, who came to see him off, was embarrassed. Could he tell Adler that this was just a militia force that was randomly put together to get him out of the way? Of course, as an old politician, Marin also spoke up. "Ahem, it's like this, there are actually not many enemies in Savannah. It's just that Simon rushed into the depths of the jungle because of greed for merit and was ambushed, so he failed. Otherwise, the more than 3,000 people he brought before would have won. You are actually going there to solve the besieged Simon. According to intelligence, there are only 3,000 barbarians besieging Savannah. With your bravery, plus these 2,000 people, and Simon's cooperation, it's enough." Marin said a lot, and Adler didn't have time to understand. Although he felt something was wrong, he still boarded the expedition. After all, saving Simon is also very important. After tricking the boss Adler away, Marin was relieved. However, before leaving Emden, Marin rolled his eyes and waved to Kohler, spread the false information that Simon is in danger. Adler led the army to rescue, mainly to Poland. After a pause, Marin continued, "In addition, send someone to the Netherlands to see what's going on with Prince Philip. His father has sent 3 batches of immigrants, why hasn't he sent a batch yet? The Netherlands also has a population of over 1 million. With Marin's advice, the Dutch nobles were persuaded to carry out the enclosure movement. At this moment, many farmers should have been deprived of their land and become refugees. Why haven't they sent anyone yet? The Netherlands is very close to the Frisian region." Within 2 days, Kohler's information was delivered. It turned out that it was not that Prince Philip did not carry out the enclosure movement, but because of the outsourcing with the Dutch nobles, and the arrangements were layered. There were too many steps, and it was a waste of time. It was different in Austria. In Austria, the Habsburg family had a strong control and stronger execution. In the Netherlands, because Prince Philip is the young master, the local nobles in the Netherlands have great power. If Philip wants to do something, he must cooperate with the nobles from all over the country, and cannot arrange it directly. Therefore, with layers of arrangements and various outsourcing procedures, the efficiency of doing things is low. Marin's price to Prince Philip is 30 gold coins per household, and Prince Philip outsources it to local lords, 20 gold coins per household, and local lords subcontract it to the people below, 10 gold coins per household. Basically, this forms a three-tier structure. It seems to be well organized, but in fact it is slow to do things. In addition, annexing land also requires means. For example, tricking poor farmers into borrowing usury or something. The problem is that the power of usury cannot be seen within a few months, and it will take at least a year for the interest to compound, to the point of despair. Therefore, although the Netherlands started earlier, in the end, it was not as efficient as the emperor. The emperor simply and crudely mobilized and organized the poor population of Austria. On the Netherlands side, because it is all plains, the poor population is not as many as Austria, which has many mountains. It still takes some time to seize the land that deceived the farmers. Fortunately, the first batch of usury finally began to work. Then, about half a month after Marin sent people to inquire, Prince Philip finally sent people to send 10,000 immigrants. Before that, Philip had actually sent thousands of households here in bits and pieces. However, those were all poor people and beggars collected from the Netherlands. There are not as many desperate poor people in the Netherlands as in Austria, so the efficiency was low next. But with the participation of lords from all over the country, the usury scam gradually began to show its power. No, Prince Philip immediately gathered 10,000 Dutch immigrants. In order to get the money quickly, Prince Philip even personally escorted the immigrant team. The Netherlands and West Frisia are very close, and you can enter West Frisia as long as you pass through a section of the Archbishop of Utrecht. And the Archbishop of Utrecht obviously did not dare to offend the two powerful neighbors, the North Sea Kingdom and the Netherlands. Therefore, the delivery of immigrants went smoothly. Marin did not delay and settled the account on the spot. Prince Philip was also very happy when he saw the pile of coins. Then, without Marin's urging, he hurried back and urged his subordinates to quickly prepare the second batch of immigrants. Chapter 2152 Route Problem. Marin was also very decisive in arranging this batch of Dutch immigrants first throw them to train. The same formula, the same traditional training method, in order to identify spies. However, Prince Philip seemed not as smart as his father, and he did not send a spy. Instead, a baron from the Netherlands sent a silly spy to find out the secret of the high grain yield in the North Sea. But this guy was so cunning that he didn't need military training and was identified at once. He confessed everything before he was tortured. Marin was speechless and didn't say anything. He directly asked his men to hang the man publicly. The emperor and his son had to give him face, but you, a baron, dared to reach out? So, Marin didn't have to be polite at all. However, because it was the first time, Marin didn't want to make a fuss, so he could only execute the man as a warning. After all, he still had to receive more Dutch immigrants. If he got the baron now and caused hostility from the lords of the Netherlands, it would not be cost-effective. Therefore, hanging the spy was the most appropriate approach. They showed their toughness, but they didn't go to the door to embarrass the Dutch nobles. As for how to arrange these people after the military training, Marin thought about it and decided to arrange them to go to the seaside fishing village to learn fishing. The Dutch, is it reasonable not to engage in sailing? But most of these people are from farmers and are not good at fishing. Therefore, they must be given an adaptation period first. For example, in the coastal areas of the North Sea, after these Dutch immigrants are arranged there, they will be arranged to learn fishing and herd sheep at the same time. Yes, herd sheep. The coastal mudflats have high salinity, and many of them are not suitable for arable land. Unless there is a river outlet in the local area, fresh water will continue to scour, which can reduce the salinity of the coastal soil and make it suitable for farming. However, there are still many grasses that can grow on the coastal mudflats. For example, some salt-tolerant thatch grasses, these grasses absorb some salt and have a higher salt content than ordinary grasses. Although these grasses are not as nutritious as alfalfa, sheep also like to eat them. After all, sheep also need salt intake. The only trouble is that sheep try to drink fresh water. Therefore, there are usually rivers entering the sea near coastal pastures, which is convenient for drinking water. The arrangement for Dutch immigrants is that young people and children learn to swim and operate sailboats to fish. Practice first in the near sea and inland rivers, and then go to deep waters. As for the middle-aged and elderly people in the Netherlands, except for old fishermen, it is difficult for old farmers to learn to swim and drive boats because of their age. Therefore, they will herd sheep near the fishing village and learn to milk sheep and make cheese. In this way, all immigrants are used. Although the old people can't catch up with the flock, they have sheepdogs to help. As long as the old people take good care of the sheepdogs, they can easily drive the flock. For young people and children, Marin is not so polite. If you can't learn to swim and drive a boat, you can only eat the lowest standard Kohler bread with 30% straw bran. Only young people and children who have learned to swim and sail, or those who have made good progress in learning, can eat whole wheat black bread, with salted fish and vegetables as side dishes. Encouraged by this reward and punishment system, young people and children are very enthusiastic about learning to swim and sail. They thought Marin wanted them to go fishing in the future. But in fact, Marin intended to train them to become crew members. After all, there will be a big gap in sailors for future maritime colonization. As for safety and training, Marin also attaches great importance to it. Everyone is equipped with a life jacket, which is an inflatable leather bag sewn and glued with leather, similar to a football. After being inflated, the life jacket is put on, and it is not easy to sink and drown. For young girls and little girls, Marin gave another training direction, learning to shear wool, milk goats, and make dairy products. After all, the young men among these Dutch immigrants will go out as sailors in the future. Women can't do heavy work at home. Therefore, like the old people, using sheepdogs to herd sheep and produce wool and dairy products is a good way to make a living. Even if a man is shipwrecked at sea, with this skill, he will not starve to death. If it is purely from the perspective of making a living, raising dairy sheep, East Flemish sheep is actually the best choice. This kind of dairy sheep can provide sufficient goat milk for making dairy products and can provide sufficient food. Moreover, it can also produce wool. Although the quality of wool is average, it is enough to weave inferior woolen cloth. The most important thing is that with the help of sheepdogs, you can raise a lot of sheep. However, raising dairy sheep is certainly beneficial to the people, but it is not conducive to official tax collection. Because dairy sheep are more versatile and mediocre. Moreover, the price of dairy products in Europe is not as good as wool textiles. They are cheap commodities and can generate less tax revenue. Planting grains and raising wool-producing sheep have higher output value and can obtain more tax revenue. Therefore, Marin generally does not allow farmers to choose whether to raise sheep or farm. All land must be planned according to the official plan. You can open up more fields for growing grain, but you are not allowed to convert farmland into pasture at will. Of course, this is a local policy. But in fact, there are basically no self-employed farmers in the mainland, and they are basically noble fiefdoms and junker manors. This policy is basically aimed at the owners of the manor, and the serfs have no say. But it is different in colonial America. Because there is too much land in America and too few people. Therefore, in addition to some necessary arable land, it is also allowed to vigorously develop sheep farming. After all, sheep farming requires less population and has a higher land utilization rate. In fact, in the history of European colonization, land was not the primary goal of the colonists at the beginning, but trade profits were. For example, Portugal's activities along the coast of Africa were mainly based on trading to obtain gold sands. Although most of Africa was divided from the Treaty of Tordesillas, their core interests are still in India and China. Why? India and China have high trade profits. India's spices, China's silk and porcelain are the core points of maritime trade. Another example is the Dutch. Historically, after the Dutch occupied the Spice Islands and Java Island, they actually sent the navigator Tasman in the 17th century to explore the Australian continent south of the East Indies and discovered the island of Tasmania named after him. However, the Dutch found that there were few people on the Australian continent, and the indigenous people had no valuable goods to produce. Therefore, they never occupied this continent. Later, the core of Britain's colonial empire was also the populous India. The African colonies were more like the mafia demarcating territory, occupying the territory first. However, they have never been properly developed. Not to mention Spain, which occupied America but was obsessed with finding gold and silver mines, but was unwilling to farm properly. Only Cuba was considered to be a good place to farm because of the high profit of sugarcane. The French were even more bizarre, and they had been involved in Canada very early. However, the French were in the fur business and had no interest in developing the Canadian industry. French farmers would rather plant 1 or 2 hectares, 20 to 30 acres, of small land in the country than own large tracts of land in the colonies. Of course, after the founding of the United States, it became very attractive to use land to attract immigrants. For example, the Homestead Act promulgated by Lincoln was a big deal. Any immigrant who went to the West could occupy 160 acres of land and farm it himself. No need to pay, just cultivate for 5 years first. 160 acres. That's 971 mu, 64 hectares. In ancient China, 100 mu of good farmland was considered a small landlord, and 1,000 mu was considered a medium landlord. The big landlord Lu Wenkai only had 12,000 mu of land. But what is strange about Marin is that before the United States recruited immigrants, Europeans were not keen on buying land in America for farming. It was the Americans who did not live in Europe and advertised in newspapers that attracted many immigrants. In rural areas, the most attractive were German farmers. Therefore, there were more German Americans than British Americans later. Especially in the Midwest, German farmers are dominant. What is strange is that before the enactment of the Homestead Act, millions of Irish people who fled to the United States because of the Great Famine were not keen on running farms in the Midwest, but would rather stay in the city as coolies. For the colonists, Marin's approach was actually not in line with the colonists' principle of pursuing profits. Because there is really no profit in developing land. However, in the long run, Marin's approach is the most strategic. After all, the land is developed, the plate is very large. For example, the later Americans developed the eastern part of North America, and the agricultural output value alone was astronomical. According to the economic data of the Confederate States of America in the South during the Civil War, the total economic output of the 13 southern states in 1860 was $150 million. Among them, the industrial output value was only $20 million. The agricultural output value alone was $130 million. At that time, the population of the Confederate States was 9.1 million. Moreover, the value of the US dollar at that time was very high. $1 was equivalent to 1.6 grams of gold, equivalent to 0.45 ducat gold coins. In other words, the total agricultural economy of the 13 southern states with a population of 9.1 million at that time was 58.5 million gold coins. At that time, the main labor force of the southern plantations was actually 4 million black slaves. Therefore, on average, each slave could create an output value of about 14.625 gold coins. Moreover, these 4 million slaves also included the elderly, women and children. In general, as long as the best land in North America is occupied and developed, it is easy to get an output value of tens of millions of gold coins. If the agricultural population exceeds 10 million, it is also possible to reach an output value of hundreds of millions of gold coins. This is a problem of the colonial route. As long as the agricultural land in America is developed well, the plate is very large, much larger than mining gold and silver. What's more, the Appalachian Mountains have a large amount of coal mines, and the Great Lakes region has rich iron ore. The potential of industry in agriculture is so huge, no wonder it has become a superpower. However, Marin is also worried that if North America is really developed, the mainland will not be able to control America when the master is weak and the ministers are strong. Just like Britain, the 13 states in North America became stronger and stronger, and with the instigation of France, they broke away from Britain. Of course, that is also something that future generations should worry about. When Marin was alive, it is estimated that America had not developed to that level. In his time, the colonial route was development, development, development. As for the problem of colonies exceeding the mainland, let future generations worry about it. If it doesn't work, you can shift the focus to America. Chapter 2153, The Troop Gap of 100,000. It can be said that the natural conditions in North America are much better than those in Europe. There is fertile land everywhere, which is suitable for agriculture. There are also a lot of coal and iron ore, which are suitable for industrial development. In addition, there are no strong enemies here. There are all primitive Indian tribes, none of which can fight. Maybe the jungle guerrilla warfare of the Indian tribes is a little troublesome, but Marin also has a trick hiring the most ferocious jungle warriors, the Saurons. The Saurons are good at riding and shooting, and are the best jungle warriors. The Indian tribes don't even have iron tools, and they can't fight against the Saurons at all. As long as you learn from the Qing dynasty and use the Saurons well, it's no problem to push the North American jungle. And if you develop in Europe, there are strong enemies everywhere. The French demons and native chickens are more ferocious than each other. At present, the army of the Chinese army has not become a scumbag, and it is still considered to be a strong combat force in Europe. After all, the current Chinese army can still compete with France. In later generations, Chinese army has fallen to the point of being brothers with Italy. Even worse than Italy. Although Portugal is a weakling on land, it is still quite powerful at sea. If the North Sea Kingdom tries its best, it may be able to take down Portugal's naval power, but it will definitely suffer heavy losses. This is not the point. The point is that European countries will form an alliance to fight against strong enemies. Once a powerful country appears, other countries will unite to fight against it. For example, Napoleon was killed by a group of weak chickens who could not fight alone. It was because of the lesson of Napoleon that Marin did not dare to be so arrogant. The main thing is that Marin did not know how to make a machine gun. If there were machine guns, it would not matter if all of Europe united. No matter how many came, just shoot as many. Without machine guns, it would still be very stressful to face cavalry. European countries basically have cavalry. If all of Europe united, not to mention 1 million cavalry, there would still be 500,000 cavalry. France alone, if a full-scale war broke out, could pull up hundreds of thousands of cavalry. Didn't you see that Charles VIII lost 8 or 9,000 knights, and within a few years, Louis XII brought so many heavy cavalry to Italy? Although the French usually only dispatched 10,000 or 20,000 cavalry in each war, they would not send out all their forces. But Marin dared not gamble. If he lost the bet, it would mean the destruction of the country. What if France went crazy and mobilized the whole country? However, the emergence of the improved version of swarm with a similar effect to that of a machine gun gave Marin hope of defeating large-scale cavalry. This time, Marin went to fight the Muscovites with the purpose of testing the tactics of swarming cavalry. Once the test is effective, there will be confidence to turn against France in the future, right? According to Marin's plan, once Edward VI died, if Marin controlled England through the engagement between Caesar and Princess Margaret, France would definitely turn against the North Sea Kingdom. At that time, the North Sea Kingdom would inevitably face the test of the French cavalry. Even the German principalities might join the war. Therefore, before taking control of England, he must find tactics that can restrain large-scale cavalry. Moreover, it is necessary to ensure that the tactics can defeat large-scale cavalry. Otherwise, it is a gamble on the country's destiny. Marin is not a crazy devil, and he doesn't like to bet on the fate of the country. What if he loses the bet? But Marin now has a good idea, that is, he plans to use the improved version of the swarm with single-headed shells to focus on attacking the heavy cavalry with plate armor. After all, the swarm is a bow and arrow, and it has limited damage to plate armor. It is fine to use it alone to deal with the Mongolian cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow who does not wear plate armor, but it is not enough to deal with the French heavy cavalry with plate armor. Therefore, it is necessary to match it with a single-headed shell. The power of the single-headed shell is extremely powerful, and the effect is extremely bloody and shocking. Maybe the killing area is not as large as the swarm, but the deterrent power is definitely strong enough to make the enemy with a worse mentality collapse. After all, seeing comrades being torn apart by shells with your own eyes is very shocking and impactful. If the two are used together, not only can they cause enough damage, but they can also greatly undermine the morale of the enemy and make the enemy terrified. In addition to tactical considerations, Marin also has a worry: not enough troops. Adhering to the principle of either do it or do it completely, Marin believes that if he doesn't fight the French, he must cripple the French at once. Otherwise, if he can't make achievements at once, the French can recover quickly and even retaliate even if they lose. Moreover, the French have a trait: they will steal other people's technology. Just like the Venetian glass mirror technology was stolen by France, Marin was also worried that the improved swarm technology and single-headed cannonball technology would be stolen by the French to deal with himself. Therefore, Marin will set the principle of either do it or do it completely. But France is too big, and it is difficult for Marin to defeat France at once. The whole of France has a population of 16 million, and the aristocratic class accounts for 1/20th of the population, that is, 800,000 people. Most of the nobles of this period were related to the military. Even at a ratio of 1/5, there were 160,000 strong men. The nobles' strong men are almost the knight class or wandering knights, and they all know how to fight on horseback. However, according to the life expectancy in ancient Europe, there are generally 3.5 people in a family, 800,000 people, and one able-bodied man for every 3.5 people. It is estimated that there are 228,000 able-bodied men. The ancient French were very martial, and duels were very popular. Even civil servants knew a few tricks. It was not until after the war that the French turned to romance, and their combat effectiveness would take a sharp turn for the worse. France before romance was very brave and fierce. Marin might be able to defeat the French army once, because the French army generally recruited only 20,000 to 30,000 cavalry at a time. However, if they were forced to do so, they could also have a full-scale outbreak, with more than 200,000 noble men, plus auxiliary militia. Therefore, according to Marin's estimate, in order to defeat the French at once, not only must the French cavalry on the battlefield be defeated, but troops must also be sent to occupy large areas of France to reduce France's national strength. In addition, a large number of soldiers must be stationed to reduce the possibility of a French counterattack. In this way, at least 100,000 troops must be dispatched. In this way, it can be guaranteed that after defeating France, the French counterattack can be suppressed. Otherwise, the result will be like the British in the 100 Years' War between England and France. Even if they won a temporary victory and occupied a large area of land, they would eventually be exhausted by France. At the beginning, the British were short of troops. Even if they occupied a large area of land, they could not completely eliminate the resistance of France because of insufficient troops. Then, under the counterattacks of the French again and again, they exhausted their national strength and were finally defeated. Moreover, 100,000 troops cannot be disbanded in one battle. It is best to defeat France in time when it gathers new forces. After several more times, France will completely admit defeat. But now the North Sea Kingdom has only 4 legions on its own land, plus tens of thousands of people hidden, including Cossack cavalry and Hungarian cavalry. Added together, there are only more than 50,000 troops. But the problem is that these more than 50,000 troops cannot come out in full force when attacking France, and at most 30,000 troops can be dispatched. After all, Marin has to guard against the stabbing of the German princes in the back. Therefore, for Marin, the lack of troops is a big problem. As for the 2 legions placed in Britain, Marin cannot move. After all, he had to ensure his interests in England and suppress Edward VI's idea of regretting his engagement. Then, Marin needed a total of 130,000 to 150,000 troops. Once the war with France broke out, 30,000 to 50,000 people would be left to guard the homeland. The remaining 100,000 people would have to enter the heartland of France and at least occupy Paris. In this way, the confidence of the French could be crushed to the greatest extent. At the same time, their resistance could be suppressed. With this calculation, the North Sea Kingdom's military shortage reached a huge 100,000 people. In other words, the current 50,000 people in the North Sea Kingdom are only enough to ensure the safety of the homeland. If you want to go out, defeat France, and destroy its resistance, you need to add another 100,000 troops. Chapter 2154 How to recruit 50,000 elite troops. The feudal era is different from the capitalist era. In the capitalist era of the 19th century, France's capital was concentrated in Paris. Therefore, when Prussia captured Paris, France surrendered. However, the feudal era was different. During the 100 Years' War between England and France, the British army broke through Paris many times, but failed to force France to surrender. Why? Because France was a feudal lord system at that time, and the knights and nobles of France were scattered all over the country because of their fiefdoms. Therefore, even after losing Paris, or even losing the northern region including Paris, and the Aquitaine region in the southwest, the French can still continue to resist in central and southern France, recruit lords in the central and southern regions, organize cavalry and militia, and continue to fight against the British army. The coronation ceremony of Charles VII was even held in Reims. Because Paris was occupied by England at that time. But the biggest problem of the British army was insufficient manpower. At that time, the main force of the British army was only about 9,000 people, including 7,000 longbowmen and 2,000 heavy armored knights. The rest are some auxiliary militias, as well as local forces in France that have turned to England, including local forces such as the Duchy of Burgundy. These troops add up to only 20,000 to 30,000 people. Being able to control the coastal areas in northern and southwestern France is already the limit. Therefore, even if France loses a large area of land including Paris, it is still able to organize a counterattack. Of course, it also includes some diplomatic alliances. Therefore, Marin estimates that only 30,000 to 50,000 people will not be enough in the war with France. This can defeat the main force of the French army, but it is difficult to suppress France's resistance. If you only control part of France, there will be some fighting. If the other party organizes a counterattack and wants to regain the territory, then there will be no end. If you want to defeat France at once, you need to lead the army straight in. Then, in France, it will be divided into 3 or 4 parts, each with at least 20,000 to 30,000 troops to control a large area. When encountering resistance forces, immediately send troops to suppress and eliminate them. Isolate the connection between several areas as much as possible, and at the same time, suppress the resistance in various places. In this way, the results of the battle after defeating France can be guaranteed. Of course, even with 100,000 troops, Marin can't eat France. Because if the North Sea Kingdom annexed France, it would become the public enemy of Europe. At that time, Austria would also become a hostile force against Marin, including Spain and the German princes. Therefore, Marin not only needs 100,000 troops to sweep across France, but also needs to divide France with Austria and Spain. In this way, France can be completely suppressed and never raised its head again. In other words, Marin intends to take real action this time and completely dismember the powerful France. Specifically, he intends to annex the northern part of France. Then, give the southwestern area close to Spain. At the same time, give the eastern and southeastern Provence regions, including the Burgundy region, to Austria. In this way, the two will not object. If the support of Austria and Spain is obtained, then the remaining German princes can basically be ignored. Because they can't support themselves. This is also a very helpless thing. After all, Marin is an upstart in the aristocratic circle. If he wants to swallow France alone, Austria and Spain will definitely join forces with the French resistance forces to sabotage. It is not difficult to occupy a country, but it is difficult to maintain the occupation. Was the Soviet Union strong enough? But it occupied Afghanistan for 10 years and was dragged down and even disintegrated. The same is true for the United States. After 20 years, it has nothing and finally left in disgrace. Only later, China was smart. After teaching South Vietnam a lesson, it immediately withdrew. Without coveting their land, there would be no resistance from South Vietnam. But Marin had to suppress France completely. After all, France's geographical location is too important. France cannot destroy England, but it can always cause trouble for England. There is no way, who let the French be on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean. Originally in history, Britain's North American colonies were made independent by the Kingdom of France at the cost of Louis XVI's self-sacrifice. By the same token, France occupied the land on the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, and Marin wanted to develop the American colonies, and there was also the danger of being destroyed by France. Therefore, he simply dismembered France and took over the northern coast of France, including the northern half of the western coast, and the Brittany Peninsula. In order to capture this part of the area, including defeating the main French resistance, Marin felt that 100,000 troops were enough. But the subsequent resistance would be a headache. However, Marin also had a countermeasure. He planned to reduce the rent and improve the income and living standards of French farmers after occupying that part of the area. Only focus on the original nobles. As long as there are no farmers following the old nobles to resist, it will still be able to rule stably. It can even be said that Marin did not think about plundering the people's money and food there after occupying the northern coastal areas of France. All he wants is to eliminate the future French threat to the Americas. Of course, there is a local resource that Marin still needs. That is population. France has a population of 16 million, and the northern region has several million people. With several million people, how much land should be developed? But the problem is how to get 100,000 troops. Marin was racking his brains. At present, because of the fear of the strength of the North Sea Kingdom, the North Sea Kingdom can no longer recruit mercenaries from the southern part of Germany. As long as it is discovered that the North Sea Kingdom sends people to recruit soldiers, they will be expelled and besieged by the princes. Even when the emperor sent people to send farmers to the North Sea Kingdom, the princes dared to intercept them, not to mention that the North Sea Kingdom sent people to recruit soldiers. As for all the people, Marin dared not think about it. Because, after all the people are soldiers, production will be greatly affected. Some people may say the 8 banners system of the Qing dynasty, but you have to understand that although the 8 banners soldiers are produced, in fact, the main source of money and food is to enter the pass and rob the Ming dynasty. If they rely on their own farming, they may be able to maintain a state of not starving to death. But it is impossible to be strong. If you want the country to remain prosperous, you must ensure that agricultural and industrial production are not affected. Otherwise, after a few battles, a large number of labor forces will die, and production will inevitably be greatly affected. Of course, Marin plans to rob hundreds of thousands of people from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which can liberate tens of thousands of local farmers. But the problem is that not every farmer is suitable for being a soldier. Why did Marin favor the mountain people in southern Germany? Because the mountain people are fierce, they often walk on mountain roads and hunt in the mountains, which makes them very suitable for soldiers. The famous Swiss mercenaries are composed of Swiss mountain people. In order to defeat France and suppress its resistance, Marin estimated that at least 50,000 of the 100,000 troops should be mountain people in southern Germany. The other 50,000 people can be made up with ordinary farmers. Of course, it is not just a random one. Marin's previous method of selecting soldiers is still effective. In addition to Qi Jiguang's 4 don'ts, there is also the fact that you can fail in the competition, but you can't give up easily. According to this condition, it is very good to select 40,000 qualified soldiers from the 400,000 serfs of the North Sea Kingdom. After all, this era is still dominated by close combat, which requires not only discipline, but also physical strength and strength. Soldiers in later generations only need to listen to commands and shoot, and they don't need to be too strong. In the final analysis, the army of later generations uses hot weapons in an all-round way. Among the Beihai National Army, 2/3 were spearmen, the most typical cold weapon type, which still required strength and courage. However, due to long-term malnutrition and being used to being oppressed, not every serf had strength and courage. In other words, only a small number of people had it. Marin estimated that after the Grand Duchy of Moscow had snatched hundreds of thousands of laborers, he could select 40,000 to 50,000 brave and strong farmers from the North Sea and recruit them into the army as auxiliary arms. The 50,000 main forces still had to be recruited from the German mountainous areas in the south. But the question was, how could he recruit 50,000 elite main forces in the southern German mountainous areas amid the numerous obstructions from the German princes? Chapter 2155, Straw Sandals Mercenary Group. How to recruit 50,000 elite mountain people under the noses of the princes. This problem has troubled Marin for a long time. Even if he summoned his men to hold meetings, he had no clue. After all, the German princes are now too harsh on Marin. It's not the prince's fault for guarding against Marin, because Marin has too many troops. There are 40,000 legions on the mainland alone. Before, even Austria, which had the largest standing army, had only about 14,000 standing troops. This is because Austria is the emperor's territory, and there are many enemies, so it has maintained a standing army of more than 10,000 people. For an ordinary prince, generally maintain a standing army of 3,000 to 5,000 people at most. Unlike Marin, there are 4 10,000 legions in the mainland, and England has 2 10,000 legions. Damn, increase the number of troops, what is this for? To unify Germany? Therefore, it is reasonable for the princes to prevent the North Sea Kingdom from continuing to recruit troops. Not to mention that the princes are vigilant, even His Majesty the Emperor, an ally, is very afraid of Marin. The 30,000 Austrian immigrants sent this time are basically thin and poor people, who are not suitable for military service. Those who are suitable for military service have long been intercepted by His Majesty the Emperor for his own use. After all, Austria is about to launch an attack on western Switzerland and needs to expand its troops. The criteria for recruiting soldiers in Austria are almost the same as those of the North Sea Kingdom. Because Austria's current top prize, Frundsberg, has been in the North Sea Army. Although Marin's recruitment criteria are not fully understood, they can be roughly understood. Therefore, these 30,000 Austrian farmers have long been screened by Frundsberg. They are all thin or cowardly people who are not suitable for military service, and they were sent to Marin. Even if these people are trained, they can only help defend the city at most, and it is basically difficult to use them in field battles. On the contrary, there are some suitable seedlings for military service in the 10,000 immigrants sent by the Netherlands. However, the military talent of the Dutch farmers is far worse than that of the mountain people in southern Germany, and at most they are about the same as the serfs of the North Sea Kingdom. Even if they are selected, they can only be used as second-line troops at most. The main combat force has to be fierce mountain people. After all, poor mountains and bad waters produce fierce people. Well, you can also say that poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. Just like in later generations of China, there are slogans in some mountainous areas in the north that say, robbery of police cars is illegal. Recruiting soldiers in such areas is definitely a good choice. The premise is that they must be obedient. Otherwise, mutinies at every turn are unbearable. In fact, why are the Japanese in later generations so fierce? Because most of the Japanese areas are mountainous. The Japanese have a large number of islands, but there are only so many plains in total. The largest Kanto plain is only 17,000 square kilometers, which is only a little larger than the capital. So, strictly speaking, most of the Japanese areas are mountainous, and most of the people are mountain people. Of course, that was before the development of industry. By the 21st century, most of the population of Japan was basically in large cities on the coastal plains. Unlike before World War II, the urban population in Japan was only 24, and most people were farmers in the mountains. The Osaka Division, formed by the wealthy people in the Osaka area, was the weakest division of the Japanese army during the anti-Japanese war, and fought back and forth with the Guo army. In other words, Japan in the 21st century is not actually terrible. Because before World War II, they were mostly fierce mountain people. In the 21st century, Japan is mostly dead otaku. If they really want to fight, they are not that terrible at all. Of course, on the Chinese side, people's bravery has also degenerated. A group of only children is also unable to take on the task. Therefore, in terms of bravery, in the 21st century, everyone is competing for the worst. If you really want to be brave, you have to be the Afghan bandits who are barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. They are authentic mountain people, and they are blessed by faith, and they are both arrogant and stupid. In other words, in the 21st century, everyone is competing for advanced weapons. If you compare bravery, the world powers will be defeated in front of them. Of course, what we are talking about here is personal bravery. In addition to personal bravery, there is also military quality. China has done a good job in this regard, with hard training and in-place ideological education. But within China, there are also differences. Soldiers from the poor mountain valleys in the north and west are obviously more sturdy than those in the city and the southeast. There is no other reason, barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Moreover, this is not immutable. In ancient times, because the Central Plains was developed, the southern Chu land was a wild borderland with a low degree of development. Therefore, the Chu people at that time were more sturdy. Therefore, the main force against Qin was the warriors of Chu, not the people in the Central Plains. The Danyang soldiers in the Three Kingdoms period were also mountain people in Danyang County at that time. Later, because of the great development of Jiangnan, the southerners became rich, and their combat effectiveness declined. Then in the Ming dynasty, dozens of Japanese pirates could run rampant in Jiangnan. But Toyoda Hideyoshi's 200,000 Japanese pirates could not beat the northern border army of the Ming dynasty in Korea. Of course, the price paid by the Ming dynasty was also very heavy. After losing tens of thousands of elites, it lost the ability to suppress the various tribes of the Liaodong Jurchens, allowing the wild boar skin to rise. Marin's distress lasted for a long time until the arrival of a person, which gave him great inspiration. This person was called Spell, a mercenary leader from the Principality of Württemberg. This Spell has a certain origin. Of course, it is not that he has a big background, but that he has a certain origin with Marin. Spell is a mountain villager in the Principality of Württemberg. He does not know Marin himself. However, his uncle, Bauer, was once a mercenary under Marin. This happened more than 20 years ago. That was in 1494, the year when Marin just crossed over. That year, Spell's uncle Bauer left home to make a living, joined Marin's mercenaries, and followed Marin to ambush King Charles VIII of France and won a great victory. At the same time, all the mercenaries at that time were given hundreds of gold coins. However, Bauer did not continue to follow Marin. At that time, there were only 400 mercenaries who followed Marin to the territory of Texel Island, and most of the others took the money back to their hometown. This is the case with Bauer. He returned to his hometown with money, built a house and married a wife. However, after experiencing the glory of defeating the King of France, Bauer inevitably always liked to mention the glorious past. As the eldest nephew of Boch, Sure often listened to his uncle telling this legend. Therefore, under the influence of Boch, Sure became a fan of Marin. Moreover, when he grew up, he also pulled up a group of friends and formed a mercenary group. In the early days of the formation of the mercenary group, his uncle Boch also gave a lot of guidance. For example, how to train and how to make straw sandals. Therefore, later Sure mercenary group not only learned the most basic training methods of Marin's army. Moreover, everyone wore straw sandals and was called the Straw Sandal Mercenary Group. Later, Sure Straw Sandal Mercenary Group expanded to 500 people and participated in many battles for hegemony between princes and performed relatively well. However, because Sure was an admirer of Marin, he often defended Marin in public and quarreled with others. Fortunately, his previous employer was an opponent of Marin. After hearing Sure remarks, he terminated the employment contract with him. Sure was a little dumbfounded and wanted to find a new employer to make a living. But that lord had said hello to the nearby princes, and said that Schreiber was a supporter of Marin. Then, he was in trouble. Originally, Schreiber planned to take his men to surrender to His Majesty the Emperor. However, the nearby lords were on high alert and refused to let him surrender to the Emperor. In desperation, Schreiber took his men to Bohemia to look for opportunities. But Bohemia has been calm recently, and there has been no war. Originally, Władysław II planned to provide more reinforcements to Lithuania, where the war broke out, and planned to hire Schreiber's Straw Sandal Mercenary Corps. But the Lithuanians were afraid of spending money and only asked for 2,000 mercenaries, so Schreiber's mercenary group failed to get a contract. Of course, it was also his luck that he didn't catch up with his death. Without a hiring contract, everyone would have to starve. Then, many of Schreiber's 500 men ran away, leaving only more than 300 people. At this time, Schreiber suddenly thought, maybe, he could go to his idol Marin. Originally, when he was in Württemberg, those princes not only prevented him from going to the emperor, but also prevented him from going north to Marin. However, because of the marriage relationship between the Jagiellonian dynasty and the Hoffman family, the Kingdom of Bohemia did not restrict the Straw Sandals mercenaries from going to the North Sea Kingdom. Then, Schreiber brought more than 300 men, passed through Poland, and came to the North Sea Kingdom. Originally, Marin did not think much of a pheasant mercenary group like the Straw Sandals mercenaries. However, Schreiber's arrival gave Marin great inspiration. Therefore, Marin made an exception to meet Schreiber in person and accepted the Straw Sandals mercenaries. Chapter 2156, The Recruitment Method. Why did Marin meet with Sure, the down-and-out mercenary leader, and what inspiration did he get? It's very simple. He can't recruit people in the southern mountains of Germany, but other mercenary groups can. For example, this Sure has nothing to do with Marin. So, as long as he can afford it, he can recruit a lot of people in theory. Of course, he can't bring mercenaries across Germany to the North Sea Kingdom, because the princes will stop him. However, Sure strategic detour route through Bohemia in the east and Poland to the North Sea Kingdom gave Marin great inspiration. Yes, the German princes don't let it pass, but other countries don't let it. As for the issue of recruitment qualifications, the people sent by the North Sea Kingdom don't allow it, but you have to allow the native locals to form a mercenary group themselves, right? This is similar to the backdoor listing of capitalists in later generations. I don't have the qualifications to go public, but I have money. If I buy a company that is eligible for listing, won't I achieve my goal? Similarly, I am not qualified to recruit soldiers in the southern German mountainous areas, and the outsiders sent were also guarded by the princes, fearing that they were sent by the North Sea Kingdom. So, I will quietly develop a local and let him form a mercenary group in his own name. What reason do you have to stop me? You know, the mountain people in the southern German mountainous areas live in poverty. And the southern German states have a large population. So, if a local person forms a mercenary group to go out and make a living, can you still stop it? If that's the case, it means not giving people a way to live. If someone gets angry and directly becomes a bandit, it will be difficult to deal with. So, Marin quickly determined a new method of recruiting mercenaries, the recruitment method. Specifically, the North Sea Kingdom sent spies to the southern German mountainous areas. Instead of coming forward, he found a to form a mercenary group in the name of and recruit enough people. Then, take them to the North Sea Kingdom in batches. The domestic roads are not easy to go, can't we take a detour? Of course, Schebel's route is not perfect. Because the Kingdom of Bohemia is also a German principality. Although the North Sea Kingdom and the Jagiellonian royal family have a good relationship, Bohemia can allow 300 to 500 straw sandal mercenaries to pass through, but will not allow thousands of people to pass through. Why? Because Bohemia is also afraid that the North Sea Kingdom is too powerful and has the strength to unify Germany. Therefore, this route can be small scale, but not too large. However, there is a very good opportunity right now. It is the war between Lithuania and the Grand Duchy of Moscow. For example, Shebel's straw-sandal mercenaries easily arrived in Bohemia under the name of serving the Jagiellonian royal family and going to the Lithuanian battlefield. Along the way, no princes stopped them. Because this is a righteous cause. What is a righteous cause? Of course, it is a war with heretical, different sects of the same religion, Orthodox Christians. Although Lithuania is not a thing, it is at least in the same Catholic camp. It conflicts with the Orthodox camp of the heretical sect of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In this era, there is no doubt that Western European countries will definitely stand on the side of Lithuania without a brain. Therefore, when Schurbayer's straw-sandal mercenary group raised the protective religion banner and went to Bohemia, no one dared to stop it. Otherwise, it would be a supporter of heresy. At present, Lithuania and Moscow have not yet decided the outcome. Once the outcome is decided and Lithuania is defeated, then whoever is willing to go to the battlefield in Lithuania will be a warrior who protects religion. Whoever dares to stop it will be at odds with the entire Catholic world. What? It's useless to recruit these people. Are they going to die in Eastern Europe? Generally speaking, it is true, but isn't there Marin? When this group of people was pulled to Eastern Europe, Marin almost rushed to the front line with the army. In fact, because of the preparation, Marin must have arrived earlier. As the Grand Duke of the North Sea and the King of America, Marin, with such a status and his glorious military exploits, will naturally become the commander-in-chief of the protective religion army. Then, it is reasonable to gather and reorganize these novice mercenaries. Of course, these newly recruited German mountaineers are not actually needed in this battle. Because Marin has already prepared elite troops and secret weapons. What Marin has to do is to take the opportunity to recruit these mercenaries into his own army. At this time, the German princes could not run to the Lithuanian border to interfere with Marin's behavior. And the Lithuanian nobles did not harm their interests, so what did they care? Moreover, they still had to count on Marin to help them fight the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, they would not interfere with Marin's recruitment of these mercenaries. Then, after the war, this new group of mercenaries composed of German mountaineers will take a boat back to the North Sea Kingdom with the captured people of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Who can stop it at sea? Denmark has been crippled and unable to stop it. The Hanseatic League, an ally of the North Sea Kingdom, will not stop it. Moreover, the king and queen of the two Hanseatic Leagues, Lübeck and Hamburg, who control the Øresund Strait, dare not stop it. Why? Because the city of Hamburg borders the North Sea Kingdom, and Lübeck is also next to the North Sea Kingdom. Even if the two families can take advantage of the sea, their hometown can be easily conquered by the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, by then, this group of German mountain mercenaries who came to Lithuania in the name of protecting religion will easily reach the North Sea Kingdom. Once these people are eaten by Marin, no princes will dare to talk nonsense. Whoever dares to talk nonsense is equivalent to tearing his face with Marin. I convinced these mercenaries in the war of defending religion with my ability, and let them bow down, who dares to talk nonsense. Marin has a halo when he returns to protect the interests of Catholicism. Anyone who openly opposes him is politically incorrect. Anyone with a brain knows that he can only avoid the edge at this time. If you want to take action, you can only do it secretly. Otherwise, the Holy See will not agree. You are so capable, why don't you jump out when supporting Lithuanian believers? If you want to stop Marin from recruiting soldiers, you can only do it during the recruitment stage. Of course, when there is no war and Marin cannot carry the banner of religion, it can also be stopped. But Marin chose to act at this point in time when the Catholic world and the Orthodox world were in conflict, so others could not openly oppose it. Unless, you want to be excommunicated by the Pope. Of course, this also depends on the relationship with the Holy See. For example, Charles V was too powerful, and the Pope was afraid that he would make himself a puppet. So, at that time, the Holy See acquiesced to France's collusion with the Ottoman Turkey to fight against Charles V. But Marin had no such worries, he was the son-in-law of the current Pope. Moreover, the next Pope also swore an oath to him. Therefore, the Holy See naturally stood on his side. After a cordial conversation with Speer for a while, Marin was sure that this was indeed one of his die-hard fans. Then, he got straight to the point. Speer, are you willing to help me do a big thing? If it is done well, it will start as a hereditary knight of fiefdom. If it is done well, you can even become a baron. Marin did not talk about feelings and corporate culture like some bosses in later generations, but directly offered treatment. For workers with little education, what are sentiment and corporate culture? Can they be eaten? Only young people with little social experience will be fooled. For people who have experienced too much, what is sentiment? What is corporate culture? Can you give them a house for free? Can you give them a wife? In his previous life, when Marin was looking for a job or getting a promotion or salary increase, if his boss mentioned sentiment or corporate culture, Marin would know in his heart that the capitalist was going to be a hooligan again. Therefore, Marin, who knew the workers' minds well, did not beat around the bush with Shebel and directly stated his purpose. Hereditary Knight. Baron. Sir Bayer was overjoyed when he heard this, but after all, he had worked as a mercenary leader for several years, so he felt bitter. Then, Your Majesty, what do I need to do? Instinctively, Sir Bayer felt that this was very dangerous. Because, the noble title, ordinary civilians may not be able to earn it even if they risk their lives. After the merits were established, it depends on whether there are noble bosses who will take the credit. And whether the employer will default on the debt. Therefore, he felt that the risk factor of this matter should be hell level. Chapter 2157, The Third Party Financier. Sir Bayer's idea was not completely wrong. If Marin's plan was completely made public, it would be extremely difficult to do this. At that time, the princes would definitely stop Sir Bayer from recruiting soldiers at all costs. But the premise is that those princes knew Marin's plan. If no one knew, this matter would not be difficult. After all, Marin went around in circles, making it difficult for people to see Marin's purpose. Even Marin did not intend to let Sir Bayer know the real purpose of his military expansion. In other words, what he said to Sir Bayer was half true and half false. Don't be nervous, Sir Bayer, it's like this. Do you know that a war broke out in Lithuania? Marin asked casually. In fact, this is nonsense. Because Sir Bayer was the leader of the mercenary group that failed to be selected in Bohemia to reinforce Lithuania, how could he not know? It's just that Marin's next words need to be drawn out. Yes, Your Majesty, I know. Marin nodded and said, well, how should I put it? I don't think Lithuania can win this time. They are likely to lose this time. Marin decided to talk about the matter at hand, and this time he only talked about Lithuania. No way. Lithuania and Poland are so strong. Shebel looked unconvinced. He knew that Lithuania and Poland had dispatched 20,000 to 30,000 cavalry, plus nearly 10,000 infantry, so it would be difficult to lose. Such a large army can run rampant in the German region. No, it can't be compared with the perverted existence of the North Sea Kingdom. Marin smiled and explained, you are right, these two countries are indeed very powerful. However, the Grand Duchy of Moscow is also very strong. Do you know that in 1480 of the Christian calendar, when the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Golden Horde broke out in war, 200,000 troops were dispatched? Marin avoided the important point. He didn't make it clear that most of the 200,000 troops were forcibly conscripted cannon fodder serfs. But this number did scare Shebel. 200,000. He almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. You know, the total population of most German principalities may not be 200,000. But Shebel suddenly remembered that he had heard in Bohemia that the Grand Duchy of Moscow seemed to have sent 50,000 troops. With the strong strength of the Lithuanian and Polish coalition forces, which are mainly cavalry, they should not be defeated even though they have fewer people. So, he put forward his own opinion. Marin shook his head and said, you are right, but the Grand Duchy of Moscow did not say that it would not send troops. Therefore, once they send troops, the possibility of Lithuania's failure is very high. Therefore, we are likely to send troops to help repel the heretics of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Shebel thought about it and it was true. There was no rule that the Grand Duchy of Moscow was not allowed to send troops. Once the war was tight, it would be reasonable for them to send troops. Therefore, the probability of this happening at that time is very high. But, if the Muscovites win, what else can we do? I want you to return to the southern German mountains right now, start recruiting soldiers, start training and preparing. When the news of Lithuania's defeat comes, you will lead the troops eastward to aid Lithuania. Speen was somewhat unhappy, but, Your Majesty, by that time, the morale of the Muscovites will surely be high. Even if I recruit tens of thousands of people, I can't defeat the enemy's army of more than 100,000 or 200,000. His worries were not unreasonable. If the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow won, not only would the morale be high, but the recruits would also grow into veterans in the battle. The mountain people that Speen recruited in southern Germany were completely new recruits. With tens of thousands of recruits colliding with the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow with more than 100,000, it is basically sending heads thousands of miles away. Marin waved his hand and said, I didn't ask you to die. By then, there will be 20,000 elite veterans from the North Sea. You should take the mercenaries as much as possible and train while you are on the road. When you arrive at the battlefield, you will have basically trained well. By then, the main force can't fight, can't you assist the 20,000 elite soldiers of the North Sea? My people are responsible for resisting the enemy head-on, and even breaking through the enemy formation head-on. You bring tens of thousands of recruits, and your main task is to follow my people and horses to charge and kill. In addition to boosting momentum, you can also help take care of many places on the battlefield that cannot be taken care of. In fact, this is also the norm in ancient wars. Generally speaking, in an army of 100,000, at most 20,000 to 30,000 are the main elites responsible for fighting hard battles. Most of the rest are actually mainly responsible for shouting 666 and picking up bargains. If the elite in front wins, they will rush together to cover a larger area and gain military merit. If the front loses, then run away desperately. Therefore, don't look at the hundreds of thousands of troops in ancient times. It's good to have only 1 or 2% of the elite who can fight. Therefore, there is a saying that it is easy to collapse if there are more than 10% casualties. There is no way, the most capable veterans only account for 1 or 2%. Moreover, they are often ranked at the front, the habit of European mercenaries. If the veterans in the front row are almost dead, the battle can't be fought. This problem is particularly prominent in the European battlefield of this era. Because the characteristics of the battle formation of Europeans in this era are that the first 3 rows are veterans, and the back is all new recruits. If the veterans in the front row are killed, it is more unreliable to expect the new recruits in the back row to fight tenaciously than to expect sows to climb trees. However, you can't say that the new recruits in the back row are useless. Because these new recruits have another function: fighting a favorable battle. New recruits can't stand alone, but most of them can take advantage of the fierce veterans. Moreover, they are self-taught. Or in other words, this is human instinct. This approach is also called holding the thigh to take advantage. Don't underestimate the ability of new recruits to fight a favorable battle. Once they fight well, these new recruits can not only grow into veterans quickly. Moreover, the effect of attacking the enemy is also doubled. Facing the enemy who escapes and exposes his back, there is not much difference between veterans and new recruits. They are both picking up the advantage. If the number of veterans is insufficient, even if the enemy is repelled, it is impossible to eliminate the enemy by chasing and killing. There are too many enemies and not enough people to chase and kill. If most of the enemies escape and regroup, it will be another protracted confrontation. Therefore, the ability of new recruits to fight a favorable battle is also necessary for war. Not only can it solve the problem of insufficient manpower, but it also causes great damage to the enemy. In addition, after the battle, the winning side also needs a large number of people to be stationed in the occupied area to consolidate the fruits of victory. At this time, it is obviously a waste to use veterans. It is obviously the most appropriate to use new recruits who have accumulated some combat experience. In addition to the above 2 points, the more people there are, the more self-confidence they can bring to their comrades. In the era of cold weapons, or even the era of hot weapons, confidence is very important. Of course, this is the reason why Marin made Schreiber understand. In fact, what he wanted was 50,000 elite soldiers. If Schreiber can bring more than 50,000 mountain recruits, as long as they follow the main force led by Marin and fight favorable battles, they can easily accumulate combat experience and grow into veterans. At that time, they can play their greatest role. But, if I go to recruit soldiers alone, I don't have enough money and food. Moreover, I can't openly accept the financial support from Behaguel. Otherwise, I will be blocked by the princes. After listening to Marin's arrangement, Schreiber raised an objection. According to Marin's arrangement, he and his men returned to the southern mountainous area of Germany to recruit people. However, after the people are recruited, they need to be fed. If it is a few hundred or a few thousand people, it's okay, but if it is tens of thousands of people, a lot of money and food must be prepared to feed them first. As a failed mercenary leader, in theory, Schreiber cannot afford to recruit soldiers. If he suddenly has enough money to feed tens of thousands of soldiers, it would be strange if he is not suspected. Therefore, Marin must fabricate a third-party financial sponsor. This financial sponsor must be able to provide enough money to feed tens of thousands of mountain recruits. Moreover, it must not make people suspect the North Sea Kingdom. Chapter 2158 Religious Protection Fund. Since he was the financial owner, the first thing Marin thought of was the Siena Bank in his hands. However, he immediately denied it. Why? Because many people know that he has shares in the Siena Bank. Although not many people in Germany know that Marin is a major shareholder in the Siena Bank, many people know that Marin has a good relationship with the Siena Bank and should be a shareholder. On the surface, the Siena Bank is managed by the Medici family, who has a good relationship with Marin, and does not seem to have much relationship with Marin. However, Marin promoted loans to His Majesty the Emperor at the beginning, and it was 2 large-scale loans. If this happened in the tightly controlled North Sea Kingdom, there would naturally be no great risk of leaks. But the problem is that the person involved in this loan is Maximilian I. For several generations of emperors of the Habsburg family of His Majesty the Emperor, Austria has long been the focus of the attention of the German princes. In Austria, there are also many princes' eyes and spies. These eyes and spies may not be as professional as the professional spies of the North Sea Kingdom. However, it is enough to investigate some news in Austria. Therefore, the problem is not with Marin, but with Austria. The unusual relationship between Marin and the Bank of Siena had been leaked in Austria long ago. If the Bank of Siena were to become the financial sponsor, the princes would definitely suspect that it was Marin's work. At that time, they would definitely join forces to stop it. Then, the situation would be clear. The financial sponsor to be created must not have any relationship with the Bank of Siena. Even, it must not have any relationship with the Medici family in Florence. Because everyone knows that Marin has a close relationship with Cardinal Giovanni of the Medici family, that is, Leo X. If the financial sponsor of the Florentine faction came forward, the general princes might not guess it, but Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, would definitely guess it. Even the financial institutions in Venice could not be mobilized. Because Venice and the North Sea Kingdom also have a very good relationship. If came forward, it would be easy to be seen as an ally of Marin. In addition, the Fugger family could not come forward. Because the Fugger family has a close relationship with the Habsburg family and a very good relationship with Marin. If the Fugger family came forward to help Schevel recruit soldiers, the princes would not only worry that these soldiers were wanted by Marin, but also that it was His Majesty the Emperor who recruited soldiers. Therefore, it was not advisable. So, there was only one option left, the bank in Genoa. Although the Republic of Genoa was looted by France in the Italian War and was suppressed by Venice at sea. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Over the past few hundred years, the accumulation of the Genoese is still very rich. Although the French looted Genoa, ancient merchants were good at burying gold and silver, and most of the foundation must have not been plundered. Historically, the bankruptcy of Genoese financial merchants was mainly because the debtor Spain declared national bankruptcy and defaulted on its debts, causing Genoese bankers to suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the most pitfall is that Spain went bankrupt 8 times from the mid-16th century to the mid-17th century. This blatant default made the Genoese bankers who stood on the Spanish side lose all their money and eventually fell in large numbers. The Genoese financial industry also suffered a devastating blow. Of course, the 8 bankruptcies of the Spanish Habsburg royal family pitted more than just Genoese bankers. The Fugger family, the richest family in Germany, was also forced to go bankrupt and exit the stage of history because of 8 defaults. But the Fugger family's bankruptcy also had its own reasons, mainly because they lost the bet on copper mines. If it was just that the Habsburg family's loan could not be recovered, it would not have bankrupted their family. But the Fugger family was so desperate to hoard copper mines and buy copperware in large quantities, preparing to drive up copper prices and make huge profits. But the problem was that the Fugger family miscalculated and forgot about the overseas market. The Dutch shipped back a large amount of Japanese copper from Japan, and the production of the Swedish fallen copper mine exploded, which brought down the copper price. Then, the Fugger family, who hoped to turn the tables by manipulating copper prices, was completely finished. Of course, these are all original history. In this time and space, Marin took the lead in purchasing a large number of copper ingots in India, and instructed the Spaniards to go to northern Zimbabwe, later Zambia, to find copper mines. The Fugger family saw that the future output of copper mines would definitely be huge, so they did not continue to hoard copper mines. They also began to develop the copper mines that they had hoarded before. Similarly, because history was changed by Marin, the Spanish Habsburg dynasty would no longer appear, and there would be no 8 national bankruptcies later. And the bankers in Genoa could also avoid becoming penniless. However, the life and death of the bankers in Genoa had nothing to do with Marin. Marin only cared about setting up a shell bank in Genoa. Then, using it as a cover, he provided funding for Speer's recruitment. No, it shouldn't be a bank. Banks are profit-making institutions, and this is clearly a money-losing business. Therefore, a public welfare fund should be established. The purpose, of course, is to protect religion. Therefore, Marin thought about it and decided to name this institution the Church Protection Fund, and the external propaganda was to protect the interests of Catholicism and protect Catholics. The Grand Duchy of Moscow defeated Lithuania, and it was an Orthodox country that defeated a Catholic country. In addition, the Muscovites would definitely demand the seizure of the Smolensk region, which obviously infringed on the interests of Catholicism. It is reasonable for an organization called the Fund for the Defense of the Church to allocate funds and recruit warriors to defend the Church in Lithuania. The Republic of Genoa has never had anything to do with Marin, and even doesn't deal with him. After all, Marin has a good relationship with Venice, Genoa's mortal enemy. The German princes here will not think of Marin. In addition, the existence of this organization has another benefit. It can raise funds from people from all walks of life in Italy to reduce Marin's financial pressure. After all, this is to protect the interests of Catholicism, and there is no reason to let Marin carry it alone. And because of the existence of the Holy See, Italy is the most devout region in Europe to Catholicism. In addition, there are many Italian businessmen who have money to donate. At that time, once the news of Lithuania's defeat came, the Fund for the Defense of the Church went out to beg for alms in the name of defending the interests of Catholicism, and more or less it could raise some money to reduce Marin's burden. But the mercenaries recruited by the Fund for the Defense of the Church will eventually be cheaper for Marin. So, Marin made a lot of money in the end. It is equivalent to crowdfunding to recruit soldiers for himself. Although he still paid the most, he took all the benefits in the end. Spending other people's money and recruiting your own soldiers. It's so cool. Thinking of this, Marin became happy. Sure, Bayer was confused, but Marin would not tell him the truth. Sure, Bayer has not yet gained Marin's trust, so these secrets will definitely not be told to him. Marin only told him that he would find a way to help him get the funds at that time. And what Sure Bayer had to do was to take his men back from Poland to Bohemia. Moreover, he had to pretend that he had never seen Marin. Specifically, there was unpleasantness with the grassroots officials of the North Sea Kingdom, and then the whole group was expelled. For these processes, Marin would instruct his men to cooperate in playing this drama. Then, on the surface, Sure Bayer became a poor guy, and he took his men back to the Württemberg mountains in despair. After that, Marin would arrange for someone to provide funding in the name of the Italians, so that he could build the scaffolding first. When the news of Lithuania's defeat came, the Church Protection Fund would publicly fund them to recruit mercenaries and go to Lithuania to participate in the War of Protection. Chapter 2159 Spanish Loans. Schebel left with his men. Before leaving, Schebel accidentally angered a senior general of the North Sea Kingdom, played by Stade. Then, he and his mercenary group were expelled from the North Sea Kingdom. Before leaving, they were beaten by Stade and his men. Many people in the group were injured. In order to act realistically, Schebel did not tell his men the truth, and his men really thought they had been wronged. But in fact, Schebel had a check for 50,000 gold coins in his arms, which could be cashed at the bank of the Fugger family. The Fugger family has many banking institutions in southern Germany, and cashing is also very convenient. However, Marin asked Schebel to pretend to be very down and out. After all, it is most reasonable for a mercenary group that has not found a job to live in poverty without money. If they go back in glory, it will arouse suspicion. Schebel is also a ruthless person. In order to act realistically, he deliberately made himself sloppy and down and out. However, the people in the mercenary group, although down and out, are not hungry. Whenever they were at their wits' end, there would always be kind-hearted people who would provide them with some food. So, despite having no money, the whole group returned home smoothly. Halfway through, only more than 40 of the 300 people ran away. When they returned home, there were still 270 people in the mercenary group. These people were good brothers that Schebel could trust and were willing to share hardships with him. After returning to his hometown, Schebel did not immediately recruit soldiers, but used a sum of money borrowed from somewhere to buy the valley where their family lived from Ulrich, Duke of Württemberg, and took his men to reclaim wasteland and cultivate the land. The valley where Schebel lived was very inconvenient to transport and isolated from the outside world. Therefore, Ulrich, Duke of Württemberg, did not collect much money, and gave Schebel 1,000 gold coins. Of course, there was no title, only land ownership. It was equivalent to Schebel becoming the landlord of the small valley called Hastam. The Hastam Valley is about 30 square kilometers, but only 1/3 of it is flat land. Moreover, there is only a small river passing through the valley. With the farming technology of this era, only about 3 square kilometers of the 10 square kilometers of flat land near the river are suitable for farming. Therefore, Duke Ulrich happily gave this valley to Schebel. But Ulrich's officials had a promise in advance: if any minerals were found in the Hastam Valley, they would still belong to the Duke, not to Schebel. Schebel didn't care, and he didn't even plan to develop the valley well. His purpose was just to find something for his brothers to do first, so that they wouldn't be so uneasy that they would break up. Next, it was. In addition to Schebel, Marin also sent out many spies. But this time, Marin's method changed. It turned out that Marin sent spies directly to recruit soldiers. But spies are always outsiders. At first, the princes didn't understand, but later, the princes realized that those foreigner spies might be related to the North Sea Kingdom, inferred by Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, and then, the princes did not allow outsiders to recruit soldiers. Of course, the mercenary leaders who are guaranteed by the princes and serve the princes are qualified. Therefore, the means of Marin's change this time is to win over the local mercenary leaders and support local mercenaries to form their own mercenary groups. In addition, they also secretly cooperate with the mercenary leaders who have been certified by the princes. This time, the North Sea spies no longer come forward, but hide in the dark to provide money and food. The recruitment of people is all done by the local mercenary leaders or the mercenary leaders certified by the princes. Of course, in order to avoid leaks, the spies do not expose the background of the North Sea, but find another excuse. For example, supporting Lithuania or something. At present, defending Catholicism and supporting Lithuania is a righteous cause, and no one can say what the problem is. In addition, some mercenaries are recruited in the name of England and Spain. Although these two countries do not have a good relationship with the German princes are unwilling to offend them. After all, they are all big guys. If they are angry, they may completely stand on the side of the Habsburg family. Although both countries are allies of the Habsburg family, the purpose of the alliance between the two countries and the Habsburg family is to fight against France, not to support the Habsburg family to unify Germany. But if the princes do not give face, perhaps the two countries will support the Habsburg family to deal with the princes in anger. England is fine, but Spain is a big dog. If the big dog fully supports the Habsburg family, which is in urgent need of money, the princes will not be able to bear it. This was proved by Charles V in the original history. Today's Spain, although it has lost America, its chassis is not that big. However, in terms of wealth, it is far stronger than the same period in the original history. Because the Spaniards not only shared the huge profits from the Indian trade, but also plundered a lot of gold and copper mines from Zimbabwe. On the surface, the Spanish are more financially powerful than Marin. Because most of the grain in Marin's hands was stored and not released. Therefore, everyone cannot see Marin's true financial strength. But Spain's huge profits from the Indian trade are clearly seen by everyone. There is no way, the spices that the Spanish traded from India are bought by many European countries. Therefore, everyone can see that Spain has made a lot of money. Therefore, although the German princes do not like Spain, they will not provoke it. If the Spaniards are angered and Spain lends money to the emperor, it will be a big deal. In fact, His Majesty the Emperor has also gone to Spain to borrow money. However, he did not borrow much. Why? Because His Majesty the Emperor's repayment ability is too poor. The Spaniards are not Marin. They have their own considerations and their way of thinking is closer to that of businessmen. People like Maximilian I who owe a lot of debts, although they are of noble status, are the worst debtors for creditors. Because, for people of such noble status, you can't violently collect debts. If the poor can't pay back the debt, you can still take their house. If they are worse, you can also rob their wives and daughters. But if the emperor owes a debt, how can you violently collect the debt? Therefore, debtors with noble status but poor repayment ability are the worst debtors. The Spaniards are not stupid. How can they be willing to beat the dog with meat buns and lend money to His Majesty the Emperor with poor repayment ability? Therefore, the Spaniards only borrowed tens of thousands of gold coins symbolically when the emperor borrowed money before, and they did not expect to recover the debt. However, the princes did not know that recently, the Spaniards really lent money to the emperor. Moreover, the loan was 500,000 gold coins. Why? Because His Majesty the Emperor said that he would confront the French head-on this time. Before, His Majesty the Emperor was just a small fight, more to deal with the German princes. Or, targeting Italy. For Spain, this is not of any benefit to itself, but it may make the Habsburg family bigger. So, they naturally don't want to borrow money. But this time is different. The Habsburg family is determined to annex Western Switzerland, which is equivalent to confronting France head-on. Western Switzerland borders France, and many areas are French-speaking areas, and have close relations with France. The Habsburg army annexed Western Switzerland, and the French must not be happy. Therefore, the two sides will definitely face off. Although the Spaniards questioned the emperor's ability to repay, sometimes it is not a matter of money. For Spain, France is also their biggest threat. According to the Spanish spies in Paris, the French still seem to covet the Kingdom of Naples and plan to send troops to Italy again. The Kingdom of Naples is now Spanish territory, so France and Spain will naturally confront each other. But if the Habsburgs reach Western Switzerland, then the French will be forced to confront the Habsburgs and will have no time to care about Italy, let alone send troops to Italy. Therefore, seeing that it was very beneficial to themselves, the Spaniards, who always loved to calculate, made an exception and provided His Majesty the Emperor with a loan of 500,000 gold coins to finance his attack on Western Switzerland and confront the French head-on. However, the Spaniards asked for confidentiality for this loan. Why? Because the Spaniards were afraid that the German princes would know. What? Why would Spain be afraid that the German princes would know? Aren't the two sides completely unrelated? That's not the case. Spain obtained half of India's spice share and also needed to find a market. However, France, the largest market in Europe, naturally rejected Spain as an enemy and chose to open up to Portugal. As for Italy, the second largest market, had a great influence. Although its share was robbed, it still had a certain source of goods on land. Although it was small, it also had a certain influence. In addition, would rather give the market to Portugal than to Spain in the areas affected by. Why? Because the Portuguese had little influence on the Mediterranean, and Spain was Venice's direct competitor in the Mediterranean. This led to Spain's spice sales being more dependent on the German region. Although the German region is relatively poor, there are many princes and nobles. Even if the nobles are poor, they will grit their teeth and borrow money to maintain their pomp, and spices are indispensable. Therefore, this is a considerable market that can surpass England and become the third largest market in Western Europe. Therefore, Spain was unwilling to lend money to the emperor before. In addition to economic considerations, there was also the factor of fear of offending German aristocratic consumers. But this time is different. The Habsburg family is going to confront France head-on, which is too beneficial to Spain. Therefore, the Spaniards can't help but pay. Of course, in order not to offend the German aristocratic customers, the Spanish side asked His Majesty the Emperor to keep it secret. His Majesty the Emperor is not stupid. He has offended the German princes and is a mortal enemy of France. If he displeases the Spanish, it will be more trouble than gain. Therefore, he will not say anything casually. Anyway, he has already got the benefits. Next, he just needs to prepare to send troops. Chapter 2160, Austrian Army Expansion completed. The Lithuanians were still dragging their feet to gather their troops, while the Austrians had already gathered their troops and were ready to fight. After all, the emperor had the final say in Austria, unlike Lithuania, where they would quarrel for months before quarreling. Therefore, the gathering of troops here was much more efficient than that of Lithuania. The key to restricting the Habsburg family from sending troops was money. There was no way. The finances of the Habsburg family were miserable. Austria and Tyrol were originally mountainous and lacked fertile land. Therefore, the territory income was not much. Moreover, the Habsburg family was huge, with many branches, and everyone was of noble royal blood, so they had to share a lot of territory income. Therefore, very little fell into the hands of the emperor. Although the Netherlands was rich, the emperor obtained the right to rule through marriage, and his prestige in the local area was not high. The nobles in the local parliament were very reluctant to give money to Austria for expansion. Therefore, the money that could be obtained there was not much. Fortunately, although the Austrian region could not provide too much money, it had abundant human resources and was more supportive of the rule of the Habsburg family. As long as the money is in place, there are still a lot of people. In addition, the Austrians at this time are not the Austrians of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in later generations. During the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Austrians were obsessed with literature and music, and Vienna became the capital of music, but the combat effectiveness of the Austrians dropped sharply. The same is true for the French. In the 19th century, literature and romance directly lowered the combat effectiveness of the nation. But before engaging in literature and art, both the Austrians and the French were very brave and warlike nations. There is no music in Vienna now, and the Austrians still have many fierce mountain people. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor is not short of warriors. After the 900,000 gold coins exchanged for immigrants and Marin, and the 500,000 gold coins loaned by the Spaniards were in place, His Majesty the Emperor began to expand the army. Originally, in order to maintain the occupation of western Switzerland, the Habsburg family maintained about 20,000 to 30,000 troops. Among them, the most powerful was the Swiss corps led by Frundsberg. This legion has about 15,000 people, mainly 10 infantry phalanxes, 1,250 people in each phalanx, divided into 5 companies, 10 squads in each company, and 2,500 cavalry trained by Frundsberg imitating the military system of the North Sea Kingdom. This army is mainly defensive. After all, the early Marin phalanx, Spanish phalanx, is characterized by digging tunnels for frontal defense. The main function of the 2,500 cavalry is actually to chase and kill the defeated enemy. Facing the Marin phalanx, the Swiss resistance in the west is helpless. Although the Swiss spearmen are brave and good at fighting, facing the hedgehog-like primary version of the Marin phalanx, Sieg and his Swiss resistance are helpless. After all, in the duel with Frundsberg's primary version of the Marin phalanx, the first thing they encountered was not the enemy, but the 3 trenches in front of the formation. Under each trench, there are wooden stakes, which hurt your feet and lose your combat effectiveness. No matter how brave the Swiss mountaineers are, their soles are made of flesh and blood, and their shoes are made of wood or leather, so it is difficult for them to break through the rows of wooden stakes. The most important thing is that there is a row of 5 or 6 meter long spears on the wooden stakes. If you dare to remove the wooden stakes or fill the pits with something, you will be hit by a spear first. No, not a spear, but rows of spears. Moreover, 1/3 of the Marin phalanx is composed of musketeers. Do you dare to try to fill the pit? Although the musket has poor hit rate at a distance, it is still no problem within 30 to 50 meters. Therefore, the Swiss lancers are helpless against the hedgehog-like primary version of the Marin phalanx. Even if the French provide a group of plate armor knights as infantry, they cannot break through. It is better to use artillery, but there is a problem, that is, there are also artillery on the opposite side. According to the early combat habits of the Marin, there are generally 50 artillery pieces lined up in front of the formation. Frundsberg followed suit, bringing 50 artillery pieces with him every time he went into battle. Although the emperor was greedy for money this time and sold the artillery pieces to Glinski, Marin secretly cast a batch of better quality artillery pieces for the emperor at the cost price. It should be pointed out that although the artillery pieces cast by Marin for Austria were also rear-loading Portuguese cannons. However, the casting technology of the North Sea Kingdom was more advanced and the requirements were more stringent. Therefore, the rear-loading Portuguese cannons currently used by the Habsburg family army, when the subgun and the mother gun are connected, are basically tightly fitted, with no gaps for air leakage. Therefore, they are better than the French-made Portuguese cannons of the Swiss resistance. Therefore, although the number of people was later reduced to 15,000, Frundsberg relied on his hedgehog-like defense capabilities to make the Swiss resistance supported by France in the West helpless. The two sides have been in a long-term confrontation in central Switzerland, and neither can do anything about it. The difference is that the Swiss resistance army really couldn't do anything to Frundsberg's Swiss corps, and the reason why Frundsberg couldn't do anything to the Swiss resistance army was that he was short of troops and couldn't launch a counterattack. The key to the lack of troops was that the Habsburg family had no money to maintain an army of 30,000 or 40,000 for a long time. This time, His Majesty the Emperor not only exchanged 900,000 gold coins from Marin, but also obtained a loan of 500,000 gold coins from the Spaniards, so he naturally wouldn't be out of money. So, after getting the money, His Majesty the Emperor immediately began to expand the army. Because Marin provided a simple armor with a steel plate inserted in the wallet, His Majesty the Emperor planned to give priority to expanding the cavalry this time. Originally, His Majesty the Emperor had a standing army of 12,000 plate-armored cavalry. After having money, His Majesty the Emperor recruited another 20,000 knights and formed a heavy cavalry army of up to 32,000 people. That's not all. Perhaps because he thought that the armor with steel plates inserted in the wallet, which only cost 10 gold coins per set, was very useful, His Majesty the Emperor recruited 5,000 more knights to form a heavy infantry corps wearing armor with steel plates inserted in leather bags and holding two-handed swords. It should be pointed out that these 5,000 people all came from knight families in Austria, Tyrol and Franche-Comté. Of course, these people are all side branches of knight families, or from poor knight families. The side branches of knight families and poor knight families may not be able to afford expensive war horses because of poor economic conditions. In other words, war horses cannot be equipped for the children of side branches or knight children who have no inheritance rights. However, the children of these side branches of knight families and the non-eldest sons of poor knight families have been practicing martial arts since childhood. At least, the two-handed sword is not something that ordinary farmers can play with. After all, a double-edged sword can hurt others and yourself. If you play it too much, you will die. The leather armor with steel plates provided by Marin weighs only a little over 25 pounds, almost half of the Gothic plate armor. Although the protection is not as good as the Gothic plate armor, Marin said that this kind of armor is enough to resist swords and bows and arrows, which is similar to plate armor. When encountering a musket, plate armor is just as unstoppable as this armor, and the two are the same. Therefore, wearing this armor can also be considered a plate armor infantry. Moreover, because the weight is only about half of the ordinary plate armor, this kind of heavy armor infantry is much more mobile than the plate armor infantry. After all, with nearly half the weight reduced, endurance can be greatly enhanced. In particular, when dealing with Swiss spearmen, this kind of heavy armor infantry is quite useful. Because the Swiss spears cannot penetrate this kind of armor with steel plates inserted. The two-handed sword can push away or even cut off the Swiss spearmen's spears, which is a great threat to the spearmen. In addition, His Majesty the Emperor also authorized Frundsberg to expand 8 phalanxes by 10,000 people, bringing the total strength of the Swiss Legion to 25,000. In other words, in this wave, His Majesty the Emperor expanded the army by 20,000 cavalry, 5,000 heavy armored infantry and 10,000 infantry, a total of 35,000 troops. The Emperor's expansion of the army naturally could not be hidden from the French and the princes who were concerned about the Emperor. However, the Emperor did not care, but slowly trained the new recruits to adapt to the battle. In addition to the 20,000 newly added cavalry, which was handed over to the nobles loyal to the Emperor, Maximilian I handed over the 5,000 heavy armored infantry and 10,000 ordinary infantry to Frundsberg for training. And Frundsberg lived up to the expectations. He not only began to skillfully train ordinary infantry, but also studied the use of 5,000 heavy armored infantry, specifically, let the ordinary infantry confront the enemy in the Marin phalanx. Then, let 5,000 heavy armored infantry hold two-handed swords and suddenly rush into the battlefield from the side, raid the flank of the Swiss spearmen, and use the powerful protection and attack power of the heavy armored swordsmen to destroy the formation of the Swiss resistance. Then, the whole army attacked and eliminated the opponent. As for the 30,000 heavy armored cavalry of His Majesty the Emperor, they were mainly responsible for chasing and killing the fleeing remnants of the enemy. And, specifically dealing with the French knights. His Majesty the Emperor and Frundsberg knew very well that the Swiss resistance was doomed to lose this war, and the main opponent of the Habsburg family was still the French army. Therefore, there must be a shocking night duel at that time. And Maximilian I was known as the Night Emperor. He especially wanted to defeat the French in the field where the French were best at, thereby showing the great reputation of the Habsburg dynasty. Now, we just need to wait for the 35,000 newly recruited men to complete their training before launching a general offensive against Western Switzerland. Chapter 2161, The Prince's Response. The Austrians expanded their army very quickly, completing the expansion in a few months. Of course, it was not because the Habsburgs had strong execution, but because they had been prepared for a long time. Before, when Marin told His Majesty the Emperor that he could provide leather bags with steel plates, Maximilian I began to prepare to recruit soldiers. It was just that the money was not in place, so it was delayed. However, Maximilian I had already sent his capable men to contact everywhere, especially the children of the knight families. Therefore, those recruited knights had actually been prepared to apply for the army. The emperor sent immigrants 3 times, and after getting the money, those knights immediately received a notice and quickly gathered in the Graubünden area in southeastern Switzerland. It was also very easy for Frundsberg to recruit 10,000 infantry, because these people were actually old mercenaries, and they had actually been hired by the emperor in the last Swiss war. Everyone is familiar with it, only about 2,000 people are completely new recruits. But it doesn't matter, new recruits, when arranging troops, they are at the end, and they just need to pick up the bargains behind. If they lose, well, there's nothing to say, just play along. And the 8,000 old mercenaries, mainly from some pro-Habsburg vassal states, were hired by the Habsburgs and led by Frundsberg in the last war, and were already familiar with Frundsberg's command and training. If the Habsburgs were not too poor, they might not have disbanded and returned home. Therefore, the combination of infantry is actually much simpler than cavalry and heavy infantry. It should be pointed out that although heavy infantry is infantry, it is a special existence. Because they are all from the sons of nobles, or the sons of nobles' side branches, they are different from ordinary infantry. These people are undoubtedly good at martial arts, but it's no wonder. After all, they are of noble origin, which is not very lucky for Frundsberg, a guy who was born as a low-level knight. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor specially arranged a group of noble officers with relatively high titles and good origins to command this heavy infantry. Of course, those officers also listened to Frundsberg's command. In fact, if there was enough time, Frundsberg would have time to convince these noble children. But His Majesty the Emperor felt that time was pressing and there was no time for Frundsberg to slowly regain those rebellious noble children. Therefore, finding a noble officer with a high birth to suppress those noble children is the quickest and easiest way. In order to avoid the reaction of France and the princes, His Majesty the Emperor only gave Frundsberg a month of training and running in time. 1 month later, no matter what the situation is, the Habsburg family must send troops to western Switzerland. As for tactics, after exchanging opinions with Marin, His Majesty the Emperor decided to adopt the tactic of siege and attack. Of course, we must first go straight to Bern, the home of the resistance army in western Switzerland. This city is the headquarters of the Swiss resistance. Once the city is surrounded, both the resistance army in other parts of western Switzerland and the French will have to rescue Bern. Because once Bern is lost, the Swiss resistance will lose the confidence to resist. After all, Bern is the leader of the anti-Habsburg Western Swiss state and the spiritual pillar of the resistance. Of course, this is mainly about the German-speaking area. In the French-speaking area such as Geneva in the west, even if Bern falls, they will definitely continue to resist with the support of the French. Speaking of which, the most difficult to accept the rule of the Habsburg family are probably the Swiss in the French-speaking area. After all, the German-speaking area and Austria have the same roots and were once lands under the rule of the Habsburg family. The French-speaking area in the West has basically not been ruled by the Habsburg family, and has been too influenced by French culture, so it is very cold to the Habsburg family. But the French-speaking area in Switzerland at this time was very small, with only a small number of French-speaking people distributed in the southwest of Lake Geneva and the western border area near France. Moreover, the proportion of the French-speaking population is much lower than the 20% in later generations, about less than 10%, more than half less than in later generations. This is also a very normal thing. Switzerland was deeply influenced by France later, but now Switzerland has not yet broken away from the German cultural circle, and its sense of identity with France is not strong. In addition, the increase in the French-speaking population in Switzerland is related to the environment during World War I and World War II. At that time, France was at war, and Switzerland was a neutral country. Many French people near the Swiss border fled to Switzerland to avoid the war, increasing the proportion of the French-speaking population in Switzerland. But now, the French will come to Switzerland only if they are crazy. Because Switzerland is now a poor mountainous area, with only the fierceness of the mountain people. The watch industry in later generations was not promoted until decades later when Calvin carried out the religious reform in Switzerland. In other words, the current local economy in Switzerland has no watch industry or precision instruments at all, let alone banking. The largest source of income in the local area is actually earned by the mountain people who left their hometowns and worked hard as mercenaries. This is similar to the Nepalese Gurkhas in later generations, who just hoped to exchange their lives for money. Because they were well prepared, the expansion of the army on the Austrian side was very smooth and fast. When the hostile forces of His Majesty the Emperor learned the news, they were all shocked. In particular, the opposition princes who were closely watching the every move of the Habsburg family were extremely shocked by the Habsburg family's efficient recruitment this time. Then, a group of princes hurried to Wittenberg, the residence of the Elector of Saxony, to discuss countermeasures. What should we do? The Habsburg family recruited soldiers too quickly this time, so quickly that people had no time to react. How should we deal with it? Everyone, if His Majesty the Emperor swallows up the whole of Switzerland, his strength will increase greatly, and everyone will have a hard time in the future. Maybe His Majesty the Emperor will think about annexing the whole of Germany. Duke Anthony of Lorraine said uneasily. As a rebel of Germany and a supporter of the French, the Duchy of Lorraine least wants the Habsburg family to be strong. Because, as a rebel, when the Habsburg family becomes strong, the first to be cleaned up will be their own family. Therefore, he does not want the Habsburg family to be strong more than other princes. After thinking for a long time with his head down, Elector Frederick III of Saxony suddenly looked up and laughed. Everyone, don't panic. Look at the map. If His Majesty the Emperor takes over western Switzerland, what will he face? As he said, Frederick III stood up and pointed to the map hanging on the wall. Duke Anthony looked at the map and suddenly realized, you mean, France? Frederick III nodded and said, that's right, France. We don't want the Habsburgs to be strong, and the French don't want it either. Moreover, if His Majesty the Emperor takes over western Switzerland, he will be face to face with the French. At that time, the most uncomfortable will not be us, but the Kingdom of France. So, I guess the French are also worried at this moment. You mean, we should form an alliance with the French this time to deal with Maximilian I together? Duke Anthony of Lorraine said happily. Frederick III shook his head and said, we have no excuse to send troops this time. Last time we forced the county of Baden to do something. If this happens again, our reputation will be bad. After all, His Majesty the Emperor is the German Emperor. If we openly form an alliance with the French to deal with him, it will be tantamount to rebellion and our reputation will be bad. Then what should we do? Watching the Habsburgs become strong. Duke Anthony said irritably. The Duchy of Lorraine is just north of Switzerland. After His Majesty the Emperor has dealt with western Switzerland, the next target may be his Duchy of Lorraine. No, we can't send troops openly, but we can do it secretly. Frederick III said. How do we do it? The other princes asked with concern. Mercenaries. Gentlemen, it's hard to say anything else about us in Germany, but we definitely have a lot of mercenaries. We can't send troops openly, but we can always pay to hire a group of mercenaries to go to Switzerland and be hired by the Swiss resistance army, right? Frederick III said with a smile. That's no problem, but where do the Swiss get the money to hire them? A small prince asked. We pay privately, and the French will also pay the lion's share. Frederick III sighed. He knew that this time, they would bleed again. The emperor's troops looked strong, and if they wanted to stop them, they had to send a large number of troops to support them. But mercenaries cost a lot of money. Although the French will pay the lion's share, they will definitely not pay less, and hundreds of thousands of gold coins will not go away. Chapter 2162 Pressure. When the princes heard that they had to pay, they were like bereaved parents, and their faces were extremely ugly. Although there are many princes in the German region, most of them are in poor economic conditions. After all, the climate in most parts of Germany is not good. And the southern region with a good climate is mostly mountainous. This leads to low output from the prince's territories, and no one has much money. In addition, the longer the family is, the more prosperous the population is, and the worse the economic conditions are. It's a very simple reason. Originally, a duke had most of the land in the duchy. At this time, his economy was the most abundant. But if the duke has more than one son, he has to divide the land among other sons. Then, the next generation of dukes has less land in their name. In the era when there was no universal taxation, less land meant less fiscal revenue. Then, in the next generation of dukes, the old duke divided a lot of land to other sons, and the new duke had even less land. Generation after generation, the fiscal revenue of the duchy became less and less. Therefore, many European princes encouraged the development of commerce. Why? Because commercial taxes allowed them to collect tax revenue legally. In addition, collecting tolls and city entry taxes on fiefdoms is also an important source of fiscal revenue for the princes. Because if they stick to the output of the land, many princes will not be able to make ends meet. Even so, everyone tried their best to make money, but most princes still lacked money. For example, the previous Duke of Württemberg Ulrich owed a huge debt of 1 million gold coins. Other princes were not so crazy, but many of them also owed a lot of debts. You know, generally a German principality that can have an income of 100,000 gold coins a year is considered a very strong boss-level prince. Generally, many duchies have an annual fiscal revenue of only tens of thousands of gold coins. However, many princes will owe huge debts of hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Then, they will mortgage a lot of land and income of the principality to the big businessmen who lend money. However, there are still very few people like Duke of Württemberg Ulrich who owe 1 million. Generally speaking, there are very few people who owe more than 500,000 gold coins. It's not that these princes have a number in their hearts and dare not borrow too much. Rather, if too much money is owed, those financiers will not continue to lend money, fearing that they will not be able to pay it back. There are many princes in the German region, and they owe a lot of debts. Therefore, a group of financial giants emerged. For example, the Fugger family became the top wealthy family at the time by lending money. When everyone is short of money, asking them to take out hundreds of thousands of gold coins is simply asking for their lives. Therefore, the princes were very unhappy. But Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, told them the truth of lips and teeth are cold, more or less, and in the end, everyone was reluctant to claim the investment quota. After Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, claimed the quota of 50,000 gold coins, he was so angry that he jumped and cursed, "Damn it, why is this happening? Oh, I remember, it's all that damn Marin." He provided the emperor with 900,000 gold coins, so that the poor Habsburg family had money to send troops. "It's all Marin's fault, we should settle accounts with him." Duke Anthony's words resonated with the princes. Money is hard to come by, and no one wants to spend it recklessly. It is very costly to donate tens of thousands of gold coins at once. For many vassal states, tens of thousands of gold coins are a year's financial income. Even many small vassal states may not have so much income. Seeing that everyone was excited and seemed to want to use force against the North Sea Kingdom, the Elector of Saxony Frederick III quickly dissuaded them, "Don't, everyone. The North Sea Kingdom is strong. If we anger them and completely stand with His Majesty the Emperor, we will be in danger. Everyone should remember that the North Sea Kingdom has 4 legions of 10,000 people. Moreover, most of them are brave veterans. In addition, Marin still has 20,000 people in England. If we take action against the North Sea Kingdom and force it to mobilize all 60,000 people to join the Emperor, that is more than 100,000 troops. By then, even if we unite with the French, we may not be able to defeat them. What's more, Marin can probably come up with more money. If he gives His Majesty the Emperor hundreds of thousands of guldens in a rage, I'm afraid our Emperor can pull out another 10,000 or 20,000 troops. By then, it will be difficult for us to resist." Frederick III saw clearly that although Marin was not the same as them, he was not the same as the Emperor. After all, the North Sea Kingdom was also a vassal state. If the Habsburgs unified Germany, the North Sea Kingdom would also be annexed. Therefore, in the eyes of Frederick III, emotionally speaking, Marin was closer to Maximilian I, who discovered and promoted him. But in terms of interests, the North Sea Kingdom is actually consistent with the princes. Before, Frederick III even thought about winning over Marin. However, the princes refused to get close to Marin because of their prejudice and discrimination against Marin's origin. In addition, Marin had annexed many principalities before, which caused panic and hatred among the princes. Then, it was basically impossible for the Princes' Alliance and Marin to unite. But because of the relationship of interests, the North Sea Kingdom was independent of the Princes' anti-Habsburg alliance and the Habsburg family. For the Princes' anti-Habsburg alliance, they were dissatisfied with Marin, but they did not dare to completely anger Marin, fearing that he would completely turn to the Emperor. Moreover, the princes had complicated feelings towards the Habsburg family. They don't really care who will be the Emperor, but they care about the current Emperor, who publicly expressed his desire to unify Germany and centralize power when he was young. Although His Majesty the Emperor later said many times that he was young and ignorant, everyone remembered it and was always wary of Maximilian I. If everyone is at peace, they are not willing to target His Majesty the Emperor. But His Majesty the Emperor wants to annex the whole of Switzerland this time, and everyone is uneasy. Once the Habsburg family becomes really strong, it is really possible to annex the whole of Germany. We can't do nothing, right? Although Marin did not publicly support His Majesty the Emperor this time, his actions are equivalent to supporting the Habsburg family. If we do nothing, wouldn't it be equivalent to connivance? If Marin gives more support. Brandenburg Elector Joachim I frowned. He didn't want to go to war with the North Sea Kingdom. At the beginning, he was captured by Marin and was a little afraid of the North Sea Kingdom's combat effectiveness. However, if he did nothing, he was indeed worried that Marin would support the Emperor more unscrupulously. "So, we put pressure on him to prevent him from continuing to support His Majesty the Emperor," suggested the new Archbishop of Cologne, Hermann V. Pressure. "What if we force Marin to the Emperor's side? Moreover, our strength may not be able to defeat him. He may not be able to fight back against us, but he can still block our joint attack." George, Duke of Saxony, hesitated. Duke George was also defeated by Marin, but this man is very complicated. Although Marin took away his West Frisia, causing him to suffer huge losses. But later, Marin strongly funded him to develop silver mines in the Duchy of Saxony, making him a big profit. So, later, George's impression of Marin was not good, but not bad. After all, most of the princes of this era were not like the later Tsarist Russians, who were greedy for every inch of land. The reason why George and his father, Duke Albrecht, fought for West Frisia was not for land, but for the interests on the land. After all, they provided the emperor with a loan of 300,000 gold coins. Later, Marin provided him with financial and technical support for the development of silver mines, which increased the annual silver production of the Duchy of Saxony to about 50,000 kilograms, or 110,000 pounds. Although it was a little short of the historical average annual output of 70,000 kilograms of silver between 1526 and 1535, it was also close. Because, with the expansion of the scale of development, this output would surely be achieved within 3 years. So, now Duke George of Saxony is rich. After all, 50,000 kilograms of silver is equivalent to 1.17 million gold coins. Excluding development costs and Marin's dividends, Duke George's annual income from the silver mine exceeds 500,000 gold coins. Of course, the princes are not very clear. Because Marin suggested that he make a fortune in silence and not show off, so as not to be jealous. The silver produced by the Saxon silver mine was also quietly passed through Marin's business and the Fugger family and flowed into the market. So now Duke George and Marin are actually private business partners. The two sides cooperated to make a fortune, but on the surface, Duke George was playing the game of infernal affairs, and was active on the German political stage as a big boss of the Princes' alliance. Because he is rich, Duke George is now rich and powerful, his voice is particularly loud, and he exudes a confident light all over his body. Although he dare not speak for Marin publicly, it is still possible to scare everyone with the combat effectiveness of the North Sea Kingdom. Sure enough, after hearing Duke George's words and remembering Marin's invincible combat record, the princes hesitated. Seeing this situation, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, sighed. But he was smart and came up with an idea. We are indeed not sure that we can defeat the North Sea Kingdom alone, but what if we add the French? What do you mean? The French are now trying to rescue Switzerland, so it is impossible for them to join forces with us to attack the North Sea Kingdom. Duke George said after a pause. Frederick III shook his head and said, George, you are right. The French are really too busy to join us to deal with the North Sea Kingdom. But who can say for sure? Maybe the French are crazy enough to join us to deal with the North Sea Kingdom first. Besides, we don't really want to deal with the North Sea Kingdom, but to scare them so that they will be hesitant and dare not continue to support His Majesty the Emperor. Duke Anthony of Lorraine thought about it and said happily, that's right, we are not really going to send troops, but just use this possibility to scare them. Maybe, we can get some benefits from Marin. He didn't finish his words because Anthony realized that as a duke, it was not appropriate to say so. Although this was his real idea. Yes, maybe, we can get a lot of money from this kid. I don't want anything else, I just want to get a batch of salt from him, but I want a 20% discount on the purchase price, hee. Duke William IV of Bavaria said happily. The Duchy of Bavaria has a population of 400,000 to 500,000, but because it is deep inland and transportation is inconvenient, the price of salt is very high. Of course, Bavaria has the Rhine River Channel to import salt. However, this trade route is in the hands of some powerful old chambers of commerce and is difficult to snatch. Later, Marin joined in forcefully. Relying on the technology of cooking salt with coal balls, the salt produced is low in cost and good in quality, mainly filtering out the bitter brine, and the benefits are huge. The Duchy of Bavaria has hundreds of thousands of people. Even if it is discounted by 20% and only gets 20% of the profit, the income is still considerable. William IV cannot manage other places, but he is still very authoritative in the Duchy of Bavaria. He wants to monopolize the sale of salt in the country, and he only needs a stable source of salt. I like the spirits of the North Sea. The eyes of Joachim I, the Elector of Brandenburg, also lit up. He is a wine lover, similar to Mauzy, and likes spirits. Of course, it is also very profitable to be able to act as an agent for the sales of North Sea spirits in the Electorate of Brandenburg. The Electorate of Brandenburg is located in the northeast of Germany, with a cold climate. The temperament of the locals is a bit like Mauzy, and there are still many people who love to drink spirits. I hope the North Sea Kingdom can purchase more iron ore from Lorraine. Duke Anthony of Lorraine also has his own little calculations. Well, let's summarize, and then ask Archbishop Albert III of Mainz, the German Grand Speaker of the Holy Roman Empire and the convener of the Imperial Conference, and the nominal regent and Prime Minister of the Empire, to convene the princes and hold a temporary Imperial Conference in Worms to discuss the Habsburg family's attack on western Switzerland and put pressure on His Majesty the Emperor and Marin. Elector Frederick III of Saxony made the final decision. In name, the Elector of Saxony is the Grand Marshal of the Holy Roman Empire. But in the absence of a common enemy in the empire, the Grand Marshal of the Empire is actually just a title, just like the Prime Minister of the Archbishop of Mainz. However, among the princes, Frederick III is the most intelligent person, and everyone believes in him. It seems that Frederick III is more like the Prime Minister of the Holy Roman Empire than the Archbishop of Mainz. Chapter 2163, the princes were discussing how to blackmail Marin, but no one noticed that a priest sitting at the edge of the conference hall had a flash of eyes. This priest, of course, was James Bond, our outstanding spy of the North Sea Kingdom, and the newly promoted professor of theology, Calvin, at the University of Wittenberg. As a distinguished guest and good friend of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, although Bond was not qualified to attend the meeting, he still sat in the corner of the conference hall with Martin Luther and listened to the whole process of the meeting. Martin Luther, an idealist, was stunned by the last wave of discussions of the princes. Is this still an aristocrat? Why is it that money is all he talks about? Like a businessman with no bottom line. Martin Luther didn't react until he left the conference hall. Because the scene in front of him had too much impact on him, and it subverted his three views a little. After all, he was only 34 years old and had been a teacher in an ivory tower-like university. Although he had seen a lot of injustice at the bottom of society, he had seen less filth among the nobles. Bond, as a spy, was more well-informed and was familiar with many secrets, so he was not surprised. Seeing Martin Luther's lost look, Bond patted him on the shoulder. "Martin, don't mind, this is life. You know, nobles also have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and they like to show off and spend more money. That's why they care so much about money." Martin Luther came back to his senses and smiled reluctantly, but asked seriously, "Calvin, do you think it makes sense for us to promote church reform? You have also seen that these nobles are not as noble as they advertise, but very mercenary. I am worried that even if the reform is successful, it will only benefit these people and will not help ordinary people who really need help." Martin Luther is a relatively noble person, and he likes to help the weak. Originally, he thought that the nobles he was going to cooperate with would be as noble and kind as advertised in the Knights. As a result, he realized that the princes were just a bunch of fat and big-eared profiteers who always talked about their own interests. Bond was very open-minded, and Marin had mentioned this issue to him. So, he thought about what Marin had said at the beginning, and comforted Martin Luther. "You are right, many of these nobles are not good people. But you have to know that if they don't help us, we will be alone and will soon be suppressed by the Vatican and unable to fulfill our wishes. Although cooperating with them is not the best choice, we have no choice. Moreover, although most of the benefits after the reform will be taken away by these nobles, the common people will still get some benefits. As long as there is progress, we will have a clear conscience." Martin Luther listened to Bond's words, thought about it, and then thought about it again and again. It was not until a few days later that Martin Luther figured it out. Many difficulties cannot be solved overnight. Cooperating with the nobles is mainly to rely on their strength. Solve the problem first, and then solve the problem of noble greed. Of course, he may not have time to solve the latter problem. Because Martin Luther had no confidence that he could solve the trouble of the Vatican in this life. But as Professor Calvin said, even if only some benefits can be obtained, it will be of great benefit to ordinary people. After all, the requirements of ordinary people are also very low, just asking to live. And Bond, after separating from Martin Luther, immediately sent the details of this private meeting to Marin in code through pigeon messaging. After seeing the intelligence, Marin was also speechless. A bunch of princes, so little. Fortunately, these people are not stupid enough to blackmail themselves directly. If you want to do business, it doesn't matter if you give up some benefits. In fact, Marin has always wanted to do business with various vassal states. But the princes have a lot of opinions about him and have been unwilling to cooperate. Even if he is willing to make concessions, most of the princes will suspect that he is plotting something wrong. Therefore, Marin had previously built many small chambers of commerce in a roundabout way, hiding the background of the North Sea Kingdom, and then established trade relations with some vassal states. But the problem is that without official ways, these low-key small chambers of commerce often encounter various difficulties and are blackmailed. Therefore, in the end, they actually didn't make much money. This is also normal. You know, even in the 21st century, Chinese people who went to the Russians to do business were often blackmailed by the Russian constables in various names. Even in China, there is a legend that investment cannot pass that barrier. In this era without the rule of law, doing business not only has to consider the purchase cost and transportation cost, but also the extortion along the way, which must be considered. There are so many states in the German region that merchants often have to enter and exit and then pay tolls and tariffs. These costs make the small chambers of commerce under Marin miserable. Often, the goods that are obviously very profitable will pass a few more checkpoints on the road, and the profits will be knocked down to only a little bit. But Marin can't speak for these small chambers of commerce, otherwise, these chambers of commerce will be in a worse situation and be targeted more. If the goods are handed over to these princes to agent, the situation will be very different immediately. Apart from anything else, in the states where these princes are located, no one dares to collect tolls. After all, that state is the base of this prince. Who dares to blackmail the local emperor? Then, the costs of being blackmailed along the way can be thrown away directly. At least, the Chamber of Commerce under Marin does not have to bear it. In the end, although it seems to be a concession, it actually makes more money. Moreover, the so-called purchase price itself includes the tolls that were blackmailed. Even if it is discounted by 20%, it is far more than the cost price. The shipping price at the place of origin is actually less than half of the purchase price. In this way, even if the purchase price is discounted by 20%, Marin still earns more than 30%. In addition, those businesses personally represented by the princes will not only be unimpeded in their own states without being blackmailed, but also pay much less tolls when passing through other vassal states. Because the princes give each other face and will facilitate each other. Once the princes' family flags are planted and the family emblems are hung, when passing through the checkpoints, not to mention tax exemption, even if tolls are collected, they must be collected according to the minimum standard for the sake of the family flags and emblems. In addition, the officials and soldiers at the checkpoints dare not extort the caravans in private. Because this will offend the great nobles behind the caravan. Therefore, there are too many benefits to entrust the goods to these princes as agents. You can save a lot of tolls and you won't be blackmailed by cats and dogs. However, because of the extremely tense relationship between the two sides, Marin has never been able to let those princes act as agents for his own products. Now, the relationship between the two sides is still tense. However, this time some princes want to force Marin to make concessions in business. Although it is very disrespectful, it is actually what Marin wants. After that, Marin has been thinking, should I just lie down and not resist, or pretend to resist to make the other party more proud, and then cooperate? Chapter 2164, Neither side gives in. After thinking about it, Marin finally felt that he couldn't really lie down and accept it. After all, these princes are not good people, and they are all greedy. If it is too easy for them to succeed, they may have more excessive demands. Therefore, I have to resist, and not pretend to resist, but really resist to show my muscles. At the end of August, Archbishop Albert III of Mainz initiated a new Worms Imperial Conference. In name, the theme of this meeting is to discuss the peace issue in Switzerland. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that this is aimed at His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor also knows it in his heart, and he has no demands on the Imperial Parliament, so he did not come in person on the grounds of physical discomfort, but only sent an envoy. After all, it seems too embarrassing for the Prime Minister to call an emergency meeting and the Emperor to come eagerly. If it is a major meeting, or the Emperor himself has demands, he will come in person. And the representative sent by His Majesty the Emperor this time is also very interesting. He is Count Eitel Frederick III of Hohenzollern from the Swabian region. This branch is an important branch of the Hohenzollern family, the Swabian branch. However, unlike the main branch of the Hohenzollern family of the Swabian branch has a very good relationship with the Habsburg family, and is even an important supporter of the Habsburg family. For example, Count Eitel Frederick II of Hohenzollern, who just died 2 years ago, was the Grand Speaker of Austria and the Grand Marshal of the Austrian army. Moreover, he himself is also a close friend of Emperor Maximilian I and has a very good relationship with the Habsburg family. When Marin first went to Vienna to recruit mercenaries, it was this old count who stood on the stage with the emperor to review the military appearance. And Eitel Frederick III, the son of Eitel Frederick II, is also a staunch supporter of the Habsburg family. After his father's death, Eitel Frederick III continued to serve the emperor as the Grand Steward of the Austrian court, that is, the Prime Minister. In addition, the initiator of this imperial conference, Archbishop Albert III of Mainz, is actually from the Hohenzollern family. He is the younger brother of Joachim I, the Elector of Brandenburg. He is very young and was born in 1490. In other words, Marin traveled through time in 1494, when Albert III was only 4 years old. But he is the son of the Elector and has a strong background. Therefore, at a young age, he was elected Archbishop of Magdeburg, and then Archbishop of Mainz. Of course, his election was not popular, but because of his background and money spent. For example, his election as Archbishop of Mainz cost 500,000 gold coins, most of which were borrowed. Therefore, this imperial conference is very interesting. The convener of the meeting was Archbishop Albert III of the Brandenburg branch of the Hohenzollern family, and Joachim I, the leader of the Brandenburg branch of the Hohenzollern family, was an important leader against the Habsburg family. But Eitel Frederick III, the leader of the Swabian branch of the Hohenzollern family, was the most staunch supporter of the Habsburg family. After the meeting began, the princes of the anti-Habsburg alliance opened fire and questioned Eitel Frederick III why the Habsburg family had ill intentions towards Switzerland. Eitel Frederick III was not to be outdone and produced a lot of evidence to prove that the Habsburg family had a sacred right to rule Switzerland since ancient times. But the anti-Habsburg alliance was not unprepared. They showed evidence that the Habsburg family was forced to give up its rule over Switzerland during the reign of Sigismund, the emperor of the Luxembourg dynasty. Interestingly, the Habsburg family lost its rule over Switzerland during the reign of Sigismund, the emperor of the Luxembourg dynasty. But after Sigismund's death, because he had no male heirs, his inheritance rights fell into the hands of his son-in-law, Albrecht of the Habsburg family. Then, Albrecht inherited the Luxembourg dynasty's territories, including the Kingdom of Bohemia, the Kingdom of Hungary, and the Duchy of Luxembourg, and was also the ruler of Austria. But unfortunately, he died in Nezmi, Hungary, while leading the Kingdom of Hungary to resist the Turkish invasion. At that time, he had been elected as the King of Germany, and as long as he marched into Rome, he could be crowned as the Holy Roman Emperor. Then, Albrecht's only son, Laszlo V, was expelled from Hungary and fled to Austria because of his young age. At that time, the princes chose Laszlo V's cousin, Frederick, the Duke of Inner Austria, as the King of Germany. And this Duke of Inner Austria, Frederick, was the father of Maximilian I, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick III. Because he was afraid that his cousin would compete with him for power, Frederick III directly placed Laszlo V under house arrest and controlled Austria alone. But in fact, the young Laszlo V was the real master of Austria. And Frederick III was actually the Lord of Inner Austria. But the princes deliberately chose him as the German king because they wanted to cause internal strife in the Habsburg family. Later, the Austrian nobles rescued Ladislaus V and let him resume his rule in Austria and Bohemia. But the young master was very unfortunate and died of illness in Prague at the age of 17. At that time, many people speculated that Frederick III sent someone to poison him. After all, after Ladislaus V's death, Austria did fall into the hands of Frederick III. However, the Kingdom of Bohemia and the Kingdom of Hungary were taken advantage of by the Jagiellonian dynasty of Poland. At the meeting, the two sides quarreled. The anti-Habsburg alliance insisted that the Habsburg family had given up Switzerland during the reign of Emperor Sigismund. However, Edel Frederick III said that it was true that the Habsburg family gave up Switzerland, but later the Habsburg Emperor Frederick III declared that he would take back Switzerland. Of course, Frederick III was very weak. He couldn't even beat Matthias I of Hungary, and he lost the capital Vienna, not to mention regaining his ancestral land in Switzerland. Count Eitel Frederick III of Hohenzollern believed that the will of Emperor Sigismund counted, and Frederick III was also an emperor, so his will also counted. Therefore, there was no legal problem with the Habsburg family's right to rule Switzerland. Moreover, the current Emperor Maximilian I also reiterated that the Habsburg family had unquestionable right to rule over Switzerland. The anti-Habsburg alliance was not to be outdone. They said that neither Frederick III nor Maximilian I's declaration of sovereignty over Switzerland had been confirmed by the imperial parliament, so it did not count. But Eitel Frederick III also refuted that the Habsburg family's abandonment of the right to rule Switzerland was only an agreement reached with the Luxembourg dynasty, and it had not been formally confirmed by the imperial conference. Therefore, the Habsburg family has the right to take back their ancestral land. In this way, both sides refused to give in, but they all had their own reasons. So, the quarrel was endless. As the Grand Duke, Marin sat on the rostrum with the 7 electors. Of course, he sat at the edge. However, he had no interest in the quarrel and took a nap instead. Seeing him taking a nap, both sides of the quarrel were a little angry. However, thinking of his powerful strength, they didn't want to provoke him. So, everyone continued to scold each other, and Marin continued to take a nap. In order not to be disturbed, Marin even stuffed cotton balls in his ears. Chapter 2165. Come, let's deduce. Marin didn't want to get involved in this argument. In fact, this kind of argument would never have any results. Both sides seemed to have evidence, but neither was ironclad evidence that could be unanimously recognized. The focus of the problem lies in the dual recognition of the emperor and the imperial parliament, but the problem is that the evidence of both sides has never been recognized by both parties. Even when Sigismund forced the Habsburgs to give up Switzerland, he did not get written confirmation from the imperial parliament. It was just an agreement reached by Sigismund and the Habsburgs in private bargaining. Later, the imperial parliament agreed that Swiss city-states such as Bern and Zurich would join the imperial parliament. However, the Habsburgs emphasized the issue of Swiss sovereignty. At that time, the imperial parliament adopted a default attitude, that is, it defaulted to Swiss city-states as members of the imperial conference, and did not oppose the Habsburgs' claim to Swiss sovereignty. Mainly, the Swiss mountain people were fierce, and the imperial parliament did not think that the Habsburgs had the ability to defeat them. In order to give the Habsburgs the motivation to fight the Swiss mountain people and consume their strength. Therefore, the imperial parliament adopted a vague attitude at the beginning. In this way, they can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, watching the Habsburgs and the unruly Swiss mountain people fight to death. If the imperial parliament completely confirmed that Switzerland did not belong to the Habsburg family, the Habsburg family would withdraw from Switzerland and threaten other places. Therefore, the imperial parliament did not reject the Habsburg family's claim to Switzerland in writing at that time. But the problem is that the premise of all this is that the Habsburg family has no ability to annex Switzerland. Once the Habsburg family has the ability to annex Switzerland, the imperial parliament will not have this attitude. But it's all too late. Now, the Habsburg family seems to have the strength to annex Switzerland. The Habsburg family is also very depressed. At the beginning, they were indeed forced to give up Switzerland by Emperor Sigismund of the Luxembourg dynasty, and they publicly admitted it. Fortunately, the Habsburg family did not confirm in written documents that Switzerland was out of their rule, so they had an excuse to send troops. But everyone knew about the public statement at that time, so on this issue, the two sides could only argue endlessly, and no one could convince anyone. Marin also knew the reason, so he simply didn't speak and watched the two sides quarrel. Anyway, this matter will not have any results. Moreover, even if there is a vote, there will be no result. Because, His Majesty the Emperor also has many allies. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor also learned from Marin and won over many imperial cities. Although these imperial cities are weak, they also have votes. In addition, the Swabian alliance, which originally stood on the side of the emperor, could only continue to argue in the end. As expected, as Marin expected, the two sides quarreled for 3 days without any result, and then they parted unhappily. But Eitel Frederick III had few helpers after all, and he mainly relied on himself to quarrel. Unlike his opponents, a bunch of people took turns to quarrel. So, his throat hurt. So, in the absence of consensus, Austrian Palace Prime Minister Eitel Frederick III left Worms angrily. Eitel Frederick III left, but Marin did not. Of course, he pretended to leave, and then, the Elector of Saxony Frederick III opened his mouth to retain him. Archduke Marin, please stay. Marin shuddered with fear. Why did this rhetoric sound so much like Shingonbao's rhetoric? Dao Yu, please stay, pitted many Jiejiao immortals. Frederick III, this old fellow, he wants to cheat me. Turning around slightly stiffly, Marin smiled and said, I don't know what you, no, what does His Majesty Frederick have to teach me? Teach me? Frederick III was a little confused. He didn't understand the context of the East very well, and didn't know that teaching was just a polite way of speaking. So, he said very simply, I have nothing to teach you, I just want to discuss something with you. Then, many colleagues also have something to discuss with you. After that, many princes around him showed their deep affection of, you know. Marin had recovered from the shock of the tone of, Dao Yu, please stay, and seeing the malicious eyes of a group of princes around him, he didn't hesitate and asked simply, where are we going to talk about it? Let's go to the Saxon palace. Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, suggested. Because it is the venue for the imperial conference, although the city of Worms is small, some powerful princes will build temporary palaces and courtyards in the city for temporary residence, so as not to have no place to live during the meeting. Even Marin built a villa with high walls and a large courtyard in Worms. Of course, not everyone has the money to buy a house in Worms and establish a temporary residence. Many small princes with poor finances actually live in the palaces of some big guys. Of course, they will take refuge under this big guy. For example, the Saxon palace is home to many small princes who follow Frederick III's lead. And the Elector Emperor like Frederick III will also build a small meeting place in the palace to facilitate discussions with the small princes under his command. When he came to the small hall of the Saxon palace, Marin had no scruples. He walked in carelessly, found a seat on the rostrum and sat down, and then said casually, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? He was not worried about any danger. Maybe some irrational small princes would mess around, but the princes like Frederick III were still very rational and would never mess around. Besides, the nobles actually pay the most attention to rules. Of course, it's among the nobles. The main thing is that everyone has bad luck, and everyone is afraid that they will have such a day. Therefore, no one will kill other nobles casually. Otherwise, if you kill others, others can also hire killers to kill you. Everyone will be in danger if they kill each other. Besides, Marin brought thousands of cavalry guards to Worms and stationed outside the city. If Marin really had an accident, the 1,000 cavalry would definitely massacre the participating princes, and none of them would run away. Seeing Marin so calm, everyone was not calm in Ima, facing so many of us, why don't you cooperate and show fear? Of course Marin would not cooperate, because he knew that although these nobles looked like 5 or 6 people, most of them did not do human work. What about the Great Voyage? The commanders were all nobles. But, they all took everyone to be robbers. Germany did not engage in the Great Voyage, otherwise, most of the nobles present would become robber leaders. You can't show your weakness in front of this kind of people, otherwise, these bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong will rush over and tear your flesh and blood. Seeing that Marin was not afraid, many princes loudly rebuked and threatened. What? You want to unite with France to destroy the North Sea Kingdom first? Marin looked at Anthony, the Duke of Lorraine, who made the threat, in surprise. Then, he smiled and said, Sir Anthony, you are really a good servant of France. Marin said sarcastically, which was tantamount to mocking the Duchy of Lorraine for being a lackey for France. Marin, don't be arrogant. If we unite and join the French, we can really destroy the North Sea Kingdom. Anthony said angrily. Marin said disdainfully, destroy the North Sea Kingdom? Is it that easy? After that, Marin suddenly took out a military map. Then, he spread the map in front of Frederick III and said confidently, come on, let's deduce it. Chapter 2166, Shinra Traitor. Deduction. Deduction of what? Elector Frederick III of Saxony was somewhat puzzled. Deduction of how you can destroy me. Didn't you threaten to destroy the North Sea Kingdom? Well, now, let's deduce publicly and see if we can destroy the North Sea Kingdom. Marin answered confidently. The princes looked at each other, but they all became angry. This guy is so arrogant. Duke Anthony of Lorraine said angrily, Marin, don't think that the North Sea Kingdom is arrogant because of its strong military power. Although your North Sea Kingdom is strong, if our various lords unite, we can gather an army of more than 100,000 or 200,000. Are you afraid that we can't defeat your North Sea Kingdom? Marin sneered and said, I know that if you give your all, you may really be able to gather more than 200,000 troops. But, everyone, do you have enough money and food to feed more than 200,000 troops? After a pause, Marin continued, at that time, the North Sea Kingdom does not need to fight you head-on, but only needs to defend the fortress and delay time. With your financial strength, as long as it drags on for 2 or 3 months, many of you will go bankrupt. The faces of the lords changed immediately, because Marin hit their hearts. It is no problem to gather more than 200,000 troops. If there are not enough people, you can pretend to be farmers as conscripts to make up the number. However, the problem of money and food is difficult to solve. More than 200,000 young and strong, including civilians, at least 500,000 people. During the war, an army of 500,000 soldiers consumed at least 500,000 to 600,000 pounds of grain every day. If it dragged on for 3 months, it would be 40 to 50 million pounds. The price of rye per pound was 1 pfennig, so 50 million pounds was 50 million pfennigs, which was worth about 830,000 gold coins. This was just the consumption of food. In addition, salaries had to be paid. Of the army of more than 200,000 soldiers, at least 100,000 of them were mercenaries. For 100,000 mercenaries, at a salary of 3 pfennigs per person per day, 300,000 pfennigs per day would be required, which would be 27 million pfennigs in 3 months. But the actual situation was not calculated this way. The actual consumption was much higher than this. Because the salary of an officer could not be 3 pfennigs per day, it had to be much higher than this. For example, the daily salary of an ordinary knight was 1 shilling and 8 pfennigs, or 20 pfennigs per day. The commission of ordinary grassroots officers was the same as this, but the daily salary of officers in higher positions was much higher. For example, in Napoleon's French army, the daily salary of ordinary soldiers was only 0.96 francs, less than 1 franc. New recruits were even worse off, with a daily salary of only 0.62 francs. The daily salary of a French captain was as high as 8 francs, more than 8 times that of an ordinary soldier. The daily salary of the army commander and the quartermaster general was as high as 100 francs, more than 100 times that of an ordinary soldier. The daily salary of a marshal was 111 francs, more than 110 times that of an ordinary soldier. Therefore, the salary expenditure required for an army of more than 200,000 people is far more than 300,000 pfennigs a day, and should exceed 400,000 pfennigs. In addition, the food consumption of war horses in the army is also an extremely terrifying number. Generally, each horse consumes more than 5 times the food of a person every day. For example, the French military manual stipulates that the food consumption of war horses is 4.8 kilograms per day, which is more than 10 pounds. According to this standard, if there are 10,000 war horses, the daily food consumption is equivalent to the consumption of 100,000 troops. However, the core military force of each vassal state is precisely those plate armor knights. In Germany, it is estimated that there are more than 200,000 noble children who are suitable for plate armor heavy cavalry. Of course, there are tens of thousands of people in the emperor's camp. The anti-Habsburg alliance can mobilize at most 100,000. But the general forces can't afford knights. A knight will bring 5 servants when he goes to war. Moreover, the knights have spare horses, and the daily food consumption is also large. And the knight servants, at least 2 or 3 combat servants, are also on horseback, and their horse feed is also provided by the party sending troops. If 100,000 plate-armored knights are dispatched, at least 400,000 horses will be fed every day just to feed the horses. And the food consumption of horses, no matter how economical, is more than 5 times that of ordinary people. So, this will be scary. In the face of extremely huge expenses, the poor German princes have at most tens of thousands of plate-armored heavy cavalry, as well as a large number of auxiliary light cavalry, and conscripts. Even if they save more, they really form an army according to the scale of 200,000 troops. When the battle starts, once they fall into a protracted war, the finances of the princes will definitely collapse. This is by no means a joke. You know, at present, in the whole of Europe, except for Marin who is good at blowing up city gates and burning them with gasoline barrels, other countries are seriously lacking in the means to break the city. Therefore, it often takes several months or even more than a year to capture a fortress. If you encounter a very strong fortress, it is possible to siege it for several years. However, whether it is Marin or Frederick III and other princes, they all know very well that the princes simply do not have the money and food needed to besiege the cities of the North Sea for a long time. We can rob the money and food of the North Sea for our own use. Duke Anthony's eyes lit up and deduced. Marin smiled and shook his head, and said, Sir Anthony, you may be disappointed. The granaries of the North Sea Kingdom are basically built beside the rivers, and the Munster Canal goes directly to Aurich. Moreover, each granary is garrisoned by loyal troops. If the army of the princes really breaks into the North Sea Kingdom, those loyal troops guarding the granaries will either transport the food away using the river or burn it directly. Therefore, there is no problem of seizing food from us to feed the army. Maybe you can seize some scattered food, but you will never seize a large granary. Burned? Are you crazy? The locals don't want to eat food? Duke Anthony didn't understand. Marin sneered, "Humph, if I don't burn it, are I waiting for your army to snatch it away to eat? I know very well that when mercenaries cross the border, robbing food is just a basic operation. Even if I leave the food in the granary, your army will never distribute food to the locals. Therefore, as long as it falls, the locals will inevitably starve to death. Instead of this, it is better to ignore it when the enemy invades and burn the stock directly. At worst, everyone will starve to death together. The people who starve to death on my side are just some ordinary farmers, and I can recruit them later. And the people who starve to death on your side are a large number of soldiers. Let's see who is more profitable." This move is called fortifying the walls and clearing the fields in the military, leaving no food for the invading army. What a vicious fortifying the walls and clearing the fields. The prince's scalps were numb. Once an army of more than 200,000 people is short of food, let alone killing the enemy, they may directly fight internally. Then, everyone continued to deduce. Duke Anthony proposed that not only can we gather an army of more than 100,000 or 200,000, but France can also gather more than 100,000 troops. If the two families join forces, it will be no problem to break through the North Sea Kingdom. Marin looked at Duke Anthony meaningfully and asked, "My Lord Duke, are you a great lord of Germany or a slave of the French? Your position is wrong. First of all, you are a great lord of Germany, and your main fiefdom is in Germany, not France. When considering the problem, please put the interests of Germany first, not the interests of France." Marin was quite disgusted with this man. He was obviously a German, but he only considered France. In history, after the death of Maximilian I, when he was running for emperor, this guy actually pushed François I to compete with Charles V. Who is François I? That's the king of France. If he became emperor, France would have an excuse to annex Germany. By then, the whole of Germany would be finished. Fortunately, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, was more sober and was not blinded by the contradictions with the Habsburg family. He took the lead in choosing Charles V of the Habsburg family and rejected the King of France, so that the German region was not found an excuse for the French to annex. To describe this duke in one word, that is, German traitor. Of course, this is related to his upbringing. This duke has a very good relationship with the late King Louis XII of France. Even he and his brother Claude lived in the French court of Louis XII for 8 years until they returned to their country in 1508 to inherit the title of Duke of Lorraine. Even in the original history, this guy joined the French army twice and entered Italy, once with Louis XII and once with Francis I. Of course, because of Marin, the time when Louis XII marched into Italy changed in this time and space, and Anthony did not participate. Otherwise, Marin could point at his nose and scold him directly. In addition to growing up in the French court, Duke Anthony is also the Duke of Bar in France. But the Duke of France actually has no real power. After all, the French royal power is centralized and the Duke has no real power. But this Duke Anthony is so stubborn that he loves France and doesn't love Germany. Moreover, he has a very good personal relationship with Francis I, which is why he nominated Francis I as emperor in 1519. But no matter how good the personal relationship is, you can't ignore the interests of the Holy Roman Empire and let a Frenchman be the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So, this guy is a traitor to the Holy Roman Empire. Chapter 2167, Mutual Attacks Turned into Trade Negotiations. What do you mean? Duke Anthony of Lorraine felt embarrassed and a little angry after being confronted by Marin. Marin didn't indulge him, but sneered, "Do you want me to be more specific? You grew up in the court of Louis XII, and you have a very good relationship with Francis I. In your heart, I'm afraid you don't care about the interests of Germany at all. I heard from the spy in Lorraine that you once planned to nominate Francis I as the next emperor, so that France would annex Germany, and all of us princes would lose control of our territories and become powerless nobles like the French nobles who only know to obey the king." As soon as these words came out, the nobles present were in an uproar. In fact, Duke Anthony of Lorraine did not express this meaning publicly. However, when he met with Francis I in private, he accidentally mentioned this topic. Therefore, Duke Anthony's face turned pale, thinking that he was exposed. I didn't. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. However, this panic was caught by Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony. Could it be that he really has this idea? Frederick III thought to himself. Many other princes also looked unhappy. After all, no one wanted to become a puppet noble like the French nobles who only knew to obey the king's arrangements. The reason why they united together to oppose the Habsburg family was because the emperor had expressed his ambition to learn from the French to unify Germany. But if the French king is really elected as the emperor, it will be more terrible than if someone from the Habsburg family is the emperor. Because the Kingdom of France is much stronger than the Habsburg family, it is easier to annex various principalities. Of course, in history, the reason why the princes considered choosing François I as emperor was because Charles V was too strong at the time. Not only has he become the king of the two kingdoms of Spain, but he is also the heir of Austria and the Netherlands. The princes wanted to choose François I in order to confront Charles V. But Frederick III and other princes considered that France was not a good thing, and with the threat of Turkey, they finally chose Charles V. Anthony, who was a little confused by Marin's spray, reacted angrily, "Don't change the subject, we are discussing why you funded the Habsburg family." Marin said indifferently, "Okay, just treat me as wrong. However, Duke Anthony, can you promise that you will never propose that the French be emperor in the future?" Duke Anthony's tone stagnated, because he really wanted to make François I, who had a very good relationship, the next emperor. "Why, do you really want the French to annex Germany?" Marin mocked. "What are you talking about? When did I say that the French should annex Germany?" Duke Anthony was a little angry. However, he did not deny it at the first time, which immediately made Frederick III and other smart people a little dissatisfied. "Feelings, we are united against the Habsburg family, but you want to sell us to the French?" Of course, as smart people, they did not express their thoughts at this time. But think about it carefully, Duke Anthony of Lorraine is indeed too close to France. Although Marin, this bad boy, is not likable, he is right about this. Duke Anthony may really be more inclined towards France. Seeing that Marin has said this, Anthony still refuses to express his position that he will not support the French as emperor in the future. Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, is a little disappointed. But now is not the time to discuss Anthony's problem, so he expressed his position. "Let's not talk about this topic first. I will express my position here. As an elector, I will never support the King of France as emperor." Seeing him speak, the Archbishop of Mainz and several other electors also expressed their positions. Then, the matter was turned over. But Duke Anthony of Lorraine was obviously very unhappy, and his eyes looking at Marin were very vicious. But Marin didn't care what he thought. In fact, the reason why he bombarded the Duke of Lorraine was to divide the princes' camps. Moreover, the Duke of Lorraine is an important link between the princes and France. Once this link is suspected by the princes, it will be difficult for the two sides to unite closely. However, the disadvantage of doing so is that it will severely offend François I. After all, this is the end of his dream of becoming an emperor. But Marin didn't care, because after the Habsburgs launched a general offensive against western Switzerland, the French would not be able to take care of him because they were busy supporting the Swiss resistance. And when Marin came back from the battlefield in Eastern Europe, it didn't matter even more. Because he would increase his troops by tens of thousands. At that time, he would sharpen his knives and make it clear that he wanted to fight a decisive battle. If they wanted to annex England, the French could not escape this hurdle. Therefore, there must be a war between the two sides. What Marin was worried about was that the German princes would fully support the French at that time. Once that happened, Marin would not only have to fight the French, but also guard against the princes attacking his rear. Under the attack from both sides, even if he won, the losses would be great. Therefore, at this meeting, Marin actually wanted to alienate the relationship between the princes' alliance and the French. As long as there was a gap in the alliance between the princes and the French, the intensity of the attack on the North Sea Kingdom would be weaker. Just now, Marin said that he burned the food and didn't care about the lives of the farmers. In fact, it was bragging. Marin actually cares about the lives of farmers and does not want the rural areas of the North Sea to be ravaged by war. After all, it is easy to kill a farmer, just one knife. However, it takes more than 10 or 20 years to increase the number of farmers from children to adults. Therefore, Marin does not want the coalition forces of the princes to ravage the countryside of the North Sea. Seeing that the topic stopped, Frederick III tapped the map and said, "Okay, let's continue the deduction. Marin, we will send out 200,000 troops, and the French will also send troops. How can you resist? If you can't resist, the North Sea will be gone." Marin also came back to his senses at this time. He came to discuss cooperation. If he is too strong and ends unhappily, then trade cooperation will not be possible. So, he deliberately showed weakness and said, "Well, what you said makes sense. If the war fails, I am afraid I can only ship most of the food and money to Newcastle, England by sea. You know, I am also the Earl of Newcastle in England." Then, he smiled again and said, "Even if I lose the North Sea Kingdom, I can still rely on Newcastle to continue to exist. At that time, as long as I have money and food, I can continue to hire troops and counterattack." The princes thought about it and it was true. If Marin was determined to run away, they couldn't stop him. Auric is only 20 to 30 kilometers away from the port of Emden, and it is easy to retreat to the sea. Looking at the German princes, only the Hanseatic League, a commercial city alliance, has a naval fleet that competes with the North Sea Kingdom, and these princes do not have it. And the one king and one queen of the Hanseatic League, Lübeck and Hamburg, the most powerful king and queen at sea, have very good relations with the North Sea Kingdom. So, it is impossible to destroy the North Sea Kingdom. At most, drive Marin to England. However, if they cannot destroy the enemy, and Marin takes away a lot of money and food, he will have the capital to fight back. At that time, it will be entangled. Just when the princes were racking their brains over how to solve the problem, Marin took the initiative to give in. Of course, I am reluctant to give up such a big business in the North Sea Kingdom. After all, the North Sea Kingdom is not smaller than England. Giving up such a large homeland and going to England to manage a county is certainly not a good thing. So, it's best if we can avoid fighting. As for what you all said about me supporting His Majesty the Emperor, I am really wronged. Think about it, did I give money to His Majesty the Emperor for free? After all, he sent me 30,000 immigrants. Beihai country needs people. Not only will I pay if His Majesty the Emperor sends immigrants, but I will also pay if you all send immigrants here, and I will treat everyone equally. There is no bargaining, 30 gold coins per farmer, and it must include one able-bodied farmer. We also pay for sending farmers. The eyes of some princes suddenly lit up. They are southern princes, with a large population but not much land. Therefore, there is a surplus population. And most of them are in poor economic conditions and want to make some money. But the Duke of Lorraine jumped out and objected, that won't work. If you recruit one able-bodied man from each household as a soldier, wouldn't that strengthen your military strength in disguise? At that time, if you recruit tens of thousands of soldiers, it will be a great threat to everyone. The princes thought about it and realized that it was true, so they gave up the idea of making money. But Marin said, don't worry, everyone, you can screen the poor people sent here first. For example, the 30,000 households sent by Austria were screened by His Majesty the Emperor first, and the ones he gave me were all thin or timid. Farmers. Such people, even if they were given to me, could not become brave soldiers. So, you can do this too. Marin deliberately mentioned the characteristics of Austrian immigrants, which was actually telling everyone implicitly His Majesty the Emperor was also on guard against me, and we were not as close as you thought. Frederick III and other smart people immediately figured out the key and showed joy. As long as Marin did not die for the Habsburg family, it would be a good thing. Then, the atmosphere eased a lot. Then, under Marin's deliberate guidance, the topic slowly shifted to commercial trade. For example, Duke William IV of Bavaria happily talked to Marin about the agency sales of salt. Marin also wanted to open up the market of these principalities, and gave a 20% discount on the wholesale price, which was considered to leave enough profit for him. As for the idea of Brandenburg Elector Joachim I to act as an agent for the sales of spirits, Marin also agreed. After all, we will make sweet potato burns in the future, and the cost of alcohol is low, so it is a good thing to open up more markets. In addition, Marin also reached an intention to cooperate in sugar trade with some princes. The planting of sugarcane in Cuba has been scaled up, and the output of sugarcane has increased. It is time to find a sales channel. Previously, it was sold through the Xiaohao Chamber of Commerce, and the exploitation along the way was too severe. It is more cost-effective to cooperate directly with these princes. Of course, Marin did not say that the sugarcane was self-produced, but that it was shipped from the distant east for sale. In this way, there is a reason to ask for a high price. In addition, even with the Duchy of Lorraine, which had the worst relationship due to the previous quarrels, Marin agreed to buy more iron ore. Of course, according to the market price. Although the quality of the ore of the Lorraine iron mine is poor, there is no problem in smelting it into pig iron and then using it to make farm tools. And these farm tools can also be sold to these princes. In short, the following meeting suddenly changed from a quarrel scene to a large-scale trade fair, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Everyone benefited, and the only one who suffered the biggest loss was probably King François I of France, who lost the qualification to run for the next emperor. Chapter 2168 Lorraine Iron. In fact, even if François I knew about this, he would not take it too seriously, at most he would be unhappy. Why? Originally in history, the German princes chose him to compete with the powerful Charles V to prevent the Habsburg family from being too strong. But now, because of Marin's intervention, Prince I of Spain did not die, and Charles failed to inherit the Spanish throne. Naturally, the German princes would not worry that the Habsburg family would be too strong, nor would they have the idea of pulling the King of France to compete with Charles. Of course, when the Habsburg family conquers the whole of Switzerland, the princes will still feel pressure. However, there is no greater pressure than Charles V, who united Spain. In other words, Marin's disruption this time was just a luxury for François I, not something that he could easily get. There will definitely be grudges between the two sides at that time, but they will not go to war. It was Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, whose plan was exposed by Marin, who completely hated Marin. After all, Marin didn't give him face this time. Originally, Anthony, who served as both the Duke of Lorraine and the Duke of Bar in France, was very popular both in Germany and France, and everyone gave him face. Unlike Marin this time, he was embarrassed on the spot. And the nobles are all about face, and sometimes interests have to give way to face. Therefore, Duke Anthony and Marin have a grudge. If there is a chance to stab, the other party will never be vague. Even if Marin agreed to purchase more iron ore from Lorraine, it did not reduce Duke Anthony's hatred for Marin. Why did Marin buy Lorraine's inferior iron ore? This involves the issue of weapons and equipment. Lorraine iron ore has a low grade and a high phosphorus content. The steel smelted from this iron ore is okay for making farm tools and simple tools, but it is very deadly for making weapons and armor. High phosphorus content makes steel brittle and easy to break when colliding with enemy weapons and armor. It is even more deadly when used in firearms and will cause the chamber to explode. Even if Marin used quicklime as a slag-making agent, it had a certain desulfurization and dephosphorylation effect, which was good for desulfurization, but the dephosphorylation effect was not very good. Dephosphorylation mainly relies on oxidation reaction to generate P2O5 and discharge. But dephosphorylation is best done in a low-temperature environment, but how high is the temperature of the steel-making furnace? Not only is it not conducive to dephosphorylation, it may also reversely regenerate phosphorus-containing impurities, reducing the dephosphorylation effect. In later generations, the main method is oxygen top blowing, increasing the oxygen supply, allowing oxygen and phosphorus to generate P2O5, sublimated into gas at 360 degrees. This method has a strong dephosphorylation ability. But in this era, let alone oxygen top blowing, air top blowing is very difficult. Therefore, even if quicklime is used for dephosphorylation, the steel produced from Lorraine iron ore with high phosphorus content is still of poor quality and cannot be used for casting cannons and manufacturing gun barrels. It is not that it cannot be manufactured, but the quality is poor. Why did the French always lose to the British in naval battles in later generations? In addition to the British having the technology of secondary refining of steel for cannon casting in reverberatory furnaces, the high phosphorus content of Lorraine iron ore used by the French themselves is also an important factor in the French always suffering losses. In the same naval gun battle, the French often exploded the cannons cast with steel smelted from Lorraine iron ore. How can they compare with British naval guns? In fact, the German Gothic plate armor and the Italian Milan plate armor were unwilling to use the steel produced by the Lorraine iron ore. It was nothing else, it affected the quality. What did Marin want the Lorraine iron ore for? To make farm tools. The steel smelted from the Lorraine iron ore is not good for weapons and armor, but it is fine for making farm tools. For example, a hoe is used to deal with soil, not the same thing as steel. Therefore, high phosphorus content is not a problem. Of course, it is not good to use it as a pickaxe, it is easy to collapse, after all, high phosphorus content has cold brittleness. But pickaxes are not considered farm tools. On the one hand, Marin wants to sell farm tools to these unfriendly princes. After all, the North Sea Kingdom smelts iron in blast furnaces, which is relatively low in cost and still uses coke. However, Marin is worried that these hostile princes will buy back the iron farm tools made in the North Sea, melt them into weapons and armor, and use them to fight the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, Marin had been reluctant to sell ironware to the various vassal states. But the ironware produced from Lorraine iron ore is different. This kind of inferior steel product, even if it is melted, is still of poor quality. There is no problem with making farm tools and daily utensils, but there will definitely be problems with making weapons, armor, and even guns. On the one hand, you can make money by selling iron farm tools, and on the other hand, you don't have to worry about hostile forces using them to make weapons and armor to deal with you. Why not do it? If you travel back to ancient China, Marin will also find a way to deliberately use iron pots with high phosphorus content to trade with grassland people when trading with grassland tribes. In this case, if the other party uses it to make swords, it will be unlucky, and it will be easy to collapse when cutting. What? You said that iron ores with high phosphorus content like Lorraine iron ore are difficult to find. Don't you know that bones contain high phosphorus? Especially fish bones. When smelting iron, add some fish bone powder, and the phosphorus content of the smelted iron will go up. At that time, it will be no problem to make an iron pot, but it will be easy to break a scimitar. Bone ash is a magical thing. This thing, when added to porcelain clay, the ceramics fired are the best bone china. However, when added to iron ore, it is smelted into inferior brittle iron. Of course, the phosphorus content cannot be too high. If the phosphorus content is too high, there will be problems with making farm tools, which will cause the farm tools to break easily. Therefore, Marin also needs to let his craftsmen test the steel with various phosphorus contents and select the steel that is just suitable for making farm tools but not for making guns and cannons. If it is too obvious, even the farm tools made will have big problems, and no princes will melt it to make weapons and armor. Therefore, this ratio needs to be tried more. In order to make the princes willing to buy the iron farm tools of the North Sea Kingdom, Marin swore to brag, "It is because of our new iron farm tools that the North Sea Kingdom has a bumper harvest every year." As for the real high-yield secret fertilizer of the North Sea Kingdom, Marin did not mention it at all, and asked if it was Italian volcanic ash. "If you have the guts, go compete with France and Spain for the Kingdom of Naples." Under Marin's obviously misleading propaganda, many princes really became interested in the iron farm tools of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, Marin was not just a scam. In order to enhance his persuasiveness, Marin even took out the curved plough, which amazed the princes. However, Marin did not take out the most advanced artifacts such as the prayed pear cart and the maisha. He came to make money, not to lead the princes to get rich together. So, giving a little bit of good things is enough. It would be stupid to take out all the good things. In fact, the curved plough is a magical tool for self-cultivating farmers, but it is just that for the nobles. Why? Because the biggest feature of the curved plough is that it saves animal power. The straight plough that originally required 2 cows to pull can be pulled by 1 cow after it becomes a curved plough. This is of great significance to ordinary self-cultivating farmers and can save animal power. But for the great nobles, animal power is not a problem at all, they have plenty of cattle and horses. And the self-employed farmers did not have to pay taxes in Europe at that time. Therefore, even if Marin sold the curved plough to various countries, it would not bring great changes to the farms of the nobles. At most, it saved the number of livestock used, but the labor efficiency was not greatly improved, and it did not have much impact on the output. Of course, this did not affect the princes present after listening to Marin's introduction. After all, this thing sounds tall and noble. Moreover, it is said to come from the legendary Eastern Empire, which is even more mysterious. Moreover, the so-called Prad plough cart of the North Sea Kingdom is actually a combination of the curved plough and the Saxon heavy plough. The Saxon heavy plough is also called the Saxon wool plough, which has a wheel to control the ploughing depth and the direction of the plough head. However, the plough head of the Saxon heavy plough is straight, while the curved plough is curved. The Prad plough car is to replace the straight plough head with a curved plough, so that 3 curved ploughs are arranged side by side on the wheel plough to form a plough car with higher tillage effect, that's all. In addition to iron farm tools such as shovels, spades, hoes, and ploughs, there are also daily necessities such as kitchen knives, axes, and carriage iron frames. When exported to hostile principalities, they will try to use inferior iron such as Lorraine iron. In short, Marin will not give his opponents the opportunity to strengthen themselves. In addition, the matchlock gun, made by Master Hans, is also made of Lorraine iron. Chapter 2169, Trade of Other Commodities. The trade of ironware is an important trade item between Marin and the princes this time, but it is not the most important. The most important thing is the salt trade. After all, Marin occupied the territory on the North Sea, and he also knew how to use coal balls and firewood-saving stoves to cook salt. Supported by coal in the Ruhr area, Marin's salt production is sufficient. In addition, Lüneburg, an important salt mining area in Germany, was also annexed by Marin. Therefore, if the princes want to eat salt, they really have to rely on Marin. Of course, it is not that only Marin produces salt, there are other forces to provide salt to the princes. For example, the Duchy of Lorraine is provided by the French. After all, France is a country surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, and the production of salt is also sufficient. However, the French do not know how to filter bittern and secondary washing of salt. Therefore, the French salt is a bit bitter, and the quality is incomparable with the salt of the North Sea. In addition, the princely states in the south also purchase sea salt from Venice. Of course, it is not necessarily produced in Venice, but just resold by the Venetians. Just crossing the Alps, the Venetian salt can be transported to Austria, and then to some principalities. Because the land distance is closer than from the North Sea and the French coast, the land freight and tolls are cheaper, so there are many buyers. But there is still the same problem: there is no step of removing the bitter brine and washing the salt, and the taste is bitter. However, Europeans also have another way. The way is to use this bitter sea salt to pickle the salted fish first. Then, sell the salted fish directly. After the inland people bought the salted fish, they could use it as food and replenish salt. Although this inferior sea salt is bitter, the salted fish has a strong fishy smell. With the bitter sea salt, the bitterness and fishy smell are mixed together, which covers the taste of each other and complements each other, making it easier for people to accept. This is one of the important reasons why the salted fish trade in Europe in the Middle Ages was so popular. Bitter salt and fishy salted fish can really complement and cover each other. Another important reason is religious issues. There are many seasons in this era when meat is taboo, but salted fish is not considered meat and can be eaten on fasting days. Due to 2 major reasons, the trade of salted fish is very tight. But the North Sea Kingdom seems to be different, because Marin invented the technology of hatching chickens, ducks and geese in the Kong room, which led to the very developed poultry industry in the North Sea Kingdom. It should be pointed out that chicken and duck meat are not red meat, and can also be eaten during fasting. Its taste is much better than salted fish. Therefore, on the fasting date of the North Sea Kingdom, the sales of chicken, duck, goose, and eggs are very hot. If there is a choice, who would eat salted fish? Isn't it better to eat chicken? The main reason is that the fishy smell of salted fish is difficult to remove. Expensive spices are needed to remove the fishy smell. Or, directly fry it to remove the fishy smell, but a lot of cooking oil is also needed, which is unaffordable for ordinary people. Because the fishy smell is too strong, the bitter sea salt, whose bitter and salty taste, greatly reduces or disperses the impact of the fishy smell. Of course, this is a helpless choice for poor people. But the nobles are different. They are born to pursue a good quality of life. Therefore, they also like the North Sea salt with low bitterness. Before Marin promoted the method of removing most of the brine and washing the salt again with clean water, the high-quality non-bitter salt eaten by European nobles was actually mostly mineral salt. But most of the mineral salt is actually bitter, and only a small number of high-quality salt mines produce non-bitter salt. And these are all bought by the nobles, and the price is relatively expensive. At the beginning, it was the Duchy of Lüneburg that controlled the supply of high-end non-bitter refined salt. Although the non-bitter refined salt in the salt mines of Lüneburg is only a small part, the total amount is not small. At least, it is enough to welcome the German aristocracy. The bitter mineral salt that occupies most of the time is mainly sold to the people of Lübeck to pickle herring caught from the Baltic Sea. In this way, because of the high price of the bitter Lüneburg mineral salt, the Swedes invented the infamous smelly canned herring. The reason why canned herring is smelly is that the Swedes put very little salt when cooking the fish, which makes the smell uncontrollable. If there is enough salt, it will not be like this. But the arrival of Marin, a time traveler, broke the original pattern. Relying on the means ahead of the times, he reduced the bitterness of sea salt by more than half, making the bitterness of sea salt almost untouchable, comparable to high-grade refined salt. Unfortunately, at that time, Marin, a young man, sold this high-grade sea salt with low bitterness at a very low price, which was only slightly higher than bitter salt. This touched the interests and bottom line of the Duke of Lüneburg. Later, the reason why Lüneburg formed the Eight-Nation Alliance to besiege the North Sea Kingdom was actually to retaliate for this. But unfortunately, the Duchy of Lüneburg was defeated and even annexed by Marin. Before, Marin sold non-bitter sea salt and covered it up, pretending that it was produced from a high-quality refined salt mine overseas. But now, after annexing Lüneburg, the salt capital, Marin is too lazy to use overseas salt mines as a cover-up. If you want to cover up, a new refined salt mine has been discovered in Lüneburg is enough to deal with it. Therefore, when negotiating the salt trade business with the hostile princes this time, Marin's banner was, a new large-scale refined salt mine has been discovered in Lüneburg. All princes are welcome to order it at a preferential price. Because Marin's confidentiality work was very good, he even put the main salt production area in Cape Breton Island in America, which led to the princes not knowing that the so-called refined salt provided by the North Sea Kingdom was actually boiled from sea water. Therefore, when they got the Double 11 special price given by Marin, they didn't know that they had been slaughtered a long time ago. There was no way, the cognitive gap between the two sides was too big. According to the traditional experience in the past, the princes thought that the refined salt that was not bitter came from the essence of the salt mine. Therefore, they naturally thought that salt that was not bitter should be expensive. How could they know that as long as they knew a little bit of chemical knowledge, they could make sea salt not bitter? The knowledge and cognitive gap of hundreds of years is not a joke. Even many princes were still laughing at Marin for selling gold at a bargain price. How could they know that this almost non-bitter salt is sea salt, and the cost is just cabbage price? It's also thanks to Marin's salt production base has always been on a remote island, and later the main production area was transferred to America. Therefore, the princes did not know the inside story, and their three views would not be overturned. Marin was also a thief, but after understanding the ideas of consumers, he later decisively started cold-cooked salt in Newcastle, England. Moreover, the most common technology is used, without removing bitter brine and washing salt. The quality of the salt produced is similar to that of ordinary salt in this era. Then, the two kinds of salt are sold together, especially for sale to foreign countries. In this way, the rarity of refined salt that is not bitter can be more clearly shown. Its price is also higher. But in the North Sea, whether it is nobles or serfs, they all eat non-bitter salt. Only when it is sold to foreign countries, it will be sold with bitter salt, so that nobles in other countries can feel that they are superior. At the same time, it is also convenient to ask for a high price. In addition to salt and ironware, the trade volume of spirits is also not small. The main reason is that Marin used old wheat to brew a lot of rye ergotu. After the liquor is brewed, it needs to be placed for 1 or 2 years to taste better and it is very durable. As long as it is above 40 degrees, the liquor can be stored for many years. Therefore, the North Sea Kingdom now stores a lot of 53-degree rye ergoto, all of which are packed in oak barrels. When it is time to sell it, the barrels will be opened for further blending. For example, blend it into 40-degree whiskey in 20-degree Royal Salute. Then, bottle it and sell it. Because the inventory is large, it can be sold for the next 3 or 4 years. After 3 or 4 years, when the sweet potato planting in North America has reached a scale, sweet potato shao will replace rye ergoto and become the main force of North Sea's foreign liquor sales. As for the sale of grain, Marin did not agree this time. Because the North Sea Kingdom is about to welcome hundreds of thousands of Russians, it needs to reserve enough food to deal with it. But as compensation, Marin agreed to sell salted fish to the vassal states that need food. Marin now has a monopoly on the Newfoundland fishing grounds and has vigorously developed the North Sea fishing grounds, so the fishery resources in his hands are very rich. The use of trawls has led to a large catch. Therefore, there is enough supply capacity to supply salted fish to the outside world. Moreover, the price can be very favorable. In fact, the army of the North Sea Kingdom no longer eats salted fish with a strong fishy smell. Instead, they choose to fry the salted fish to remove the fishy smell, beat it into powder, and mix it with biscuits to eat. In this way, they can get enough protein nutrition without the interference of fishy smell. Only ordinary salted fish is currently provided to serfs. The main reason is that the North Sea Kingdom does not have much soybean oil now, so it can only give priority to the nobles and the army. Serfs can only eat salted fish with a strong fishy smell first. Of course, when cooking, the chefs of various manors in the North Sea Kingdom will add cheap and inferior beer to remove the fishy smell. Sometimes, ginger and vinegar are also added. But ginger is a spice in Europe at this time and is expensive. Vinegar is mainly apple cider vinegar, which is not cheap either. Therefore, the chefs in the manor mainly rely on beer to remove the fishy smell. If it is fried with oil and some onions, the effect will be better. In fact, this is still a secret, and people in other countries don't know. Because there is no Chinese cooking technology, Europeans in this era eat salted fish, which is so sour and refreshing. Directly boil or roast, the nobles can also sprinkle some spices to cover the fishy smell, and the common people just have to bear it. In addition to the 4 major categories of commodity trade in iron, salt, liquor and salted fish, Marin also strives to sell wool textiles to various countries in the future. However, the wool textile industry in the North Sea Kingdom has not yet developed. It is still meeting internal needs and has not yet had the ability to export wool textiles on a large scale. Therefore, it can only reach an intention verbally with the various vassal states, but has not actually exported wool textiles. The sale of sugar cane is also in its infancy. In Cuba, many new sugarcane fields have been reclaimed, but the production has not yet exploded. Most of the previous sugar cane production was supplied to local sales, and only a small amount could be sold to foreign countries. After all, there are more than 2 million people in the local area. Moreover, a large amount of sugar must be supplied to the army. It is said that eating sugar can make people happy and relieve the irritability and tension of boring life in the barracks. Moreover, it can also provide a lot of energy. Therefore, sugar was listed as a war reserve material in later generations. When serving in the North Sea Kingdom, eating sugar can be regarded as a very high welfare, and it is also the capital for soldiers to show off to their fellow countrymen. As for the large-scale sale of sugar cane to foreign countries, it is estimated that we have to wait until the newly opened sugarcane fields produce a large amount of sugar cane. In addition, Marin also began to sell canned fruits to the vassal states in small quantities. For example, canned pineapples, canned oranges, and canned yellow peaches. The seeds were brought back by Marin in the Ming dynasty. However, the current planting range of oranges and yellow peaches is still very small, mainly in the Savannah colony in North America. Therefore, the current output is not high. Only in Cuba, pineapple planting has reached a certain scale and canned pineapples can be mass-produced. Of course, most canned fruits are to be supplied to the local area first. However, a small amount can be sold to foreign countries. The price is naturally very high. At least, it should be like mitai later, which is hundreds of times the price of grain. Well, a few hundred pfennigs a bottle. Anyway, you have no other source of goods, so you can only listen to my offer. In addition to selling goods, Marin also placed orders with various principalities for purchases. Mainly beeswax, wooden barrels and flax, as well as some rare metal raw materials such as lead blocks and tin ingots. The main reason for purchasing beeswax is that there are many cans in the North Sea Kingdom, and the amount of wax required for sealing is also large. Therefore, a large amount of beeswax needs to be purchased. The mountainous areas in southern Germany are full of flowers, which is very suitable for beekeeping and can produce a lot of beeswax. Needless to say, wooden barrels, most of the goods transported in Europe these days are in barrels, including flour and salt. Although Marin has invested in many oak barrel production plants in the Netherlands and even purchased oak barrels in France. However, due to the developed trade and large cargo volume, wooden barrels are still in short supply. Therefore, Marin also began to purchase wooden barrels from the German principalities. As for flax, in addition to making clothes, it can also be made into ropes and sacks. Flax fibers are tough and much more resistant to tension than wool. Therefore, it can be used to make hemp ropes and sacks. Although Marin is now seeking to use sisal ropes for the cables of the North Sea Kingdom's ships, the current production of sisal is limited, and it can only meet the needs of cables immersed in seawater. The ropes on the deck that pull the sails are mainly hemp ropes. Therefore, the demand for flax is also quite large. As for lead blocks and tin ingots, it goes without saying that they are indispensable for making lead bullets and bronze, etc., and they are strategic materials. Of course, the princes of this era did not have this awareness. As long as they paid money, they could buy them. Marin did not ask the other party for a discount when purchasing materials, but purchased them at the market price. Of course, if the other party is interested in some materials sold by the North Sea Kingdom, they can barter. Marin also likes barter the most, because the North Sea Kingdom is currently short of gold and silver. It would be great if low-cost materials such as salt, spirits, ironware, and salted fish could be exchanged for urgently needed materials. Anyway, the cost of these materials is actually relatively low. Even if a discount is given, Marin is very profitable. Therefore, in the end, the princes who participated in the trade on both sides were all very satisfied. Although political differences still exist, everyone's hostility towards the North Sea Kingdom has decreased a lot. After all, they were just political enemies before, with no interest relationship, so they could be hostile to each other as much as they wanted. Now that they have become trading partners, they can make money by relying on each other, so the hostility will inevitably decrease a lot. At least, it has been downgraded from being eliminated as soon as possible to being hostile and suppressing. Chapter 2170, Being Frank and Honest. After this trade negotiation, the North Sea Kingdom will become very conflicted when facing the North Sea Kingdom in the future. On the one hand, they hope to make money from the North Sea Kingdom. On the other hand, they are worried that the North Sea Kingdom will be too strong and out of control. And the North Sea Kingdom and the vassal states will have to decide the winner in the future. That is, Marin currently considers that England has not been dealt with, plus the huge threat from France. Therefore, he chose to compromise temporarily. Once Marin successfully controls England and obtains enough troops, he will definitely turn against him at that time. These vassal states may not be able to survive in the future. Therefore, Marin is now smiling at these vassal states. After all, why bother too much with a fool who can't jump for a few years? Besides, Marin is not at a disadvantage. After reaching a series of cooperation intentions that seemed to be unequal treaties, Marin sent off the vassal states with a smile on his face. But when he turned around, Marin quietly arranged for someone to go to Innsbruck to explain to the emperor. The reason for the explanation is also very simple: they forced me. Marin will not tell the emperor that he not only did not lose money in these trade cooperations, but also made a lot of money. When explaining to the emperor, he must say that he has no interests at all. In this way, the emperor will be more relieved. After all, not only the princes are afraid that the North Sea Kingdom is too strong, but even the emperor is worried that the North Sea Kingdom is too strong. Speaking of which, although Marin intends to divide Germany with the Habsburg family, he is not willing to cooperate with the current emperor. Why? Old fox. Maximilian I was also young and frivolous, but he was soon taught a lesson by reality. After learning from experience and lessons, Maximilian I has grown into a qualified politician and old fox. Cooperate with him to divide Germany? This old fox, I am afraid he wants more. But his successor has not suffered any losses, and is not more experienced and cunning than His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, neither Prince Philip nor Prince Charles is as difficult as His Majesty the Emperor, who is almost 60 years old. Marin is worried that once His Majesty the Emperor thinks he wants too much, he will turn to unite with the princes and restrict himself together. Therefore, it is more certain to talk about cooperation with Prince Philip, who is more skilled, or Prince Charles, who is still young and immature. Moreover, Marin inferred that once the old Emperor Maximilian I died, the Habsburg family and the princes would fight over the issue of succession to the throne. At that time, whether it is Prince Philip or Prince Charlie, they will not have any good feelings towards the princes. At that time, Marin will make another move and cooperate with the young Prince Philip who is in trouble, or the younger Prince Charlie. The level of their means is far inferior to that of the old emperor, and by then, Marin will be able to get more. The most important thing is that at that time, the one who had just been elected to the throne thought that he would have to spend a huge amount of money to run for the throne, and he must have emptied his family's wealth and was unable to compete with himself. But now it is different. The old emperor is in power. Although the finances of the Habsburg family are as bad as ever, they have not yet hit bottom. If something big really happens, with the background of the Habsburg family, they can still get a lot of money and food. But it's different after running for the throne, because it is destined to cost a lot, and the Habsburg family will do their best. By then, they will not have many trump cards. At that time, if you cooperate with them, they will be an empty shell, and they will not have the confidence and trump cards to compete with themselves for interests. Moreover, in a hurry, the next head of the Habsburg family will take out the purchased Byzantine throne as a bargaining chip to ask Marin for help in order to ensure the throne. At that time, Marin can not only ask for more benefits, but also get a throne title for free. In other words, Marin is now looking forward to the early death of His Majesty the Emperor. Of course, this Swiss war must be finished first. After completing his task as a tool man and attracting the attention of the French and the princes, he will die. If His Majesty the Emperor knew that Marin thought so, he would probably be so angry that he would go there on the spot. After smiling and sending off the princes who had discussed cooperation with him, Marin did not leave, but turned back and went to find Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony. What did he do at this time to find Frederick III? Of course, he wanted to have a frank talk with the other party. As the Elector of Saxony, Frederick III was not a great speaker or prime minister, but because his mind and prestige were outstanding among the princes, he was actually the leader of the princes. Talking well with him is equivalent to talking well with the princes. Some people may say that among the secular electors, King Władysław II of Bohemia has the highest status and is more suitable to be the leader of the princes. But Władysław II was originally a Pole, and he was not very familiar with Germany. Moreover, he is very old and in poor health. He did not come to this meeting, but only sent representatives. But the representatives of the Kingdom of Bohemia did not speak at all, nor did they stay to coerce Marin with the princes, but left early. Therefore, Frederick III is currently the boss of the secular princes among the princes. At the same time, several religious electors are not very old. For example, the Archbishop of Mainz, who was born in 1490, is only 27 years old. Archbishop Hermann V of Cologne is only 1 year older than Marin, only 40, which is also very young. Archbishop Richard of Trier is 50 years old, but he is of a lower birth and is not as wise as Frederick III. Therefore, he can only be regarded as an important vote. In addition, Frederick III himself has a very close relationship with the electorate of Brandenburg, which is also an important reason why he has a lot of say. Because Joachim I, elector of Brandenburg, and his brother, Archbishop Albert III of Mainz, are both members of the 7 electors. The two families have a close relationship. Joachim I and his brother Albert III also follow Frederick III's lead. And Louis V, the Palatine elector, is the same age as Marin and is currently 39 years old. He is also accustomed to following Frederick III's lead. In particular, Archbishop Albert III of Mainz is also the Prime Minister of the Holy Roman Empire and the Speaker of the German Senate. Even such a big man listens to him, so Frederick III's right to speak is naturally very important. Marin's frank talk with Frederick III this time was mainly to stabilize the princes. At the same time, express his peace-loving stance. Chapter 2171, I want to seize the throne of England. Grand Duke Marin, why are you back again? Did you forget to say something? Seeing Marin coming back, Frederick III, who was just about to take a rest, was also a little surprised. I have something to say, but it's not that I forgot to say it just now, but it's inconvenient to say it publicly in front of so many people. Marin nodded and said. What do you want to say? Frederick III asked curiously. I am a prince. Marin paused and said this simple sentence. Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, was silent for a long time before saying, but you are too close to His Majesty the Emperor. Marin shook his head and said, it's not that I want to be close to His Majesty the Emperor, but you are unwilling to accept me. What Marin said was also true. Because of his origin, in this era where bloodline is very important, most princes look down on Marin and are unwilling to associate with him. Maximilian I, on the other hand, did not value bloodline, but ability because he faced too many enemies and needed help. In fact, Frederick III himself also valued Marin's ability, but he was not a monarch, just the leader of a group of people, and he could not influence the ideas of his younger brothers. Frederick III shook his head. He could not change the rejection of the princes. Even the fact that he was elected as the boss by the princes was based on his noble birth. Secondly, it was his ability. After a pause, Marin continued, Lord Frederick, you should know very well that I am a knight. It was His Majesty the Emperor who gave me the noble status and supported me to become a prince. Therefore, it is impossible for me to openly turn against the Habsburg family. Otherwise, it is against the ethics of chivalry and will greatly damage my reputation. I was born in a low family, and if I get a reputation of being ungrateful, I will be really notorious. So, I can only maintain a superficially good relationship with the Habsburg family. But at the same time, I know that I am also a prince and it is impossible for me to support His Majesty the Emperor to unify Germany. That will harm my interests. Therefore, I am very conflicted now. On the one hand, I cannot openly break with the Habsburg family, on the other hand, I will not send troops to support His Majesty the Emperor and harm the interests of the princes. At this time, Frederick III suddenly interrupted, what's the matter with Frundsberg? Isn't he the general you supported to His Majesty the Emperor? This is an unavoidable issue between Marin and the princes. Marin has explained it before, but the princes didn't believe it. So, Marin said aggrievedly, "In fact, you are really wrong. I swear in the name of God, it was not me who sent him to serve the emperor, but this guy surrendered to His Majesty the Emperor. You know, I was just a small count at the time, and His Majesty the Emperor was the emperor of the entire Holy Roman Empire, which seemed to be more attractive to him. Moreover, he is from the Swabian region, and most of the princes in that region are close to the Habsburg family. The family to which Franzburg belongs has also always been close to the Habsburg family. So it is not surprising that he chose to betray me and surrender to His Majesty the Emperor. And because I can't turn against His Majesty the Emperor, and it is not easy to publicly accuse him of being a traitor, I had to acquiesce to his betrayal. In fact, I really didn't mean to send him to serve the Emperor. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to the North Sea Kingdom to inquire. Franzburg's title and manor in the North Sea Kingdom have been withdrawn. Now he only has the fiefdom and title given by His Majesty the Emperor. That is to say, he actually has nothing to do with me now. It's just that I can't openly offend the Emperor, so I can only keep silent about it." Frederick III looked at Marin suspiciously. "Are you telling the truth?" Frederick III didn't really believe Marin. "It's absolutely true, I can swear on the Bible." Marin said excitedly, "He really didn't lie." Frederick III nodded, accepting his statement, but there was still doubt in his eyes. After thinking for a while, Frederick III asked again, "The reason why the princes are hostile to you, in addition to the problem of origin and the problem of being too close to His Majesty the Emperor, is the problem of your violent annexation of the surrounding princes. Count it yourself, how many princes have you annexed? No less than 10, right? The princes are hostile to you, and they are also worried about being annexed by the North Sea Kingdom. You must know that it is against the rules to annex the country after defeating the opponent. This is another core issue. According to the practice of medieval Europe, in the war of hegemony between princes, the winning party, according to the unspoken rules, often chooses to ask for a huge ransom. Only when the other party cannot afford the expensive ransom will they choose to cede territory, but generally only part of the territory will be ceded, and it will not be occupied completely, leaving the other party no way to live. Like Marin, he completely annexed his opponent when fighting a national war with others, which really broke the rules and caused panic among the surrounding princes. After all, land is the foundation of the princes. If you swallow it all, it really leaves no way for people to live. Marin frowned and thought about this question, then answered, "That's right, Lord Frederick. I chose to annex those vassal states in order to intimidate the surrounding vassal states so that they would not dare to easily attack the North Sea Kingdom. You know, the North Sea Kingdom is relatively wealthy, and there are many people who covet the North Sea Kingdom's wealth. If you don't act ruthlessly, many people will attack the North Sea Kingdom with luck. Therefore, I chose to annex the enemy's territory in order to establish my prestige. In this way, no one dares to provoke me easily. Moreover, you should also know that the vassal states annexed by me all took the initiative to attack the North Sea Kingdom. The North Sea Kingdom has never taken the initiative to invade and annex other countries, and was forced to fight back." Marin did a good job on this point. After all, he came from later generations and attached great importance to excuses. Therefore, although he was the one who annexed the surrounding countries, he always seemed to be the one who was right. Frederick III thought about it and it was true. Damn, those vassal states annexed by Marin basically attacked the North Sea Kingdom first. Then, they were killed in the counterattack just like Brother Long. Doesn't that mean that others can't provoke you? If they provoke you, their country will be destroyed? Frederick III said speechlessly. Marin asked curiously, "Why do you want to provoke me? I have always been law-abiding and have never provoked neighboring countries. So, those who provoke me should think about why they provoke me. And I am a very reasonable person. Without a reasonable reason, I will not easily take action." Frederick III was speechless. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with what he said. Why did you provoke this person for no reason? But, I always felt something was wrong. After holding it in for a long time, Frederick III asked again, "Why do you keep such a large army? There are 4 10,000-man legions in your homeland, and there are 2 in England, with a total of 60,000 people. Looking at the whole of Europe, no country has kept so many troops. You know, Saxony usually only keeps a few thousand troops, and only recruits more than 10,000 troops in wartime. It's no wonder that everyone feels uneasy when you do this." Marin sighed and said, "I have no choice. If I don't keep so many troops, I'm afraid and can't sleep. You know, I became famous by defeating King Charles VIII of France. So, I offended the most powerful France and was afraid that France would suddenly attack me one day. At the same time, many principalities were also very unfriendly to me. So, I had to put 40,000-man legions in my homeland to prepare for emergencies." After hearing this, Frederick III nodded. Indeed, Marin had offended France severely. If Charles VIII had not died early, and the successor was not Charles VIII's heir, France might have organized an army to retaliate. As for the hostility of the princes to Marin, in addition to not recognizing his identity in close relationship with the Habsburg family, coveting the wealth of the North Sea Kingdom was also an important reason. Therefore, Marin really has a reason to retain a large-scale army. Otherwise, it is not safe enough. At the beginning, he also sent troops to invade the North Sea Kingdom. Seeing Frederick III thinking about it, Marin gritted his teeth and decided to use his last trick. Lord Frederick, I don't really care about German affairs now, and my focus will shift. Frederick III was surprised. Shift? Is it the savage continent? Marin shook his head, thinking that what you said was quite accurate, but I would not admit it. The savage continent is too dangerous and difficult to deal with in a short period of time. It requires a lot of troops. Only after defeating the barbarians can it be truly developed. The focus shift I mentioned is actually shifting to England. England? Frederick III was stunned. Yes, England. You should know that my son Caesar has made an engagement with Margaret, the only daughter of King Edward of England. In the future, my son is likely to become the King of England. Marin explained. England? What's good about it? I heard it's humid and rainy. Frederick III also knew a little about England. Marin nodded and said, yes, it is indeed humid and rainy. However, England is located overseas. As long as the maritime strength is strong enough, even a top power like France will not be able to do anything to England. It is safe enough. The reason why I chose to let Caesar and Margaret marry is to consider letting the next generation develop in England. It is too dangerous to develop in Germany. Even if the North Sea Kingdom is strong, there is a danger of being destroyed by France and the princes. And if I retreat to the British Isles, even if France and Germany are added together, they can't do anything to me. You know, I dare not guarantee that my descendants are as good at fighting as I am. If you encounter an unpromising person, the huge territory of the North Sea Kingdom is easily coveted and seized. But if you have England, as long as you do a good job of maritime defense, you can ensure that the family inheritance is worry-free. Marin said seriously, this is also his real idea. Moreover, the logic in the words is reasonable and there is nothing wrong with it. Frederick III nodded and approved of Marin's idea. However, he asked again, what if Edward VI gave birth to a son? Then the marriage between your son and Princess Margaret would be meaningless. Marin smiled and said, according to my men in England, His Majesty Edward has often slept with Queen Anna in recent years, but he didn't even give birth to a daughter, let alone a son. In addition, His Majesty Edward suspected that Queen Anna was infertile, so he found several mistresses outside, but none of them got pregnant. So, I think His Majesty Edward will not have any more offspring. As long as Princess Margaret doesn't get sick and die young, the throne of England will be determined by my Hoffman family. But I heard that someone is planning to replace Caesar and marry Princess Margaret. Frederick III was talking about Henry of the Boer family and the Habsburg family's contact with the English royal family. Otherwise, do you think I have kept 20,000 troops in England? Help protect England for free? Marin said meaningfully. Frederick III immediately understood that if Edward VI dared to default, Marin would use force. Moreover, he had the ability to do so. After a simple reasoning, Frederick III found that there was nothing wrong with what Marin said, and it was completely reasonable. Therefore, he believed Marin's words for the time being. However, out of caution, he still retained a certain degree of suspicion. And through this conversation, Marin also quietly sent a signal to the princes, I have no intention of going to war with you, I am going to plan for the throne of England. Chapter 2172, Leaving a Receipt. Frederick III thought for a long time, but he couldn't find the flaw in Marin's words. So, he believed most of it. Then, he said to Marin, since you don't want to be enemies with the princes, I will privately organize several princes to meet with you, and you explain it to them. Marin waved his hands and said, no, I can't meet with other people. If I meet with you, you will definitely keep it secret. But if I meet with multiple princes, the news will be easily leaked. Once the news leaks, I will become a shameless villain who betrayed the emperor, which is a devastating blow to my image. After all, people don't like traitors. So, I didn't tell so many people just now, only you. At that time, even if the Habsburg family gets the news and comes to question me, I can deny it. What Marin said made a lot of sense, and Frederick III, the old fox, couldn't help but nod in agreement. So, he suggested again, then, I will help you talk to a few princes in private. Marin still shook his head, Lord Frederick, I still have to remind you that some of the princes are unreliable. You mean? Frederick III seemed to have guessed something. Yes, I'm talking about Anthony, Duke of Lorraine. You know, he grew up in the court of Louis XII and has a very good relationship with Francis I. Moreover, he is the Duke of Bar in France. This person has no feelings for Germany and has no scruples about damaging the interests of the Holy Roman Empire. But he is still a relatively powerful duke and plays an important role among the princes. Or, I think he is France's traitor in Germany. Marin said firmly. After a pause, Marin continued, because of France, he hates me very much and wants to destroy the North Sea Kingdom. But, Lord Frederick, think about it, is there no value in the existence of the North Sea Kingdom? If I don't help His Majesty the Emperor to attack the princes, there are actually not many conflicts of interest between us. We can even trade with each other and make money together. Moreover, think carefully, has the North Sea Kingdom ever actively attacked any vassal state since its establishment? Marin actually felt guilty about this, because although he did not actively attack other vassal states, he secretly made tricks to lure other vassal states to attack him, and then counterattacked. However, his tricks were relatively clean, and others could not see any problems. At most, they felt that he had destroyed the invader's country, which was a bit excessive and broke the rules. Frederick III thought about it and it was true, so he nodded. Marin continued, but, as far as I know, at the meeting of the princes, Duke Anthony suggested more than once that everyone unite and destroy the North Sea Kingdom together with the French. Am I right? Frederick III remained silent, which was considered as tacit agreement. Marin deliberately lowered his voice and said, do you know why Duke Anthony did this? Frederick III shook his head. He had not thought about this. Marin continued mysteriously, I guess, in addition to the failure that brought shame to the French, there is another important reason: the existence of the North Sea Kingdom will affect France's annexation of Germany in the future. Frederick III was shocked, don't talk nonsense. Marin said nonchalantly, it's not nonsense. Think about it. The North Sea Kingdom has 40,000 standing troops. If the 10,000-man army of England is pulled back, it will be 60,000 troops. If King François I of France becomes the Holy Roman Emperor and wants to send troops to annex Germany, will it cause resistance from the princes? As an important vassal state of Germany, the North Sea Kingdom will definitely raise troops to resist. The North Sea Army is so strong in combat effectiveness that if the armies of the various vassal states are united, the French will not be able to defeat it, and there is a high probability that they will be defeated. Think about it, is this the truth? Frederick III thought about it carefully and found that it was really the truth. The coalition forces of the princes had no confidence in defeating the North Sea Kingdom, nor in defeating France. But if the coalition forces of the princes and the army of the North Sea Kingdom were united, the French really couldn't win. At this time, Frederick III began to doubt the motives of Duke Anthony of Lorraine. Moreover, Marin had forced him to express his disapproval of supporting the King of France in the election for the Holy Roman Emperor, and Duke Anthony seemed very unhappy. In this way, Marin's words were not groundless. Moreover, Frederick III also knew that Duke Anthony had a good relationship with the French royal family. But Duke Anthony's reason was to unite the French to suppress the Habsburg family, so everyone believed it. But if Duke Anthony really pushed Francis I to the throne of the Holy Roman Emperor, with the Emperor's righteous name, the French would do their best and might not be able to swallow Germany. In fact, in history, Frederick III was worried about this, and finally chose to support Charles V. The King of France can be an ally against the Habsburg family, but it is very inappropriate to let the King of France be the Holy Roman Emperor. Because France is much stronger than the Habsburg family and is more capable of unifying the Holy Roman Empire. According to Marin's theory, if the princes joined forces with France to destroy the North Sea Kingdom, then the Habsburg family would indeed be unable to support themselves. At that time, the Habsburg family might also fall. But who would benefit after the fall of the Habsburg family? Once the King of France became the Holy Roman Emperor, the threat would be much greater than that of the poor Habsburg family. Seeing Frederick III's uncertain face as he imagined, Marin smiled. When Frederick III finished imagining and raised his head, Marin immediately put away his smile and said sincerely, actually, if you ask me, the existence of the Habsburgs is also useful. At least, they attracted the firepower of France. Because the Duchy of Burgundy was seized, and the Duchy of Brittany was snatched, the Habsburgs and the Kingdom of France have become enemies to the death. I think the best thing for the princes to do is to find a balance between the Habsburgs and France. Make sure that the two families can never defeat their opponents, and then have to look at the prince's eyes and seek everyone's support. Right now, France actually has the upper hand. The princes don't say they support the Habsburgs, but they shouldn't hold the Habsburgs back. If the Habsburgs have the upper hand, it won't be too late for you to support France. But Duke Anthony of Lorraine doesn't think so. He is determined to support France in destroying the Habsburg family. If the Habsburg family falls, who will be next? We will also be eaten one by one. Frederick III nodded, agreeing with Marin's words, but then said, but now if the Habsburg family annexed Switzerland, its strength would increase greatly. By then, we will be in danger. Switzerland has a large area and a large population. The key is that there are enough soldiers. In fact, the princes are not worried about how much benefit Switzerland, a mountainous region, can bring to the Habsburg family. However, being able to provide a strong source of soldiers is a simple and understandable truth. Marin smiled and said, Lord Frederick, why do you think so? Even if the Habsburgs annexed Switzerland and had the ability to threaten the principalities, couldn't the countries unite with France to resist at that time? Moreover, the French would not sit idly by and watch the countries being annexed by the Habsburgs. They were also afraid that the Habsburgs would be too powerful. Because France annexed most of the Duchy of Burgundy, and they were also afraid that the Habsburgs would take it back. Moreover, if the Habsburgs took over western Switzerland, they would be directly bordering France. At that time, a conflict would break out directly between the two sides. Only then would the real good show begin. Think about it, if the two families were close together, would there be a conflict? The financial strength of the Habsburgs was very poor, but war was very expensive. If the two families fought back and forth, the Habsburgs would become poorer and poorer, and would pose no threat to the principalities. Because they would be too tired to deal with the provocations of the French. But I'm worried that after the Habsburgs took over Switzerland. After saying that, he glanced at Marin. Obviously, he was worried that the North Sea Kingdom would send troops to help the Emperor at that time. I will never help His Majesty the Emperor to eliminate the princes, please rest assured. Marin vowed. He was not talking nonsense, he really would not help the Habsburg family fight the princes. Do you dare to sign a document? Frederick III still didn't trust Marin after all. Marin hesitated for a while before nodding and said, "You can sign a document, but please keep it separately and keep it confidential. Unless I break my promise and send troops to help the Habsburg family eliminate the princes, you can take it out and accuse me of breaking my promise." Elector Frederick III of Saxony thought about it and agreed to Marin's request. As long as the document is in hand, he will occupy the moral high ground. In Europe at this time, the consequences of breaking a promise are very serious and will be despised. Especially, promises on paper. Marin thought again and wrote this sentence on the document. Marin von Hoffman promised that he would never send troops to help the Habsburg family annex the principalities and unify Germany. But at the same time, he would not allow the principalities to unite to destroy the Habsburg family. The latter sentence was added by Marin after repeated consideration. If one day, this document was accidentally spread, with the latter sentence as the basis, the outside world would not accuse Marin of betraying the emperor too much. At most, he did not support the emperor's ambition to unify Germany. Frederick III looked at the document and did not care much about the latter sentence of the document. He was not Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, and he was not very hostile to the Habsburg family. Speaking of which, Frederick III and Emperor Maximilian I were still relatives. Frederick III's grandmother Margaret was Maximilian I's aunt. Therefore, Frederick III's father, Elector Ernst, and Duke Albrecht, the father of Duke George of Saxony, were both cousins of Maximilian I. Maximilian I was also the cousin of Frederick III and Duke George, and was a blood relative within 3 generations. However, although they were cousins, the Ernst and Albrecht families had very different relationships with the Habsburg family. The Albrecht family was closer to the Habsburg family, although they also participated in the princes' meeting and opposed the emperor's unification of Germany. However, the relationship with the Habsburg family was not antagonistic. If the emperor came to the door for help, the Albrecht family would give face. At the beginning, West Frisia was a gift from the emperor to Duke Albrecht of Saxony as a reward for the Duchy of Saxony to help him quell the rebellion in the Netherlands. The Ernst family, out of the political stance of the elector, chose to draw a clear line with the Habsburg family. However, the two sides are blood relatives after all, and there is no hatred between them. Therefore, in the original history, when Charles V participated in the election of the emperor, although the pro-French princes such as the Duke of Lorraine strongly advocated the election of François I as the emperor, at the critical moment, Frederick III still decided to choose Charles V. In the final analysis, Frederick III only stood on the standpoint of the princes to oppose the unification of Germany by the Habsburg family, and did not hate the emperor himself. Please keep this document. I don't want to publicly part ways with His Majesty the Emperor at present. Marin said sincerely. After thinking about it, Marin added another sentence to the document: "If the custodian deliberately leaks the contents of the document to force me to publicly break with His Majesty, I do not rule out changing my position." Then, he wrote it again in Latin to prevent the document from being modified. Then, he stamped it with the seal on the ring. Frederick III's face changed when he saw the sentence added at the end. He did think of using this document to make a fuss and force Marin to break with the emperor, at least the idea of falling out. However, after Marin added this sentence, it was not easy for him to make a fuss about it. Otherwise, if Marin is angered and is completely bound to the Habsburg family, then it will be a disaster. However, fortunately, as long as he does not make a fuss about this, Marin will not dare to send troops to help the emperor easily. This is enough for the princes. I will keep this document well. Frederick III solemnly promised. In order to guard against those princes who are close to France, please keep today's conversation confidential, just tell the princes that I am sincere. There is no need to show that document to others, especially the Duke Anthony who betrayed the empire. Marin is particularly disgusted with this kind of traitor, so he said it very impolitely. Frederick III didn't care. To be honest, he didn't like Anthony to be too close to France. For him, France was just used to confront the emperor, not his own people. He also agreed with some of Marin's words. The Habsburg family was a threat to the princes, and so was the Kingdom of France. Even when His Majesty the Emperor wanted to unify Germany, he was influenced by France. Back then, France was also divided, and the princes were ruling on their own. Later, several generations of French monarchs finally took back the autonomy of the principalities through wars and other means, forming a powerful France with centralized royal power. Therefore, if the throne falls on the King of France, it will be more fatal, as Marin said. On this point, Frederick III actually agrees with Marin. However, France is strong, and it is indeed a powerful helper for the princes to resist the Habsburg family. Therefore, Frederick III can only turn a blind eye to the pro-French behavior of Duke Anthony and others. As long as the interests of Germany are not really given to France, there is no problem. After leaving the receipt, Marin was unwilling to stay any longer. Anyway, his goal was achieved. And Frederick III, because he no longer had to worry about the North Sea Kingdom sending troops to help the emperor eliminate the princes, was in a good mood. He personally sent Marin out the door with a smile. Chapter 2173, Austria's Black Night. Leaving the palace of the Electorate of Saxony in Worms, Marin sighed. In fact, he didn't want to leave a document as a handle. However, it was not easy to fool the Elector of Saxony, Frederick III, to become the leader of the princes. In desperation, he could only leave a document so that he could trust himself. Fortunately, Frederick III did not know that he would use the war between Lithuania and the Grand Duchy of Moscow to expand the army by tens of thousands, and he did not let himself promise not to expand the army in the document, otherwise, it would be impossible to end. This cannot be blamed on Frederick III's negligence. How could he know that Marin was so ambitious that he even wanted to kill France? Therefore, it was not that Frederick III could not think of it, but that Marin dared to think too much. When the North Sea Kingdom had an army of 100,000 on its own, it would be too late even if the German princes united to oppose and sent troops together with France. Because 100,000 troops were enough for Marin to defeat the alliance between the princes and the French. Besides, the real trump card in Marin's hand is the single-headed bullet and the single-headed cannonball. Most of the 100,000 troops are actually auxiliary. But these people are not enough. After all, they have to defend the North Sea homeland and suppress the opponent's resistance. If they really have to face off, the North Sea army can actually defeat the army of France and the alliance of princes. But after defeating, they can't get any benefits, and they can't kill their opponents. Instead, they can only watch their opponents go back to restore their strength. If the opponent learns the secrets of the single-headed bullet and the single-headed cannonball, it will be over. Therefore, Marin would rather leave a written document as a handle to temporarily stabilize the princes. When tens of thousands of troops are brought back, everything will be settled, and then change another attitude. After leaving the Saxon palace in Worms, Marin went to the Habsburg family palace in Worms and had a drink with the emperor's palace minister, Count Eitel Frederick III of Hohenzollern. This drink was more like a complaint wine. Marin complained to Eitel Frederick III about the arrogance and tyranny of the princes, and expressed his serious helplessness about the serious concessions in the commercial terms that he was forced to sign with the princes. However, although Marin went through all kinds of difficulties, he still firmly supported His Majesty the Emperor to retake the entire Switzerland. In order to express his sincerity, Marin planned to provide a batch of about 2,000 spring-fired carbines for the cavalry of the Habsburg family. Swiss mercenaries are mainly spearmen, plus a small number of archers, as well as battle-axe-men and hammermen, specifically used to deal with the plate armor knights of the Habsburg family. But they lack musketeers, mainly because musketeers consume a lot of gunpowder and lead bullets, which are quite expensive. Swiss mercenaries are all poor mountain people. They are reluctant to use high-cost and high-consumption muskets, but prefer crossbows. Of course, they also have enough ability to deal with the Habsburg army, which is mainly composed of plate armor knights. The Habsburg army is mainly composed of plate armor knights. To deal with plate armored knights, the spearmen inserted the bottom of their spears into the soil and pointed them forward diagonally, which was enough to resist the impact of the plate armored knights. It was difficult for the spearmen to hurt the fallen plate armored knights, but the heavy infantrymen with battle axes and war hammers were specifically used to deal with fallen plate armored knights. The crossbowmen among the Swiss mercenaries were actually mainly aimed at the infantry of the Habsburg family. After all, the infantry was not fully clothed in plate armor and could not withstand the shooting of the crossbows. Marin equipped the Habsburg family's plate-armored heavy cavalry with clockwork ignition carbines, which was actually specially prepared for the lack of muskets among the Swiss mercenaries. The Habsburg knights wearing plate armor or leather armor with steel plates inserted were not afraid of the Swiss crossbows and could approach the Swiss phalanx while shooting. Then, they shot with clockwork ignition carbines to cause casualties. Then, they rode away. The Swiss were all infantry, and they couldn't catch up. Although the hit rate of the smoothbore musket was very low, the Austrian knights could get close and then fire, and then shoot at a distance of 20 to 30 meters. At this distance, the hit rate of the musket was already very high. Moreover, they were not afraid of the Swiss pikemen catching up. After all, how could the infantry catch up with the cavalry? If the opponent dared to chase out in a mess and did not maintain the formation locally, the Austrian heavy cavalry would very likely take advantage of the opponent's scattered formation, launch a charge and defeat the opponent in one fell swoop. Therefore, facing the Swiss mercenaries who lacked muskets, the cavalry used carbines to get close and shoot, and then ran away after shooting. In fact, it was very wretched, but very effective. In fact, this tactic is not only effective against the Swiss pike formation, but also particularly effective against plate armor knights. For example, the French plate armor knights. If they encounter the French plate armor knights, this type of soldiers will change the way of playing, remove the horse armor and only keep the armor on the shooter. Then, use the kite-flying method to tease the French knights. The warhorse without horse armor will be more convenient to move, and the French knights with horse and man armor cannot catch up. However, the clockwork ignition carbine can cause damage to the French knights and even knock them off their horses. Therefore, this kind of black shirt knight is a very excellent mobile force. Originally in history, Charles V also hired a large number of black shirt knights to deal with the French plate armor knights. Because the clockwork arquebus is not afraid of wind and rain, it is particularly suitable for attacking on rainy days. Even on rainy days, it can crush the opponent's matchlock shooter. In fact, at the beginning, because the clockwork arquebus was very expensive, it was just a spare weapon for the noble knights to defend themselves. But later in the battle, everyone found that the concentrated use of clockwork arquebus was very effective. Then, the organized black shirt knights appeared. Also because of the black shirt knights, France, which has always been an advantage in plate armor heavy cavalry, was beaten by the army of Charles V. Fortunately, the cost of clockwork arquebus is very high and ordinary people can't afford it. Therefore, the French plate armor heavy cavalry was not completely defeated. The Habsburg family is also like this, because the cost of clockwork flint guns is high and the price of clockwork is expensive. Therefore, although Marin supplied it at a discounted price before, Austria still only had 2,000 black shirt knights. Sadly, each of the black shirt knights in the North Sea has 5 clockwork flint carbines. And in poor Austria, each black shirt knight has only 1 clockwork flint gun. Now, Marin has sent another 2,000 in private, and finally the Austrian black shirt knights can be equipped with 2 clockwork flint carbines each. Speaking of which, the identities of the Austrian black shirt knights are very special. None of them are formal knights. However, they all come from knight families. How to say it, the Austrian knights think that the tactics of the black shirt knights are too wretched and not manly enough. Therefore, the knights refuse to become black shirt knights. However, the emperor's face had to be given. Because the black shirt knights do not have high requirements for horseback fighting, they only require good riding skills and are good at using muskets on horseback. So, in the end, the knights' sons recommended their own grooms. It should be noted that every knight's son, except those who have no money, will bring 3 to 5 followers when he goes out. Among these 3 to 5 followers, there must be a professional groom who raises and looks after horses for the knights. Such people are very familiar with horses and often have good riding skills. However, they are not children of nobles, but ordinary serfs with a very low status. Therefore, the knights' sons recommended their own grooms to apply for the black shirt knights, a not honorable type of soldiers. Then, the instructors secretly sent by the North Sea Kingdom selected 2,000 people who could use firearms calmly on horseback from those grooms and followers to form the Black Shirt Knights unit of the Habsburg family. This unit has 2 sets of tactics, one of which is to use leather bags and steel plates to attack the Swiss infantry phalanx with crossbowmen. The men and horses are equipped with armor and are not afraid of bows and arrows, which can ensure their own safety to the greatest extent while inflicting damage to the enemy. The second set of tactics is aimed at the French knights. When encountering French knights, the Austrian black-shirt knights will throw away the leather-wrapped steel-inserted armor on their horses to reduce the weight. Then, they will play kite tactics with the French plate-armored knights. Of course, there will be armored knights to protect them to prevent the cavalry from being chased by the opponent's light cavalry. After all, this group of people is composed of horsemen and retainers, and their cavalry level is very poor, or even almost non-existent. Therefore, when they are chased by the opponent's light cavalry, they have to let those armored knights who are born as knights to protect them. It should be noted here that although they are both heavy cavalry, they can wear leather-wrapped steel-inserted armor, and their weight is almost half that of the French knights with plate armor. Therefore, they are more mobile. Although the protection may not be as good as the plate-armored knights, these armored heavy cavalry will not fight hard with the French knights. To attack the French plate-armored knights, there are black-shirt knights. Those armored knights only protect the black-shirt knights from being hurt by the opponent's light cavalry. The French light cavalry was helpless in the face of the armored knights. After all, the protection levels of both sides were not at the same level. Moreover, the light cavalry were often not the children of knights, and their martial arts were not as good as those of the armored knights who were the children of knights. After sending out 2,000 clockwork ignition carbines, Marin immediately gained the trust of His Majesty the Emperor and his Prime Minister. Then, whether it was the Habsburg family or most of the princes who had benefited, they were no longer hostile to Marin. At least, not so hostile. Only the pro-French faction such as Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, was still hostile to Marin because of their interests and positions. However, they only accounted for a minority of the princes. Even if they jumped up and down, as long as leaders such as Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, did not nod, all their opinions could only be opinions and could not be implemented. Moreover, the focus of the princes' discussion at the moment was not how to deal with Marin, but how to make things difficult for the emperor's military operations to conquer Switzerland. Chapter 2174 Dual Line Operation. Marin did not stay in Worms for long. Seeing that the negotiations between the princes and the Habsburg family ended unhappily, he quickly returned to the North Sea Kingdom. Leaving with him was the Austrian palace prime minister, Count Eitel Frederick III of Hohenzollern. Eitel Frederick III had no intention of reaching any agreement with the princes this time. The purpose of his coming was actually to quarrel. Anyway, the Habsburg family had sufficient evidence, and the princes could not directly declare that the Habsburg family was wrong, so the Habsburg family could use troops against Switzerland openly. However, the princes, especially those of the anti-Habsburg alliance, did not leave, but continued to stay in Worms to discuss countermeasures with concern. Supporting the Swiss resistance is certain, and no one present wants the Habsburg family to be good. Therefore, they were surprised to find that it seemed that the discounts and benefits negotiated from Marin had to be thrown in. Suddenly, everyone lost their appetite. But Marin's attitude was so good that they really couldn't blame him. After reaching an agreement with Marin, Frederick III also began to speak well of Marin. Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, who was embarrassed by Marin, once again proposed to unite with France to destroy the North Sea Kingdom, but this time, Frederick III no longer supported him, and did not even acquiesce to his incitement of the princes. Frederick III interrupted Duke Anthony's slander of the North Sea Kingdom unceremoniously. Let's put the North Sea Kingdom aside for now. At present, it seems that Marin has no intention of sending troops to help His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, the most important thing for us at present is to quickly support Sieg's Swiss resistance army and create trouble for His Majesty the Emperor's invasion. The other princes also agreed with Frederick III's words. Indeed, it is a bit confusing to worry about Marin now. But how could they know that His Majesty the Emperor wanted to unify Switzerland, which was provoked by Marin? Without Marin's secret support and immigration trade, His Majesty the Emperor could not come up with the money to attack western Switzerland. But as Frederick III said, it is meaningless to care about this at this time. Moreover, even if we care about it, it can't change the outcome of His Majesty the Emperor sending troops. Therefore, it is better to quickly discuss how to create trouble for His Majesty the Emperor's march. Pay money, we will hire German mercenaries, let them help defend Bern and other major Swiss cities, and consume the strength of the Habsburg family. Archbishop Albert III of Mainz suggested. But Frederick III shook his head, it's too late, the Habsburg family will take action soon. Therefore, when we slowly recruit German mercenaries, it will be too late to reinforce the Swiss resistance army. Moreover, the main transportation routes from Germany to Switzerland are basically blocked by the Habsburg family. Even if we can get enough troops, it will be difficult to pass. We can let the mercenaries pass through France and enter Switzerland from the border area bordering France in western Switzerland. Duke Anthony suggested. Frederick III continued to shake his head, again, it's too late. His Majesty Maximilian has already started preparing, so the Austrian army will move quickly. If we start to recruit German mercenaries slowly now, I'm afraid that while we are still recruiting soldiers, the Emperor's army will have already conquered Bern, and it's too late. Then what do you say? The princes were also very troubled. The current problem is that time is also an important issue. These days, communications are extremely underdeveloped. Often, recruiting mercenaries requires 2 or 3 months in advance to release the news, and then mercenaries from all over the country will come one after another. It will take at least 2 or 3 months to complete the initial gathering of troops. After that, training will be required. It will take 4 or 5 months to really be able to be pulled out to fight. However, the Habsburg family has already quietly gathered troops. If a real fight breaks out, the Swiss resistance may not be able to last more than 3 months. Moreover, even if the princes send out existing troops, it will be difficult to arrive at the battlefield in time. Because the Habsburg family blocked the passages to Switzerland from the east and north, these mercenaries need to go around a big circle and enter Switzerland from the west. But in this era, there was no fast means of transportation, and mercenaries had to march on foot. Ready-made mercenaries gathered from various countries, then passed through the Duchy of Lorraine, went around France, and then went around Franche-Comté, the territory of the Habsburg family, and entered western Switzerland from the Geneva area. This whole process took at least 3 months, and it was a bit too late. There was no other way, it was too inconvenient to go through France. In addition, it took time for each country to gather troops, and then they walked on foot, and they had to walk a lot of mountain roads, so it would be a miracle if they could be fast. Frederick III thought for a moment and said, the Swiss resistance is now fighting a defensive war, so the combat effectiveness requirements are not that high. I mean, we should hire a group of Italian mercenaries to help for a while. Then, wait for our army to go over to help. The Italian mercenaries may be slightly inferior in combat effectiveness in the wild, but there is absolutely no problem in defending the city, at least it is better than the militia. The most important thing is that the Italians can enter from the south and west of Switzerland without taking a detour and can enter quickly. Moreover, there is no war in Italy right now, and many large mercenary groups have no work to do. We can first collect some money and hire a few Italian mercenary groups to help for a while. After a pause, Frederick III glanced at Duke Anthony and continued, in addition, Duke Anthony, please notify the French. Let them also enter western Switzerland under the banner of Italian mercenaries to help guard. France has regular troops, thousands of troops to guard against the Habsburg family. It is still very easy to transfer these troops to Switzerland. There is no need to issue a call, just let the French soldiers near the border change their clothes, or even clothes. There was no unified military uniform in that era. As long as they don't carry the flags and emblems of the French royal family, no one will recognize that they are the French court army. Of course, the French army's standard weapons and standard plate armor must also be changed. The French have actually done this a long time ago. Otherwise, the Swiss resistance would not have been able to hold on until now. And Marin, after returning to Auric, was not idle. He sent a pigeon to deliver a letter and also sent a secret letter to John Lafitte, a senior spy who had infiltrated the French court, and gave instructions. This time, Marin had a two-line operation. What is a two-line operation? It is to suggest that the French use the excuse of protecting expatriates to send troops to occupy the strategic location of Geneva. The excuse of protecting expatriates generally began to appear in world diplomacy in the 19th century. But Marin doesn't mind letting it appear hundreds of years earlier. Just as the princes worried, Marin was also worried that the Habsburg family was too comfortable. Therefore, while funding them to conquer western Switzerland, they also wanted to find something for the Habsburgs to do. The Geneva region is a good breakthrough. It should be pointed out that the Geneva region is a very special region. Because it is too remote in the Swiss region, it has never been ruled by the Habsburgs. In Switzerland, big cities such as Bern, Zurich and Basel were originally established by the Habsburgs. This is something that the outside world cannot deny. But Geneva is different. This city has little to do with the Habsburgs in history. Historically, this place was the territory of the Duchy of Savoy in southwestern France. But the Duchy of Savoy only owned this place in name, and later, the Geneva region declared autonomy. Then, it formed an alliance with other Swiss states to form the Swiss region. However, the Geneva region is very special. Because it is close to France, there are many French and Burgundians who speak French, and German is a disadvantaged language. The current rulers of the area are a union of the church and the parliament. Because there are too many French speakers, and the Burgundians' homeland, the Duchy of Burgundy, is now under the jurisdiction of the King of France. Therefore, the French have reason to protect those French and Burgundians. Moreover, the geographical location of the region of Geneva is extremely important. If you open the map, you will find that this is the main transportation route from France to Switzerland. And to the north of Geneva is Franche-Comté, which is owned by the Habsburg family. If the French do not send troops, the Habsburg family only needs to send a detachment to occupy Geneva and cut off the route for the French to aid Switzerland. In the past, the Habsburg family was short of soldiers and generals, and they would definitely not arrange a detachment to occupy Geneva and block the French aid route. But now it is different. The Habsburg family has expanded its military on a large scale and has enough troops, which is likely to cut off the French aid route. Therefore, if the French want to take the initiative, they must occupy Geneva. In addition to protecting the route to aid Switzerland, there is also the morale of the Swiss resistance. The French personally taking part will certainly greatly encourage the Swiss people's determination and morale to resist. Moreover, from a legal point of view, the Geneva region has never belonged to the Habsburg family. Even if the Habsburg family opposes, they cannot oppose in the name of the landlord. Besides, if the French send troops, they can ask the Jeanvans to invite first. After receiving the instructions, John Lafitte immediately entered the palace and presented a plan to François I. This is good. With Geneva, it can not only encourage the Swiss, but also guarantee the aid channel. Moreover, Geneva has never belonged to the Habsburgs, and the Austrians can't refute it. Ha! François I laughed happily. Afterwards, the French gathered their troops and sent people to notify the Geneva Parliament, asking them to send an invitation letter to actively invite the French army to protect them. Geneva has long been infiltrated by the French because it is close to France. Most of the representatives in the Geneva Parliament are also pro-French. At present, the Habsburg family is very powerful, and these pro-French factions are afraid of being liquidated by the Habsburg family. Therefore, they can invite the French army to settle in, and they can also feel at ease. Therefore, after the French instructions arrived, the Geneva Parliament quickly obeyed the instructions and issued an invitation letter to France. At the same time, the bishops and parliaments of Geneva jointly issued a statement stating that the Geneva region has never been ruled by the Habsburg family. Therefore, the Habsburg family has no reason to use force against the Geneva region. Otherwise, it would be an illegal invasion. Chapter 2175, 4 French-speaking states in western Switzerland. Geneva is very small. The entire canton of Geneva is less than 300 square kilometers, which is the area of a larger town in China. But Geneva is a strategic point and a major transportation route between Switzerland and France. If the French control Geneva, the political impact will be far greater than the benefits. Because this means that the French are strongly supporting the Swiss resistance. Look, the Swiss resistance in Bern cheered and their morale was boosted when they heard that the French were going to take action in person. On the Habsburg side, His Majesty the Emperor was a little furious. His Majesty the Emperor secretly ordered the garrison of Franche-Comté to quickly move south into Geneva, but it was too late. Because after the French issued an invitation in Geneva, they immediately sent a vanguard of 3,000 people to Geneva. The garrison of Franche-Comté was only 4,000 people, and they did not dare to attack at all. Subsequently, Maximilian I, in the name of the Holy Roman Emperor, strongly protested to the Kingdom of France. But then on the German side, the actions of the princes made His Majesty the Emperor so angry that he vomited blood. The princes who stayed in Worms to discuss countermeasures jointly issued a statement confirming that the Geneva region had never belonged to the Habsburg family. However, in the statement, Frederick III also stated on behalf of the princes that Geneva and its surroundings did belong to the Holy Roman Empire, not to the Kingdom of France. Therefore, it is hoped that the Kingdom of France will withdraw from the region after the war. François I did not care about the ownership of the small Geneva region. At the suggestion of John Lafayette, François I stated that France's move was not to annex Geneva, but to protect the safety of local expatriates. If the Swiss war ended, the French army would naturally retreat. However, how could the Swiss war end easily? The French army occupied Geneva and could continuously support the Swiss resistance. Even if the western states such as Bern fell into the hands of the Habsburg family, the remnants of the Swiss resistance could retreat into Geneva and fight again after resting. So, this matter is not over. And the French army, there is no possibility of evacuation in a short time. Too great. I didn't expect there are masters in France. Why didn't we think of the historical ownership of Geneva? Duke Anthony of Lorraine said excitedly in Worms. They were busy arguing with the Habsburg family about the legal ownership of the entire western Switzerland, but they didn't notice that this small area of Geneva had never belonged to the Habsburg family. The French caught the Habsburg family off guard. Moreover, it also provided the Swiss resistance army with a stable supply channel and a safe haven. Even if they were defeated, the Swiss resistance army could retreat to Geneva to save their lives and rest, but the Habsburg family could do nothing. His Majesty the Emperor wanted to drive away the French army on behalf of the Holy Roman Empire, but the imperial parliament did not give him face and sang against him. Then, this matter could not be handled. In fact, in addition to the Geneva area, the Vaud canton with Lausanne as its capital, which is adjacent to Geneva, was not originally owned by the Habsburg family, just like Geneva. Even Vaud, like Geneva, was originally under the nominal rule of the Duke of Savoy. However, like Geneva, it later paid to redeem the right to manage. Now it is an autonomous region. The nominal manager is the Bishop of Lausanne, but it is actually ruled by the parliament dominated by local oligarchs. Of course, the Bishop of Lausanne also has a say. Originally, Bern would send troops to occupy Vaud in 1536 and rule until 1798. But the problem is that Vaud, like Geneva, is a French-speaking area, which is somewhat incompatible with the German-speaking state of Bern. Therefore, after 1798, Vaud became autonomous again and broke away from the control of Bern, but did not leave Switzerland. Vaud has a large area of more than 3,200 square kilometers, which is more than 10 times that of Geneva. However, Vaud is not actually a purely French-speaking area at present, and there are many German-speaking people. It was not until the mid to late 16th century, after the outbreak of the religious war in France, the Huguenot War, that a large number of French Huguenot Protestants hid in the western Swiss states because of their defeat, that the French-speaking population in Vaud began to occupy an absolute advantage. At present, although the German-speaking population in Vaud is not as large as the French-speaking population, it also accounts for a high proportion. Before the influx of a large number of French Protestants, the German-speaking population still had a lot of say in Vaud. In fact, the annexation of Vaud by Bern in 1536 was also an excuse to protect the German-speaking population in Vaud. Therefore, Vaud is currently a sensitive area, more sensitive than Geneva. Because this involves the contradiction between the French-speaking and German-speaking groups. Even as strong as France, it is unwilling to get involved lightly to avoid causing comprehensive resentment among the Swiss, or even falling into the camp of the Habsburg family. Therefore, the French have no pressure to send troops to Geneva, where the French-speaking population has an absolute advantage. As for Vaud, they remain cautious. However, after entering Geneva, the French army also provided a large number of weapons, armor, and even firearms to the French-speaking group in Vaud, encouraging them to protect themselves and fight against the Habsburg family. In fact, it is called supporting the French-speaking group against the Habsburg family. But everyone knows that once the French-speaking group in Vaud has a large number of weapons and armor, and the German-speaking group does not, there will be a greater gap in the right to speak between the two groups in the future. The French-speaking group already has a dominant population in Vaud, and with a strong military force, Vaud will definitely be dominated by the French-speaking group in the future. In addition to Vaud, which is dominated by the French-speaking population, there are two other French-speaking regions in western Switzerland, namely Fribourg and Neuchâtel. As for Jura, another French-speaking state in the future, it is still part of Bern, and the French-speaking population there is not dominant. In other words, there are currently four main French-speaking regions in western Switzerland, namely Geneva, Vaud, Fribourg, and Neuchâtel. But Fribourg and Vaud are actually only dominated by the French-speaking population, and are not completely French-speaking regions. Even the advantage of the French-speaking population in Fribourg is very small. Only Geneva and Neuchâtel are currently dominated by the French-speaking group. But the situation in Neuchâtel is very special. It is not a Swiss state at present, but an independent principality, but it has a close relationship with the Swiss alliance. In other words, this war actually has nothing to do with Neuchâtel. No, it should be called the County of Neuchâtel now. Later, this county would be upgraded to a duchy and join Switzerland. But now, this county is just a vassal state of the Holy Roman Empire located in the French-speaking area. Even if His Majesty the Emperor attacks western Switzerland, he will not annex the county of Neuchâtel. First, the county of Neuchâtel does not belong to the Swiss alliance against the Habsburgs. Second, the emperor cannot take action against the vassal states with lords. The situation of Vaud and Fribourg is also very different. Fribourg joined the Swiss alliance in 1481 and is a member of the anti-Habsburg alliance, and is also an object that the emperor must attack. Vaud, on the other hand, is very complicated. Because it does not currently belong to the Swiss alliance, but is under the rule of a branch of the House of Savoy. Of course, it is only in name. Because the canton of Bern has infiltrated and controlled the canton of Vaud in large quantities, and completely controlled the canton in 1536 until 1798. Therefore, if His Majesty the Emperor sends troops to western Switzerland, he cannot annex it all. Because the canton of Neuchâtel cannot be moved. The cantons of Geneva and Vaud cannot be annexed legitimately. But the geographical location of Geneva is too important. As long as the Habsburgs send troops from Franche-Comté in the north to occupy here, they can cut off the aid route from France. Therefore, both the Habsburgs and France want to control this place. Of course, the French have a greater advantage. After all, the French are closer to this side. Moreover, Geneva is still a French-speaking area and is more identified with France. Vaud, on the other hand, is currently nominally controlled by the branch of the Duchy of Savoy and has nothing to do with the Habsburgs in history. Therefore, even if His Majesty the Emperor sent troops, he could occupy the canton of Fribourg, which had joined the Swiss alliance, but he could not easily occupy the canton of Vaud. For this reason, the French court had formulated a strategic policy: if Sieg's Swiss resistance army was defeated, they would retreat to the canton of Vaud to continue the resistance. As for France, they would import personnel and material support from Geneva. In short, the Habsburg family must not be allowed to easily annex western Switzerland. Even if they swallowed it, they would never be at peace. Chapter 2176 Adolf Müller. On the Austrian side, all the generals gathered in Graubünden, and His Majesty the Emperor also went to Graubünden, a key place in southeastern Switzerland, and began to discuss the plan of sending troops with the generals. Because the Habsburg family had made preparations in advance, after a month of training, they were already in a position to send troops. It is now early September, and the autumn harvest will be soon. At this time of year in previous years, the Habsburg family would never send troops. Because before the autumn harvest, the Habsburg family, which relies on the agricultural output of the territory, is often the most difficult time for its finances. But because of Marin's support and loans from Spain, the Habsburg family is financially sufficient this year and can maintain the war before the autumn harvest. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor's new aide-de-camp Adolf Müller said that the Swiss resistance would be most uncomfortable if the war was launched before the autumn harvest. Although Switzerland is mainly mountainous, it also has arable land. Although the Swiss are now vigorously developing the mercenary industry, it does not mean that they do not farm. At most, there is much less arable land than in the plains. The Swiss still rely on scattered farmland in the valleys, and lakeside flats in these mountains for food. Once the war breaks out, the Swiss resistance will certainly mobilize all the people. At that time, it will definitely affect the autumn harvest. The impact on the autumn harvest means that there will be a shortage of food. The Habsburg army will have a long siege, and even if it cannot be broken, it will starve the Swiss resistance to death. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor, knowing that the autumn harvest is imminent, chose to start a war before the autumn harvest in order to disrupt the autumn harvest order in the western states of Switzerland. In addition, it is necessary to mention the identity of Adolf Müller. On the surface, this person is the third son of a poor fiefdom knight family in Austria, and was originally a wandering knight. He returned to Austria this spring and became one of the emperor's attendants thanks to the relationship with Frundsberg, the emperor's favorite. But secretly, Adolf Müller is actually a spy for the North Sea Kingdom. When he became a wandering knight in his early years, he came to the North Sea Kingdom and wanted to join the wandering knight's idol, Marin. After all, Marin was the best among all the wandering knights and became a prince. However, because of his weak body, the army did not welcome him very much. Then, he wanted to switch to a civilian position. After all, the children of knights were literate. It was also a coincidence that because of his good memory, Kohler's men took a fancy to him and thought he had the potential to be a spy. Then, he received spy training. Kohler also took a fancy to him and let him enter the University of Aurich for 2 years. Now, Adolf Müller, who is 27 years old, has become a very intelligent spy and a trump card under Kohler. Probably inspired by John Lafayette's infiltration into the French court and becoming a favorite of the King of France, Marin suddenly felt that he should also plant a senior spy in the Austrian imperial court. It was not to find out the emperor's secrets or something, because the spies of the North Sea Kingdom had infiltrated the Austrian court, and it was not difficult to get the secrets. Marin sent Adolf Müller to lurk beside the emperor, not to find out secrets, but to make it convenient to give advice to His Majesty the Emperor. After all, His Majesty the Emperor is a native of this era and does not have many ideas. And Marin did not completely turn to the emperor, and could not give advice to the emperor at any time. Therefore, this requires a microphone to give advice to the emperor. Of course, it cannot be exposed that it was Marin's intention. And by giving advice to His Majesty the Emperor, this senior spy can also get a high position. It may be useful at a critical moment in the future. Then, Adolf Müller, who has an Austrian background, was selected and sent to the emperor. In order to quickly approach the emperor, Marin also asked Kohler to use his relationship to find Frundsberg, a big red man in front of the emperor, and let him recommend Adolf Müller to join the emperor's entourage. Of course, this request for the relationship was roundabout, and Frundsberg did not know that this was handled by Kohler. Otherwise, he would be vigilant. Moreover, Kohler also sent someone to modify Adolf Müller's resume in recent years. From staying in the North Sea Kingdom for a few years, it became staying in the Teutonic Kingdom for a few years. As for the modification of the files in the Teutonic Kingdom, Marin's uncle Jules can handle it. After all, Jules is now the Chief State Secretary of the Grand Master of the Teutonic Kingdom. It is not too easy to do this. After successfully becoming one of the emperor's attendants, Adolf Müller began to serve the emperor and had the opportunity to make suggestions. No, Adolf Müller made a lot of suggestions about this war. Of course, most of these opinions were instructions that Marin secretly gave him through spy channels. After all, the Habsburg family is a poor family. Once the war breaks out, if it cannot gain an advantage in a short time, with the garbage finances of the Habsburg family, it is likely to give up halfway. Therefore, in the early stage, Marin must support the Habsburg family. At least, the Habsburg family must gain a major advantage to enhance confidence. Therefore, the suggestions Adolf Müller made to the emperor were all secretly suggested by Marin. By making these suggestions, Adolf Müller really caught the emperor's eye and became one of the favorite attendants. Look, Adolf Müller also participated in the generals' meeting. Of course, the generals were sitting, and he was standing. In fact, few European generals of this era paid attention to tactics and methods. Most of them followed the traditional methods. They were qualified if they could maintain military discipline and keep the soldiers in formation. In addition, they had to be able to count and understand certain calculations for material distribution. Of course, some officers who were poor in mathematics would also contract logistics tasks to merchants and ask them to help calculate and distribute. However, doing so would easily lead to corruption by quartermasters who were merchants. Therefore, most officers from aristocratic families would learn addition, subtraction, multiplication and division equivalent to elementary school level so that they would have a clear idea in mind and avoid being fooled. In addition to calculation ability, the most important thing for officers from aristocratic families was the basic management ability of the army. As long as they could maintain formation during marching and fighting, let the army obey orders, and send out simple phalanxes to meet the enemy, they would basically be qualified. Politicians like Maximilian I with complicated minds were rare in Europe at that time. Therefore, after the military meeting began, the generals could not provide many opinions. They just went straight to the heart of the matter, the city of Bern, and then cut off the line of support from the French in the west to the Swiss resistance. After all, without the support of the French, the Swiss resistance could not last too long. Because their own troops had an absolute advantage, and they had sufficient armor, artillery and ammunition, no one thought it was a difficult task. Therefore, the military meeting held by the emperor quickly reached a consensus. the army would be led by Count Eitel Frederick III, in charge of cavalry, and Frundsberg, in charge of infantry and artillery, and advance steadily towards the city of Bern. At the meeting, Adolf Müller did not speak out to show his intelligence. Because he knew that if he stood out at this time, he would certainly win the emperor's appreciation, but he would also offend many generals. You are just an attendant, not even a knight of the fiefdom, but you have stolen the limelight from the dukes and earls present. Do you want to quit your job? Therefore, after the generals left, Adolf Müller found an opportunity to say to the emperor, Your Majesty, I have some ideas. Chapter 2177, Fortress Tactics and Construction Battalion. Maximilian I, who was about to take a rest, was stunned for a moment and said, You have an idea. Why didn't you say it at the meeting just now? Adolf Müller hesitated and lowered his voice and said, I dare not show off in front of all the nobles. The emperor was also a smart person. After a little thought, he suddenly realized it. Then, he signaled Adolf Müller to explain his ideas. What ideas did Adolf Müller have? He was actually relaying Marin's ideas. This is what I think. Our army has an advantage in strength, so it is suitable to play steadily. As for the way of marching, we can adopt the method of fortress advancement, step by step. Fortress advancement, step by step. Maximilian I obviously didn't understand. Adolf Müller didn't understand it very well, but Marin had already explained it in the secret letter. So he introduced to His Majesty the Emperor this tactic that originated from the 5th anti-encirclement and suppression in the later generations. Of course, this was not something that Bald Chang came up with, but something that the Gua army staff came up with together. Later, the Devils also used this method when dealing with the 8th Route Army in North China. However, the 8th Route Army was too cunning and cracked it by night raids and using puppet troops as internal agents. However, that was the 8th Route Army with extremely flexible tactics. How could Europeans of this era come up with a way to crack it? Moreover, guerrilla warfare did not appear until the Boer War period at the end of the 19th century. How could the Swiss mountain people at this time come up with a way to crack it? Therefore, this tactic of using fortress blockades was very restraining to the Swiss resistance army, which had few means in this era. As long as enough fortresses were built, it would not only be able to protect the transportation lines well, but also suppress the resistance teams in various places. Moreover, Adolf Müller directly suggested introducing the beacon tower technology of the North Sea country and setting up a beacon tower on the top of the fortress for warning. In this way, if the Swiss resistance dared to attack a certain fortress, the support of other fortresses could easily be discovered and provided in time. After listening to Adolf Müller's introduction, His Majesty the Emperor nodded repeatedly, Very good, very good. With the protection of the fortress, we are not afraid of the Swiss rebels attacking the logistics supply lines. And some supplies can also be stored in the fortress for emergency use. After thinking about it, Maximilian I asked again, by the way, how to build this fortress? Like a noble castle? That will take a long time, and we can't wait. Adolf Müller shook his head and said, It's different from a castle, it's much simpler, but it has added a moat and a drawbridge. When I passed by the North Sea Kingdom during my travels, I accepted a servant named Schmidt who was a bricklayer. He had participated in the construction of simple fortresses and beacon towers in the North Sea Kingdom. Under his command, Your Majesty will mobilize thousands of bricklayers and stonemasons. It is not difficult to build a bunker. In fact, Schmidt was the helper specially sent by Marin to Adolf Müller, and he was also the craftsman sent to the emperor to help build the fortress. Unlike the North Sea Kingdom used a lot of cement to build bunkers, which was low in cost and fast. But His Majesty the Emperor did not have this condition, so he used more bricks and stones. Switzerland is mountainous and has abundant stone resources. As long as you bring enough stonemasons, it is easy to get enough stone from the Swiss mountains. Then, the masons will be responsible for building the bunkers with stones. As for the work of digging the moat around the bunker, you can just send the army to forcibly recruit local people to dig. Because there is the protection of the moat, and the Swiss resistance army cannot have large caliber artillery to bombard the wall. Therefore, the wall of the fortress does not need to be built very strong. At the beginning, it is enough to make an earth wall. Anyway, without a drawbridge, the Swiss resistance army cannot even enter. Even if the other side wants to fill the moat, it will take a long time. During this time, the smoke of war rose to the sky, and the reinforcements had arrived long ago. Of course, this is the most economical method, and it is also suitable for the Habsburg family with extremely poor finances. If it were the North Sea Kingdom, every fortress would definitely be built with cement. The fortress built of cement, with the ability of the small-scale resistance army of this era, could not be broken for 10 days or half a month. You know, the 8th Route Army with guns and pill bags had a low success rate in conquering the bunker, let alone the army that mainly used cold weapons in this era. Therefore, the fortress tactics are really the only magic weapon for the occupying army. To break through this kind of fortress, a large number of people must fill the moat, and at the same time, heavy artillery must be used to blast open the gate or wall. But this kind of fortress is only aimed at the civilian resistance army, and it is impossible to have these conditions. Therefore, this simple fortress is very targeted and is used for professional suppression of resistance. Without guerrilla tactics and modern explosive weapons, it is almost invincible in the face of civilian resistance. Unless the resistance adopts the method of internal and external cooperation to break through. His Majesty the Emperor has also heard of this kind of fortress. When he went to the North Sea Kingdom to meet Marin, he saw this kind of fortress along the way, but he didn't go in to see it. However, the Emperor himself was not familiar with it, but Schmidt, Adolf Müller's man, was familiar with it. Therefore, the Emperor simply asked Adolf Müller, the attendant, to organize the engineering corps. His military rank was also promoted from an ordinary attendant, equivalent to a company captain, to a phalanx commander, and his job title was the general manager of the construction camp. Of course, the title of attendant was also retained, which was considered as one person holding two positions. Adolf Müller was also overjoyed. Although his construction camp was at the same level as the phalanx, the number of people under his jurisdiction could reach several thousand. And the position of phalanx commander, according to convention in Europe at that time, had to be held by at least a titled knight, and many of them were barons. The emperor appointed him to form a construction camp, which meant the end of the war. As long as he did not make any mistakes, he would definitely be awarded the title of knight. Moreover, because this war would most likely occupy a large area of land in western Switzerland, it would be very likely that he would be granted a fiefdom after the war. Although the North Sea Spy Department privately gave him a high salary, which exceeded the income of ordinary knights. However, that was all shady, and the North Sea could not give him any open honors. Moreover, because the North Sea was unlikely to turn against the Habsburg family. Therefore, he might have been lurking in the court of the Habsburg family. Therefore, the open honor can only be obtained from the Habsburg family. Most people are good at saving face. Being able to obtain a respected noble title or even a fiefdom is definitely the ultimate goal of the noble children who have no inheritance rights in Europe in this era. Of course, Adolf Müller did not dare to betray the North Sea Intelligence Organization. As a member of the intelligence organization, he knew the coldness of the North Sea Intelligence Department towards traitors. Even if the emperor protected him, he was not confident that he could escape the pursuit of the North Sea Intelligence Department. Therefore, he would still serve the North Sea Intelligence Department. However, it would be a waste not to take the benefits and honors given by the emperor. Because this does not conflict with his work at all. His Majesty the Emperor's stinginess came back again. Although he gave Adolf Müller the organization and title of the construction camp, he was unwilling to give the money and food needed for thousands of people. In the end, the emperor only gave the money and food needed for 100 people in the construction camp. As for the stonemasons and bricklayers of the construction camp, His Majesty the Emperor said that they would forcibly recruit local mountain dwellers to serve as the workers. Switzerland is a mountainous country with stones everywhere, so there are many people who know the craft of stonemasons. As for the craft of bricklayers, almost every village has a group of people who know how to do it. After all, in this era, ordinary farmers can't afford professional bricklayers, so they have to do it themselves. Although their skills are not as good as those of professional builders, they are enough to build simple houses. The fortress built by Adolf Müller for the Habsburg family was also very simple, and ordinary stonemasons and bricklayers were enough to do the work. What, you asked how to solve the food problem for those stonemasons and bricklayers who were forcibly conscripted? Don't you know that in ancient times, farmers had to bring their own rations when they performed labor service? Only when they went to faraway places to perform labor service would the government provide rations. Because the journey was too long. It was difficult for the laborers to carry enough rations to travel long distances. However, that would only happen in countries with a large land area. In this era in Europe, in order to save food, the government often conscripted people to perform labor service on the spot. If you perform labor service near your home, you must bring your own rations. The reason why His Majesty the Emperor asked Adolf Müller to conscript people to perform labor service on the spot was to save food. After all, food in Europe is really expensive these days. But he also knew that the construction camp needed a group of technical backbones to ensure that there would be no mistakes when building the fortress. Therefore, he gave money and food to 100 people, so that Adolf Müller could recruit 100 core craftsmen as technical backbones to supervise the construction of the fortress to avoid serious quality problems. Of course, ordinary officers would not recruit 100 core craftsmen, but 80 would be good. The remaining 20 places were naturally for empty salaries. The bad habit of empty salaries is not only in the East, but also in the world. However, some young people who want to make progress often do things honestly in order to complete the task better and get promoted. Those who eat empty salaries are often some old officers. Adolf Müller is obviously also a young man who wants to make progress, so he did not plan to eat empty salaries, but tried his best to do a good job. After all, it is much better to get a title and a fiefdom than to eat that empty salary. Besides, he can now get a high annual salary of 300 gold coins from the North Sea Spy Department, which exceeds the salary of many local officials, and he doesn't care about that empty salary income. On the other hand, Marin also worked very hard to help the Habsburgs successfully occupy most of western Switzerland. After learning that Adolf Müller had become the general manager of the construction camp, he immediately secretly dispatched a dozen craftsmen familiar with bunker construction to quietly go south to help Adolf Müller build a simple fortress. With the help of these dozen craftsmen, even a simple version of the bunker was more than enough to resist the small-scale Swiss mountain troops. Chapter 2178 Imitation of the border area made handheld bullet. While the Habsburgs were studying tactics to deal with the Swiss resistance, Marin was also studying with his generals on the Lüneburg grasslands of the North Sea Kingdom how to break through the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Marin's requirements were still very high. He didn't want to defeat them, but to crush them. If the Moscow army was defeated, it might be able to retreat as a whole. If most of its strength could be preserved, it would be very troublesome to siege Moscow. What? You mean the pursuit of the Cossacks? Marin only brought 5,000 Cossack cavalry this time, which might not be enough for pursuit. You know, the number of people is over 10,000, and it is boundless. The army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is several or even dozens of boundless. With so many people, even if they retreated, the people in the front could not escape in time because they were blocked by the people behind. Similarly, the people in front also blocked the pursuit of Marin's army. If it was an army of 100,000, even if they chased 100,000 pigs, it would take a lot of effort and time. If the elite of the Grand Duchy of Moscow ran away and hid in the city, it would be difficult. Therefore, Marin's requirement for this battle is not to repel the enemy head-on, but to defeat the enemy. Don't let them have the opportunity to cover the main force to escape. In this way, the army of the North Sea Kingdom is required to quickly break through its frontal defense, so that the senior leaders of the Moscow army can't react and lose the opportunity to lead the main force to escape. Before, Marin had determined the tactics, which was to use artillery bombardment and clockwork muskets with single-headed bullets to face the enemy head-on. This set of tactics will definitely be a great success if used against the armies of Western European countries. Because the armies of Western European countries are accustomed to putting elite veterans in the front row and recruits in the back row. If single-headed bullets and artillery shells are used together, a large number of veterans and elites of the opponent can be killed at once, causing them to lose most of their combat effectiveness. But the tactics of the Moscow army follow Mongolia. Facing the enemy's bows and firearms, the Mongolian-style Moscow army often puts a group of cannon fodder in the front to let the cannon fodder soldiers attract the enemy's firepower. Then, the main force rushed up from the back to cut and kill. This is the traditional craftsmanship of the northern nomadic peoples of China, and the later Ho Jin was also accustomed to using this method. They captured the barbaric and fierce Jurchens in the deep mountains and old forests of the northeast, and asked them to wear heavy armor and rush to the front. But many Jurchens were hunters in the forest and were not good at riding horses. Therefore, the later Jin army tied up these Jurchens who were not good at riding horses, fixed them on saddles, and let them be cannon fodder and lead the charge. If they survived, they would be rewarded with a few bottles of burning knives, or let them burn, kill and loot. If they died, nothing. The Grand Duchy of Moscow was ruled by the Mongol Golden Horde for hundreds of years, and they also learned this shameless tactic. However, they did not use any barbarians, but directly let the lower-class people take the worn-out spears, and even did not issue armor, and let them charge in front. If they retreated, the regular army would enforce the law on them and behead them on the spot. Anyway, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has a large population, and the lower-class people, in the eyes of the princes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, are just gray animals, not afraid of consumption. Therefore, there is nothing to be happy about repelling the first wave of attacks by the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Because the opponent's elite must be in the second wave. Defeating the first wave of opponents will hardly hurt the opponent. Therefore, Marin decided to learn the tactics of the devils and launch a fierce attack from the side to make them lose their position. Before, Marin also invented a powerful improved swarm of bees, which was very effective against the enemy. Even wearing oriental armor, it is difficult to resist the arrows fired by the swarm of bees. However, after many confrontation exercises, Marin and his officers found that if the opponent's side was protected by a large shield, the lethality of the swarm of bees would be greatly weakened. Unfortunately, there are many sword and shield soldiers in the Moscow army, holding round wooden shields, which are often used to protect the flanks. If you encounter sword and shield soldiers, the lethality of the swarm of bees will be greatly reduced. How did the devil break through the defense of the Gua army? Marin pondered. Before, Marin thought it was the credit of the two crooked-handled machine guns. After all, the firepower was suppressed. But it's not right to think about it. The firepower of the crooked-handled machine gun is strong, but the Czech machine guns of the Gua army are not weak, or even better. Then, Marin thought of the most classic weapon of the devils, the grenade launcher. Generally speaking, facing the attack of the devils, the Gua army will not stand there stupidly and shoot at the devils, and will definitely build a defensive position to block it. For example, it is common on TV to pile sandbags on the streets. This kind of sandbag has good protection and bullets can't penetrate it. No matter how powerful the crooked light machine gun is, it is difficult to penetrate the sandbags, and at most suppress the Gua army to dare not raise their heads. However, to take down this kind of defensive position, it is obviously better to use artillery. But the problem is that the devil's mobile forces, which are generally responsible for flanking, are unlikely to carry artillery. Even if the Type 92 infantry gun is light, it is more than 200 kilograms and more than 400 pounds. Therefore, the assault troops of the devils generally carry another magical fire suppression weapon, the grenade launcher. The grenade launcher has a short range, and it is definitely not an opponent of the regular artillery in a head-on bombardment. However, when the two armies fight, the artillery positions are generally aimed at the frontal enemy, and no one will be stupid enough to leave the artillery idle to guard against possible enemies on the side. Therefore, in general military confrontations, there are few artillery on the side, and at most machine gun positions and machine gun bunkers are purchased. As for the grenade launcher, it is not good at frontal bombardment, but it is very good at removing machine gun positions. If it is a bunker, you can only ask the Type 92 infantry gun to shoot directly. But bunkers rarely appear on the battlefield. Generally, only fortresses will build many bunkers. After all, bunker construction is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. In a hurry, the machine gun positions built are often piled up with some sandbags, or trenches are dug and some soil is piled up to build a machine gun position. If guns are used for shooting, how can the attacking troops easily beat the machine gun positions covered by sandbags and trenches? However, the grenade launcher can. The range of the grenade launcher is not long, generally only 200 or 300 meters. However, it is indirect. That is, he can fire the melon hand bud into the trench or sandbag fortification on the opposite side, and directly blow up the machine gunner. Without the fire suppression of the machine gun, the devil's commando can easily break in. Then, use the Type 99 light machine gun to wreak havoc on the flanks of the Gua army. The Gua army's Hanyang-made rifles are no match for the Type 99 light machine guns. Therefore, it is easy for the devils to defeat them on the flank. However, the devil's set of tricks is not very effective against the US and Soviet armies. Why? Because during World War II, the US military and the Soviet army in the later period equipped the PPSH submachine guns and Thompson submachine guns to the squads, that is, basically every squad had equipment. Each squad of your devils does have 2 Type 99 light machine guns with fierce firepower. However, if you break into the flank of the enemy's position, it is equivalent to hand-to-hand combat with people. At this distance, the lethality of submachine guns and machine guns is similar. The Gua army lacks submachine guns, mainly because they can't afford bullets, but the US and Soviet armies have many submachine guns. Therefore, if the devil's flank assault team breaks into the enemy's flank, it will be better if they face the Gua army that lacks submachine guns, and they will have an advantage and defeat the opponent. Facing the US and Soviet armies where every squad has a submachine gun, they have no advantage, and are even at a disadvantage. After all, submachine guns are lighter and easier to use than machine guns in close combat. In addition, by the way, the rate of submachine gun equipment in the Japanese army is very low. Why? Just like the Gua army, they can't afford bullets. That's right, the Japanese have scarce mineral resources and limited metal production capacity. A lot of metal is needed to make bullets. Therefore, the submachine gun, a weapon that wastes bullets extremely, is not because of lack of technology, but because they can't afford bullets. However, if the tactics of the devils and the grenade launchers that were very effective against trenches were taken to the First World War, they would definitely be able to kill people everywhere. Because, during the First World War, submachine guns had just appeared and were not equipped on a large scale. The firepower of this grenade launcher combined with the crooked handle submachine gun is absolutely invincible. Coincidentally, the equipment level of the Gua army is almost at the level of the First World War. Faced with the firepower and tactics of the general generation gap, they are naturally defeated. It is not that the devils are so fierce, but their tactics and firepower just happen to suppress the Gua army. Only the rabbit army, which did not confront the devils head-on, suffered less losses. But in the process of anti-mopping up, if they face each other head-on, they will not get any good. In other words, the improved version of swarm, invented by Marin, replaced the role of the machine gun. However, if the opponent puts up a large shield, a fierce firepower weapon like grenade launcher is needed to open up the situation. But for now, Marin does not have this technical ability. The devil's small melon hand bud specially used for grenade launchers cannot be made at all. The main problem is the fuse. Marin, who does not have modern chemical capabilities, not only lacks high-powered charges, but also does not have fuses that do not require open flames. The so-called handheld bullets in the North Sea Kingdom are basically earth-pressed bullets with slender fuses. If this thing is thrown out and accidentally thrown into a pond, the fuse will be extinguished directly by the water. If it is thrown into a pile of sand, it is also easy for the sand to cover the flame, causing it to go out. Various defects. Marin thought about it and felt that it was unrealistic to make a grenade launcher. However, hand buds can be developed. Although the striking distance of hand buds is only 30 to 50 meters, it is far less than the 200 or 300 meters of grenade launchers. However, it depends on the era. In this era, military weapons are still mainly cold weapons. Although the Moscow army also has muskets and artillery, they must be deployed in the front. As for the side, it is good to have a crossbow. Therefore, as long as there is a suitable hand bud, it is completely possible to get close to a distance of 30 to 50 meters, and then throw the hand bud to attack. Even if there are large shield soldiers on the opposite flank to cover, the shield is powerless in the face of hand buds. Even if the North Sea Kingdom uses black powder, which is a very low-level charge, it will not kill many people. However, it is no problem to make the enemy within a few steps lose their combat effectiveness. Wait until the sword and shield soldiers lose their combat effectiveness and other arms lose their protection. Then, ignite the swarm and attack with the firepower density of machine guns, which will definitely work. Then, the question is, how to make hand buds. Marin directly thought of the border area. The handmade bullets, river crabs, made in the border area back then were hard to describe. However, it was scary enough and could also destroy the enemy's combat effectiveness. And the technology of making hand buds in the border area, just like Marin's era, were all hammered out by blacksmiths, with very low technical content. The iron shell can be made by ordinary blacksmiths. However, compared with the border area, the North Sea Kingdom has an advantage. The main thing is that the North Sea Kingdom has high-quality steel. There is no steel plant in the border area, and almost all of it is low-quality pig iron smelted in earthen furnaces, with very poor quality. If you want to make weapons, you have to dismantle the rails. Otherwise, the quality of steel will not meet the standards. The North Sea steel plant even produced alloy steel, although like the border area arsenal, it lacked modern machines. However, in terms of steel quality, the North Sea arsenal still had an advantage. Therefore, in terms of imitating the M24 hand-retained bullet, the North Sea arsenal still had an advantage. Moreover, the Germans imitated the Germans' M24 hand-retained bullet, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, due to the lack of chemical technology, Marin could not come up with a pull-fire ignition device. Therefore, he could only choose to ignite the fuse. Specifically, the slender fuse is hidden in the hollow wooden handle. In order to prevent moisture, the bottom of the wooden handle is covered with oil paper. When using it, pierce the oil paper, insert the fuse in and ignite the fuse. Then, throw it out. Strictly speaking, this kind of hand-retained bullet is comparable to the one made in the border area. The border area made bullet has poor steel quality, while the North Sea hand-retained bullet has an extremely backward ignition method. Even the border area made bullet can come up with a pull-fire device. Chapter 2179, Rattan Grenadiers. In fact, Marin has a more powerful charge, that is, Nox explosives. But the problem is that the output of Nox explosives is very low. Moreover, in order to keep it secret, Marin is unwilling to disclose the technology. Therefore, for this battle in Eastern Europe, it is more appropriate to use the black powder version of the imitation border area hand-retained bullet. As long as the iron shell is well made, there will be no embarrassing situation of being blown into two pieces as Li Yunlong complained. Moreover, to be honest, the role of hand-retained bullets is not to kill the enemy, but more to scare the enemy and hit the enemy's morale. The black powder version of the imitation border area hand-retained bullet has limited power, but it can injure the enemy within a few steps and cause panic to the surrounding enemy troops. The panic of the enemy will cause a decline in morale, which is the result that Marin wants most. Next, launching a swarm rocket with a high density of firepower can directly collapse the opponent. In this era of emphasis on morale, the collapse of morale means a great probability of defeat. However, it is not without danger for the bombardier. If there are crossbowmen on the side, shooting with crossbows may injure grenadiers. If a grenadier is injured, life or death is a trivial matter. The most feared thing is that he will fall to the ground after being shot with an arrow just after lighting the fuse and before he can throw it out. At this time, the people around this unlucky grenadier will be in trouble. Therefore, a way must be found to ensure the safety of the grenadiers. Marin first thought of the sword and shield soldiers to cover in front, but if the opponent sends out elite soldiers to kill, the sword and shield soldiers may give their heads. After all, the sword and shield soldiers have poor mobility and it is difficult to run away. After all, a large wooden shield is more than 10 or 20 pounds, which is too heavy to carry. It is not good to put heavy armor on the grenadiers, which will seriously affect their mobility. If the spearmen on the opposite side chase out, the grenadiers wearing heavy armor can't run away. Holding a large shield. It's okay, but there is still the same problem. The large shield is too heavy, more than 10 or 20 pounds, not to mention the physical consumption of holding it. It is also difficult to run away. Just when Marin was hesitant, his men reported that the governor of Dongfan Island, Conti, had brought back 8,000 rattan shields by ship. Marin's eyes lit up immediately. Rattan shields. That was the best shield in ancient times. The protection of rattan shields exceeds that of wooden shields, but the weight is only 5 or 6 pounds, which is much better than wooden shields that weigh more than 10 or 20 pounds. The Roman shield weighs 7.5 to 10 kilograms, which is 15 to 20 pounds. If covered with metal skin, it can reach a weight of more than 30 pounds. Moreover, because the rattan shield is elastic and can absorb a certain amount of kinetic energy, it is also very good for the protection against lead bullets. In this era, I am afraid that only the 50-gram large projectile of the Spanish musket can break the protection of the rattan shield. After all, the kinetic energy is a bit large. And ordinary matchlock guns are difficult to break rattan shields. Even if the rattan shield is broken, the kinetic energy of the lead bullet is almost consumed, and there is no lethality. After all, this is a rattan treated with tung oil, which is very tough. The 5 or 6 gene rattan shield is not difficult for the grenadiers to hold, which makes it convenient for them to retreat. Moreover, the rattan shield has strong protection against crossbows. Even if the Moscow army really deployed crossbowmen on the flank and protected them with rattan shields, the grenadiers need not be afraid. They can hold the rattan shield in their left hand to protect themselves, and use their right hand to throw the handheld bullets. As for the fuse, to ignite the fuse, just hang it on the rattan shield. In this way, when igniting the handheld bullet, you only need to unscrew the cover with one hand, put the exposed fuse against the fuse hanging on the rattan shield, and it will be ignited. Then, throw it out with one hand. After testing, the grenadier's protective ability is greatly improved when holding this kind of rattan shield. At least, it is difficult for crossbowmen to cause serious damage to the grenadiers. At most, the exposed legs and feet of the grenadiers may be injured. However, it is not fatal, and the grenadiers will not be unable to throw out the handheld bullets because of fatal injuries. Moreover, in order to protect the grenadiers, Marin also had people use leather to wrap folded paper armor to protect the grenadiers' legs and feet and prevent the grenadiers from being hurt by crossbows. In this way, the safety of the grenadiers is greatly guaranteed, and they can rush forward without scruples and throw hand-retained bullets on the enemy's face. As for whether the enemy will chase them out, Marin thought about it and planned to arrange thousands of black-shirt knights to cover. Once the enemy's fast light infantry kills out from the flank, let the black-shirt knights go up to stop them. How can light infantry be a rival to rogue soldiers like black-shirt knights? Even plate armor knights can't beat them. And heavy armored infantry and sword and shield soldiers, because of their heavy equipment, can't catch up with the grenadiers. At that time, the grenadiers can retreat calmly after throwing the bullets. Then, Marin took his soldiers to test it. The test found that this tactic is very useful for infantry phalanxes. The destructive power of hand-retained bullets does not lie in how many enemies are killed, but in the great panic it brings to the enemy. In the era of battle formations, the stability of the formation is extremely important. If a hole is broken through in the formation, causing panic among the soldiers, then the soldiers in this formation may collapse. Of course, just leaving bullets in hand is not enough to defeat the formation. Because, at best, the grenadiers can break through the protection on the side of the enemy formation and cause panic on the side. To defeat the enemy formation, you have to fight a tough battle. If it was during World War II, the Devil soldiers might have used the firepower of the Type 38 rifle and the crooked handle machine gun to force their way into the formation and cause the formation to collapse. However, there were no burst rifles or even machine guns in this era. Therefore, the grenadiers can tear open the side protection of the enemy formation, but they cannot destroy the formation. At this time, an assault soldier is needed to rush in and forcibly defeat the enemy formation. Then, Marin thought of the lancers. Bahia State has always had a lancer team of 1,000 people, divided into 2 lancer regiments, each with 500 people. Each regiment is divided into 3 squadrons of 150 people, and the remaining 50 people are the direct guards of the regiment commander. The 3 squadrons are generally divided into 3 batches, and when charging, they launch a triple wave-like impact. If 2 regiments act together, each row will be 2 squadrons with 300 people, launching a frontal charge. Of course, if the enemy is too weak, you can even send out 2 rows of formations to launch a charge. If the enemy's side protection is broken, what type of soldiers is most suitable for the charge? Of course it is the lancers. The lancers charge in armor, have good protection, and are also the enemy's nightmare. For convenience, the lancers generally wear only half-body armor like the Polish winged hussars, and the horses are not armored. And before that, the lancers of the North Sea Kingdom were indeed like this. But after Marin invented the Jiangnan leather factory armor, Marin felt that Chinese armor was not bad. So the lancers switched to the lightweight Jiangnan leather factory leather armor. However, unlike the Austrians' armor, the leather bags of the leather armor of the North Sea Kingdom's lancers were not filled with iron sheets, but folded silk. The officers' bags were filled with folded sisal cloth. In addition, the lancers' horses were also wrapped in leather armor, and the leather bags were also filled with folded silk. In this way, both people and horses were well protected. However, this time, Marin did not intend to use the 2 lancer regiments belonging to the 1st Legion, but planned to recruit 1,000 wandering knights in the Teutonic State and the Livonian Order to form 2 new lancer regiments for launching this attack. The main reason was that the 1st Legion had to stay in the native land to protect its homeland and could not be dispatched easily. The army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was not very strong, and recruiting 2 new lancer regiments was enough. Of course, Marin will definitely transfer some officers from the old lancer regiment to train and command the new lancers. In fact, there is no need for training. Those wandering knights are masters who have practiced martial arts for many years and have good personal combat effectiveness. As long as they adapt to the new weapons and armor and emphasize discipline, they can basically get started. However, Marin did not plan to equip the 2 new lancer regiments with leather armor with folded silk, but planned to equip them with rhinoceros leather armor. Rhinoceros leather armor is enough to deal with cold weapon troops, while the Moscow army has a low rate of firearms, and they are definitely placed on the front. Therefore, when attacking the flank, there will basically be no muskets and artillery, and rhinoceros leather armor is definitely enough. If it is an army of tens of thousands of people, it is difficult for Marin to get tens of thousands of rhinoceros leather armor. However, Marin can still get the rhinoceros leather armor of 1,000 lancers, including the rhinoceros leather armor for horses. Moreover, since the appearance of leather armor, the importance of rhinoceros leather armor has been greatly reduced. After all, rhinoceros leather armor cannot stop bullets. As a result, the nobles all wore folded sisal leather armor, and many rhino leather armors became decorations and were collected. But if the war needs it, Marin asked them to take it out, which is still okay. This is a good tactic, Kohler, write it down. While ensuring that there are no firearms on the enemy's flanks, it is a good tactical idea to send out lancers wearing rhino leather armor. In the combat research room, Marin is leading a group of new staff officers. Although Marin had planned to establish a staff department long ago, the military academy students of the North Sea Kingdom generally have no experience. They all have fewer ideas than Marin. After all, Marin is a traverser. Therefore, most of the young staff officers are learning from Marin. Even many young staff officers who have not graduated yet come to the combat research room to audit and study. There is no way to do this, because Marin, as an instructor, is a half bucket of water himself. He has never been to a military university, and he doesn't know how to train staff officers in the future. Therefore, at present, the military academy students of the North Sea Kingdom do not have special teaching materials for staff officers. And the study of ancient war examples is useless. Because we have entered the era of firearms, the combat thinking of the old cold weapon era is actually outdated. And Marin can't explain to them the war examples that didn't happen in later generations as war examples. Therefore, he can only select a group of smart military academy students and bring them around for training. These children are very loyal. Except for some absolutely secret assassinations of other monarchs that they are not allowed to participate in, some ordinary plans will be taken to audit. Then, these plans have become teaching cases. In fact, this training model is a bit like the apprenticeship system of this era. It's just that the master who takes the apprentice is a bit powerful and is a monarch of a country. But Marin has no choice. He doesn't have a systematic teaching material to train staff talents, so he can only do this. But when this group of people grow up, they can take apprentices. Then, they don't have to go out by themselves. However, these officers who are studying on the spot are very confused. Why did His Majesty make a plan to fight the Moscow people? Poland and Lithuania did not invite the North Sea Kingdom to send troops. This is no wonder. Although Marin had previously mobilized a large number of young officers and soldiers for high-intensity training and long-distance raids. However, Marin never revealed who he was targeting, and the inexperienced teenagers just thought it was normal training. It was not until the news that the Grand Duchy of Moscow surrounded Smolensk spread that Marin publicly deduced how to defeat the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, those young officers were very confused. We didn't participate in the war, what are we deducing? Of course, out of their fanatical admiration and loyalty to Marin, they would not question Marin, but only think that Marin was farsighted. Soon after, Marin's deduction came in handy, and the officers recognized Marin's farsightedness even more. Chapter 2180, The Emperor sends troops and the construction battalion performs merits. In the Swiss region, after sufficient preparation, His Majesty the Emperor decisively ordered troops to be dispatched. This time, the Habsburg family gathered 32,000 heavy cavalry, 25,000 infantry from Frundsberg, and 5,000 newly formed heavy swordsmen wearing leather bags and steel plates, composed of horseless and downtrodden knights. A total of 62,000 troops marched towards Bern. Originally, Maximilian I planned to attack Bern in two ways. One way went south from Basel, passed through a mountainous area to Olten, turned southwest, and headed straight to the north of Bern. The other way started from Lucerne in the middle and headed towards Bern from the east. But after obtaining the topographic map provided by the North Sea Kingdom, Adolf Müller, a new young general under the emperor, suggested abandoning the eastern route of attack and mainly taking the northern route of Basel. Why? Because the terrain is flatter in the north. It is true that Switzerland is a mountainous country, but it is high in the south and low in the north. The Alps in the south are naturally very high, while the north, although not very flat, is much flatter than the southern region. At least, from Olten to the southwest, there is a very wide valley sloping southwest. It is not until you reach the vicinity of Bern that you will encounter undulating mountains. If the more than 60,000 troops gathered by the Habsburg family take the eastern route, they will find all the mountain roads to be rugged and narrow. The strength advantage of the large army group cannot be exerted on the narrow mountain roads. The so-called cavalry advantage is not an advantage at all. Only in the relatively wide and flat canyon area in the north can the cavalry have space to exert themselves. After discussing with his generals, the emperor approved Müller's suggestion. However, in order to distract the attention of the Swiss resistance, the emperor still arranged 1,000 heavy swordsmen wearing leather bags and steel plates, with 5,000 infantrymen, a total of 7,000 people, to launch a sheep attack from the east in the direction of Lucerne to confuse the Swiss resistance. Moreover, this team was not responsible for storming the fortress, but only for building momentum. If they encountered a large Swiss resistance force, the emperor allowed them to withdraw to the city and defend it. The main force of 55,000 people, including a large number of local militiamen, took the northern route. After the Habsburg army set out, Adolf Müller became busy. With the cooperation of a large number of heavy swordsmen, Adolf used force to forcibly recruit many farmers in the Swiss mountain villages near the marching route to help transport food and supplies. Among them, farmers with stonemasons and bricklayers became the focus of recruitment. His Majesty the Emperor was extremely cautious during this march. After all, these 55,000 troops were finally pieced together by the impoverished Habsburg family. If they miss this opportunity, the Habsburg family may never have the opportunity to gather tens of thousands of troops again. There is no other reason, that is, Habsburg is too poor and cannot afford to hire so many troops. And Adolf Müller also shined during the march and became a star in the Habsburg army. During the march, Adolf Müller used the agile mountain people who were forcibly recruited as guides to explore the way ahead. Mainly, to investigate whether there were ambushes on the nearby hillsides. And, as cannon fodder for stepping on traps, so that the soldiers would not fall into the traps of the Swiss. This method really worked. The ambushes arranged by Sieg and the traps set along the way were basically cracked by these old mountain people one by one. Don't even think about setting up ambushes on the slopes on both sides of the mountain road. If you ask, you will be discovered by the mountain people who are exploring the way. What? You said that those mountain people were forced not to cooperate. This question is very simple. Adolf Müller selected men with families. If they don't cooperate, their families will be in danger. And when camping every night, the construction camp under Müller's command is also very good. This time, the marching speed of the Harburg army was very slow, advancing only 20 kilometers a day. Then, the construction camp quickly began to build a fortress. In order to protect the camp from night attacks, whenever the army stopped and began to set up camp, Müller first ordered the militiamen to start digging trenches around the camp. At the same time, civilians with masonry skills were arranged to use mud to burn bricks to build the walls beside the camp. What? You don't know what adobe is? This is very simple. It is to mold the mud into the shape of a brick, and then bake it hard with a fire, and an adobe is formed. You say this kind of adobe is not strong. Indeed, this thing is not very strong. If you encounter artillery, any small cannon that can fire 2 or 3 pounds of shells can break the earth wall made of this kind of adobe. But this time, the Habsburg family army faced not the French army with many artillery, but the very poor Swiss resistance. Although the French also supported some artillery of the Swiss resistance, because of the small number, they were generally used for the defense of the city of Bern. Moreover, Switzerland is mountainous, and it is very inconvenient to transport artillery. The Swiss were not Marin, and they did not know how to put ball bearings on the wheels of the gun carriages. There were even no gun carriages with wheels, which made it extremely inconvenient to transport artillery. Therefore, the Habsburg army did not worry at all that the Swiss resistance army that raided the camp in the middle of the night would bring artillery. In this way, the walls made of earth bricks would only face some mountain people with backward weapons, which was completely sufficient. Moreover, there were at least 2 trenches outside the earth wall. The bottom of the trench was full of wooden stakes. In addition, those earth bricks were mixed with thatch before the fire was baked, as muscles and bones, similar to the walls of adobe houses. With thatch as muscles and bones, the baked earth bricks were quite strong. In addition, there were trenches outside to block the Swiss resistance army from rushing into the camp. Inside the camp, it was not so fast to build bunkers. After all, bunkers require stones and must be strong, not as fast as earth brick walls. Fortunately, there were trenches and walls blocking the way, so the army could live in tents at first. Sure enough, this simple defense measure was very effective. The mountain people of the Swiss resistance army under Sieg wanted to attack the camp of the Habsburg family army in the middle of the night. However, facing two trenches full of wooden stakes and earth brick walls, the mountain people were helpless. They came up with a way to fill the trenches with earth bags, but as soon as the earth bags were thrown into the trenches, the guards on duty on the earth walls were immediately alarmed. Then, the night attack was over. Then, for the next few days, the army did not move. Every day during the day, the heavy swordsmen and some cavalrymen escorted the stonemasons to the nearby mountains to collect stones for the construction of bunkers. When the bunkers reached a certain scale, the army set out again. Before setting off, the Habsburg army left 1,000 defenders to protect the stonemasons in the camp to build bunkers. At the same time, the bunkers here also became a transit station for military supplies to prevent attacks. After the army advanced 20 kilometers, it was about 10 p.m., and while it was still light, they stopped again, started digging trenches, and baked earth bricks and built walls. Under the command of His Majesty the Emperor, the Habsburg army seemed very patient. They were not in a hurry to pounce on Bern, but were steady and steady. Sieg personally rode to the front line to observe. On the hillside, looking at the steady Habsburg army, Sieg's scalp was numb. How could this be done? As for bypassing the army to sneak attack the supply team? Sorry, because there were too many troops, the Habsburg family divided tens of thousands of heavy cavalry wearing leather bags and steel plates to escort the supply team. The Swiss resistance army had only so many people in total, and the harassment troops that could be sent out to bypass the Habsburg army were at most a few thousand infantry, and they did not dare to provoke tens of thousands of heavy cavalry. In desperation, Sieg had to order the destruction of roads and bridges along the way to slow down the march of the Habsburg army. However, this Harburg army was different from ordinary European armies of this era. It had engineering corps. Under the command of Adolf Müller, the damaged roads and bridges were quickly repaired. Sieg could only watch the Habsburg army advance steadily. The desperate ambush was also discovered by the Swiss mountaineers forcibly recruited by Adolf Müller. Because their families were held hostage, these mountaineers did not dare to hide the facts. Even if there were a small number of mountaineers who were willing to sacrifice their families, they could not stand the fact that others were not on the same page with them. After discovering the ambush on the hillside, the Habsburg army immediately stopped, and then brought out cannons to bombard the hillside. Sieg was so annoyed that he had no temper at all and had to order a retreat. At the same time, all the bridges along the way were destroyed, and the road to Bern was dug up. Then, Sieg sent an urgent request for help to the French, begging them to increase their support. Otherwise, Bern can only face failure. And Switzerland will eventually be successfully annexed by the Habsburg family.